goalposts, doesn't it?
But how did we come up with this calculation in Surya Siddhant? That's not given.
You just made it up.
Yeah, I don't know
No, I
how.
did
You
not
tell
get it.
us. No, well, you tell us. You tell us.
I can tell you how, but I'm not going to. How's that?
Well, let's let him see if
not
he.
given- it's not
So
given
okay, so who worked it out? How did they do it?
That's not given because the original text I said, it's lost.
Okay, so you just have to
Yeah, but
blindly
copy of the
believe
original
it.
text.
Okay, look here. When we go out and test the Earth in reality, this doesn't match up with reality. So these numbers that you're given, then they're wrong. Sorry to break it to you, but that's the news.
People from other countries don't like to be told they're wrong. So be careful.
Because how I'm saying
Oh,
this,
yeah, I
why?
forgot
Because
about
this
that.
number we got it because first the problem with the current version of the Surya Siddhant that we have is lot of writings were lost, and the one that we are using today is from 4th to 5th century CE by Varahamid. He is one of the astrologers slash astronomer at that time.
Yeah.
And the second is the original text was actually claimed to come from sun god Surya Dev, which was given to Mayasur. The original text was claimed, but now we can't verify it because the original text is lost. We only
Well,
have
unfortunately, the sun god, right? He was he or she or they were
it's
wrong.
he. No, the Surya Devta. He can.
It's a
Surya
guy?
Devta gave it Mayasur.
Okay. Yeah, so yeah, that doesn't match up with reality. So yeah.
So they got an
Even
inaccurate
this one-
circumference, and that's supposed to be accurate.
And by the way, whatever is written in the Surya Siddhant, this is ISRO scientists are also accepting it today.
Yeah, but we need empirical validation of the claim, right? So now we've got a claim on the table and we've got some numbers, and now we need to see if those numbers match up with reality, because we don't want to just blindly believe in anything, right? That would be kind of silly to just blindly believe in things.
We also don't have a true topological claim. And by that I mean, who's to say that the circumference isn't a flat circle?
Because the problem is,
Yeah. Oh, like that circumference could be a flat circle over a flat Earth.
What I saw is that they used the value of pi to actually calculate this.
Yeah. So why is that around a globe and not just a circle or on a flat surface?
I don't know, because the original, it's actually the calculation is given, but the exact, did they come up with that calculation? That's not given.
Yeah.
So have you looked at the ancient depictions from thousands of years ago from the Indian culture? They don't show a globe Earth, right? They show a flat Earth, just like all of the other ancient cultures. And FLW,
That's
FLW,
the difference.
yeah. So FLW just put some depictions in the side chat. I think that the Indian one's probably there.
Look
Yeah.
here, this is actually used in what I call as astronomical or as astrological calculation. This is one of the siddhantas used in astrological calculation.
Yeah. Cool. We can go check things in reality now because we have really good equipment. So we can check if the numbers are correct when people tell us numbers based on the shape of the Earth. So if someone says that the circumference is this that the Earth's a globe and it has this circumference, we can just go and check it. Now we don't have to
It is also given about the the diameter of moon and the distance between the Earth and the moon.
Well, if they're wrong about the
Given.
Earth, then they're probably wrong about the moon too. But maybe they're right about the moon. But they're definitely wrong about the Earth because the Earth is not a globe, and the Earth doesn't have any curvature over distance. We checked, and you can check.
It's given. They have.
Yeah, but we checked it, and it's wrong. It's like if someone tells me they're 6 foot tall, and then I measure them
Look
and they're
here,
not,
I'm giving
and they're
you the
4 foot tall.
measurement.
It's just it doesn't matter if they keep claiming they're
Look
6
the size
foot.
that I'm giving
So we
you the
checked.
measurement.
Like,
I'm giving you the measurement.
okay, that's okay. Let me check. Okay, that's all.
It's
Just
not a
calculation.
measurement.
Yeah,
Dude,
there's no.
do you understand the
there's no
difference
measurement
between a measurement and writing a number on a piece of paper?
The measurements given. Now, if you ask me how did they come up with the calculation, a lot of this, I'm saying a lot of the parts of the text are lost over the time. We are having only a copy of the text.
Dude,
Meaning that you don't
it's
have any.
2025. It's 2025. We don't need some text from 1,000 years ago. I can go outside and tell you the earth is flat.
You just have copies of the text, meaning that you don't have any proof that those texts existed at that time, and no one just made it up.
Yeah, how do we know that
recently.
it is the original text existed? Because at the beginning, it is clearly said at the beginning that this text is given by Surya Devta to Maya Asur, meaning sun god gave it to Maya demon.
Yeah, but there is no
No.
sun god, meaning that
There's no gods. Yeah, there's no gods coming down and handing people books. That would be weird, dude. How come it's in your language
I
and
mean,
not my
the book,
language?
not the book.
But
The
the
book,
problem is that
not in the
I don't
written book,
believe
the
in a sun.
knowledge given in the book was in the book. The knowledge that is given in the book is given by sun god to Maya demon.
Yeah, but there is no sun god, meaning that nothing was given to someone by a sun god, because there is no sun god, meaning that that text was just made up by a human who assumed or lied and told people that it was
No,
a
we
sun
accept
god.
the concept of we accept all the sun god, all the devtas and asuras. And
I
everything.
don't.
Yeah, so we don't. Okay, look, my friend, we respect your beliefs, but it's just a belief. It's a faith. Okay, you can believe anything you want to believe, and we respect that. But it doesn't match up with reality when we test it in reality. So you can believe it, right? But then we test it, and we just know that it's not that, like what you're telling us, because we can actually check. So, actual measurements.
By the way, let me say this: this
Yeah.
book is also influenced the Arabic astronomy, that is the Islamic astronomy.
Cool. Yeah. Well,
Hello.
it's not going to make the water start to curve.
Hello, Swastik, hello.
Yeah. Hello.
Hey, buddies.
Hello.
Barrington.
Good morning, y'all. Just jumping in to say hi.
I wonder what was the unit of measurement used by that sun god.
We don't know because the original text is lost. I'm already saying that the original text is lost. We are
So
only
it's
having
no
the
good. It's no good. You don't have the original. Debunked. They can't use it anymore.
whatever is available with a. By the way, we have a lot of copies with various families.
What does the sun god look like?
That you find in the market. It comes from.
What does the sun god look like? Does he have fire hair?
Yeah.
Wow.
Google, how does it look like? Because we have image of it. Image means we have done a drawing of it.
Bro, you are living in Stone Age. Hello, Swastik.
No.
I'm from India too,
Yeah.
but you are living in Stone Age.
No.
Yeah, you are living in Stone Age. You are so obsessed
How?
to prove your claim without any proof.
I'm clearly saying that this proof, the proof,
You are just making everything up.
No, let me say this.
Fuck off.
The number that we are given, just let me say this. The number that is given is only given.
These guys
We
are
don't
reason that India is defaming. They are living in Stone Age.
No.
Fuck off.
Come to ask a Hindu, and you will see talk.
I am Hindu. I am Brahman.
What-
I am Hindu. I am Brahman. Highest caste of Hinduism. I don't believe your shit.
Your caste doesn't mean shit on the internet.
Yeah.
Hmm.
These shit are these guys are living in Stone Age. They believe everything that political leaders said to him.
Oh yeah, do you
No,
believe that
this
Earth is a
let me say
globe?
this.
Yeah,
Do you believe that Earth is a globe?
there are some political leaders who claim that there were some people who measured the distance between sun and earth and the diameter of moon, and these stupid people, they believe them.
Yeah. So, Mr. Brahman,
These are
do you
given
believe
in
that
the
Earth is a
Surya
globe?
Siddhant.
Do you believe that Earth is a globe, Mr. Brahman?
Is gone.
He's gone. Well,
No, he's not. He's still
Yeah,
here. His name in Discord is Immortal.
oh, okay. So yeah, do you believe that Earth is a globe or is it flat, Mr. Brahman?
he's muted.
What do
Yeah.
you say?
Do you believe that Earth is globe or Earth is flat?
No, earth is globe.
Really? Because the other guy was talking about caveman knowledge about a globe, and you're just trashing him for bringing up caveman knowledge.
No, he's claiming that there were some sages who somehow you can say
These are
their magical powers, they measured the distance between sun and earth, and he believes that they measured that, but
these are given in
he
the Surya Siddhant.
okay, Surya Siddhant. Who wrote the Surya Siddhant?
The current Surya Siddhant that we
Who
have
wrote the
is
Surya Siddhant?
that is what I'm saying. The current Surya Siddhant that we have in the market is
You don't know anything.
from
You just say that I don't know the who wrote this and
Yeah.
what
We're
measurement
trying to
they
figure that out. So yeah, if
yeah.
they didn't measure the solar system, then who measured the solar system and the Earth
No,
being a globe?
yeah.
Wait, one by
Who
one.
did it?
I'm saying the current Surya Siddhant that we have is by Varahami.
Yeah, the current measurement is measured by by scientific methods in this era.
Well, so if the
Wait, let me
cavemen
say
of
this.
India didn't do it, then who did it? Who measured the Earth as a globe?
I'm one by one. I'm
Scient-
saying
wait,
first
wait a second. The scientists from NASA.
Okay, can you show us how they did it?
How can I show that how they did it? They
Yeah,
have
I mean,
equipment to measure the with mathematical theorems. I
Oh,
don't know
yeah.
how.
that's what everyone says, but nobody's been able to prove it. Not even
Yeah.
NASA. They don't have any measurements.
So you just have a belief, just like the other guy has a belief.
No,
Just blind
Uh-oh,
faith.
Mr. Brahman.
you disapprove the images of Earth.
So the difference between you both is that you believe in something new and he'll believe in something believed by the Stone Age people. You believe what
No,
blindly
but
what
first of
modern
all, let
people
me say
believe.
this.
So
Yeah.
One by one, let me say this.
you both are just blind believers. It's just dependent to the time that you believe. So you've been
And you guys are arguing with you guys are arguing with you guys are arguing with each other. Hey, dum dum, you guys are arguing with each other on whose magical story is right.
One by one, I'm saying this. First of all, the current version of Surya Siddhanta is written by Varahami. The original is given by Surya Dev to Mayasur. That's what we know because at the beginning of this Surya Siddhanta, it clearly says that Mayasur received all this knowledge from Surya Dev, and here we get only the number, but no, not the calculation of all these
So
numbers are derived numbers.
you believe
As for
that there is a Surya god, sun god.
Hmm.
And you believe
Okay,
that
so
NASA measured the Earth. That you both believe some bullshit. You don't
no,
realize that.
I don't
You
believe that
real-
NASA. Yeah,
you,
yeah.
you you
I'm
are
saying
realizing
there are
the
scientists
problem.
who may. Yeah.
You are realizing the problem of belief when you heard someone talking about something that you don't believe. So you started insulting him. Oh, you Stone Age believers. You modern
Okay, so
believer.
no, you ignore the fact that Earth is not globe.
Yeah, Earth
Yeah,
So
is
what
not
do
a globe.
Earth is not a
so
globe. That's a
according to you,
fact.
what Earth is flat.
That's correct.
Okay, so you think that you believe Earth is flat, so we
No,
all are
No, it's
wrong.
not belief.
no, 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 no. We went
You believe
out
in
and
your magical flat Earth, and you think that we are
no,
wrong.
no, 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 no. Don't tell me what I believe. Okay, we went out and actually tested the Earth.
Okay, so how did you test it?
Okay, so the Earth is flat because the water that covers most
Uh-huh.
of the surface of the Earth doesn't curve. It's flat over huge distances, and we verified this over and over again using different types of methodologies, such as high-powered laser transit tests, infrared photography, telescopes, radio wave transfer tests, all sorts of different ways we've tested over huge distances and detected that there's zero curvature present every single time.
Okay, and you want me to believe that?
No, we can show you the evidence.
Okay, show me the evidence.
Okay, do you want to start with a long distance observation or what? You want to see a laser test?
Every information you want to prove,
Well,
send me in
there's
the
a lot
message
of
box.
so there's an unlimited amount of tests that have been done. So I'm giving you some
I'm
options.
here. I'm patient. Send in the message box.
Dude, you're not patient. You won't even let him finish.
No, I'm letting him finish. I'm just saying that if he has proof, he can send here.
Okay. Well, what's the Okay, what's the horizon? Do you know what the horizon is?
Yeah.
Okay, what do you think it is?
No, you have measured the horizon. You should send the information here.
Okay, what do you think the horizon is?
No, I don't have every knowledge, so I will verify from other sources.
Yeah, but if we're testing the horizon, you need to know what the horizon is. Otherwise, you're not going to
No,
understand the test.
I have sources where where I can verify.
No
Okay,
problem. Share the
okay,
job
here.
with him, Dr.
Yeah.
Trump.
Here's a diagram. Can you look at the diagram and tell me if you agree with the diagram? And I'll read out the diagram quickly. Okay, a man standing on a sphere would observe the physical, geometric horizon at a certain distance, which on the diagram is represented by the red and yellow circle. The physical geometric horizon is the maximum distance that the sea and the sky can be observed to meet. And then there's a picture on the right-hand side showing you that where the horizon line is, you shouldn't be able to see any water past the horizon line. Okay?
Yeah.
Do you agree?
Okay, so this is your proof.
No, this is me this is what we're going to be testing.
YouTube video.
Yeah, this is what we're going to be testing right now. So on a globe,
No.
the horizon...
You, as a proof, you are sending me a screenshot of someone's video, YouTube video.
No.
So DJ, don't explain anything to him. Just share the observation with him and let him.
Yeah,
let him
he won't understand it though.
break it down for himself.
He won't understand it.
I know.
Okay, let's do it. Let's do it. Okay, here we have a observer height of 1 meter, and we have a windmill farm that's 11.2 miles out into the ocean. The horizon should be at 2.3 miles, which is the point that you would no longer see any water beyond. Okay, but because we have the distance marker, which is the windmill farm, we can actually see the bases of the windmill touching the water 11 miles away. So we can see the water beyond where the 2.3 mile geometric horizon would have to be if the Earth were a globe. The bases of the windmills should be hidden behind about 50 foot of Earth curvature, which is about a 5-story building. Okay, so these observations show that the Earth is not curving and the radius value that we're told is not correct. Do you understand the observation? And do you have any questions?
Okay, so you don't have any proof. You just observe and believe that.
No, we have this is validation. Okay, so
Okay,
do you understand what
GIF
do
of
you know
30
what
seconds. This is
do you
your
know what a
proof.
do you know what a prerequisite is? Do you know what that word means? Prerequisite?
What the hell? You are just making up everything.
No,
want me to
you
believe you
don't.
too.
You have
You
maybe
said you have information of your tests. You send me your all information, all footages here or in my DM. I will verify them.
No, we're not DMing it
No,
to you. We
because we
can just
don't.
you can just read in the
Yeah.
chat and then we can
You have
go over
nothing.
it
You
with
have
you.
nothing. You are just
We can go
claiming.
over it with you. Stop talking, Mr. Patient.
Yeah.
Yeah. So you said you were patient, right? And I'm trying to define terms with you, and you don't seem to understand basic terminology or very simple to understand geometry. So maybe you should stay in your lane and put yourself on mute and let someone else talk that's more intelligent than you.
Okay. So with your observation, you think you are intelligent than everyone.
No, this is. I'm
Because
just showing you an observation. I'm
No.
just showing you an observation, but you're unable to comprehend what you're seeing and how it's a problem for the
30-second
globe.
video, it's your observation.
Yep. And what are we seeing in the observation?
What the hell? Okay, believe in your observation.
No, I don't have to believe in the observation. I've gone and done my own observations, and you could do that as well. Have you ever done any observations?
Yeah, I have done observation.
What did you do?
Okay, did you say that sky and earth meet on a horizon?
Yes.
Yeah, so do you think they both join there?
No.
Yeah,
What do you
because
mean?
they don't.
What do you mean join there? Yes, actually. The answer is
They look
yes.
like
Yes,
there
dude.
is
If you walk out, hey, Mr. Patient, if you walk outside, you're joined with the sky. You and the ground are joining the sky together. How do you like that?
okay, Mr. Aggressive, you should join them.
Yeah, Immortal, do you know what distance the horizon should be from a 1 meter observer height?
No, I don't know.
2.3 miles. Yeah,
Okay.
2.3 miles away. Okay, so we have the windmill farm is 11 miles away. And we can see the whole windmills. Right?
Okay,
so what's the horizon?
I believe you are this flat, right? Okay.
No.
You're right.
I like
You're
when they
right.
give up like, hey, Mr. Patient, I like when you guys give up like that.
Yeah, it's
No. I feel sorry for you, man.
No, you
Oh,
don't.
really?
You said you agree with us, so now you feel sorry for yourself.
No,
Yeah.
I feel sorry for you.
No, you feel sorry
Okay.
for yourself, you said.
Because well, so you were saying that guy that you should be in 2026, 2025, but you guys believe in an observation and believe that Earth is flat.
No, we don't need
We
to believe.
measured it.
Yeah, we can see the observation right here, right now. Can you not see it?
You don't have equipments to understand where Earth is globe or Earth is flat.
Oh, really? What equipments?
Do you have money like NASA and other space organizations? So
What
you
did
can.
NASA do?
You don't
What did
need
NASA
money,
do?
kid. Kid, you don't
Okay,
need money.
You don't need money. You just need observation.
Yes.
Okay. This is why I was feeling sorry for you.
I feel sorry for you guys. You guys believe in there's a magical sun guy with his hair on fire.
No, I
giving
don't
people
believe
books.
that. I don't believe that.
It gives the people
What is
books.
going on? Hello? Hey guys.
Are you gone?
Awkward silence.
No one's gone.
Okay, everyone stopped speaking.
No, I like listening to you spiral. So I was just giving you room
No,
to run around and hit things.
shouted that I believe in sun god and so on.
Yeah, sun god, his hair is on fire and he wears a big diaper.
No, I don't believe that shit.
Does he have a magic stick that shoots lightning?
Yeah, the magic stick is in your hand.
So,
Do you want a conversation with sun god?
I wish I could have some conversation with someone.
All right, your wish is granted.
Actually, no, I just changed my mind.
Too late now. The genie's out of the bottle.
No.
Merry Christmas, everybody. Merry Christmas.
Merry flat earth, everybody.
Merry flat earth to you too.
So, sorry, what are you saying?
Christmas is flat and stationary.
Oh. So it means a lot of people in this world are having the misconception.
Yep. You guys all have misconceptions because you watch TV too much and you watch TikTok and you watch Instagram and all those. That's where you get your information from.
And like, from where did you got this information?
I got it myself. I have my own equipment and I prove the earth is flat and not moving and not round.
If you ask their equipment, they will say, I have my eyes, I just observe.
Then why don't you go and speak on some national TV to make sure that everyone's not
Yeah, you are. You're live. You're live. Hey, you two clowns. You guys are both live on YouTube internationally, worldwide.
No, he knows that their ass will be kicked by politicians and everybody if they go on TV and claim that earth is flat.
Why would a politician come over to my house to try to kick my ass?
We don't do government like you guys do. Our politicians don't kick people in the ass.
So why are you guys afraid of? Like, be courageous. Like, why you're afraid that they will come and kick your ass?
I'm right here. I'm not afraid. I'm right here. What do you need? You want to meet somewhere? That'll be fine. I'll bring my whiteboard and my computer with me.
No, I'm absolutely, really, I feel like you are having a really nice knowledge, right, about Earth. So I feel like you should go on national TV to spread your knowledge. Make sure that lots of people.
All right.
Yeah, that
I
is
will.
what I'm saying. I'm not doubting your knowledge.
Set it up for me and I'll go on national TV. You can be my manager and we'll make some money.
Sounds like a plan.
How simple that is. I come up with all the answers.
So, like, currently, apart from this, what you're doing for a living?
You need to know what I do for a living?
Yeah, like what work?
I eliminate human activity in manufacturing plants. I replace humans with robots. What do you do for a living?
I do nothing.
Do you need a social security number now?
You need the address? You want my home address and the date of birth or what? Did somebody post a news report in India to get on Discord to come in here? Because it seems like we're getting those people right now for some strange reason. Maybe it's the time of day. I don't know what time it is there.
So, Professor Triangle, if you have a bag of trash, do you throw it in the trash can, or do you go down to the river and throw it in the river? What's your method? Trash disposal. Sporadic.
Yeah, what's up?
Trash disposal method: river or trash can?
Trash can. We have professionals who come by and they gather our trash for us.
Good method.
Yeah.
Yeah, we even do that in Iceland.
Mm-hmm.
We have a waste to energy plant near our house too, where they take the trash. They don't just incinerate it, but they convert it to energy. We also don't take dumps on the beach in front of everyone.
I was about to ask that question. I was like,
I was also thinking that question.
dude, I went to like it was like not last year, but the year before. I spent a month in India, and it was a beautiful part of India as well, southern India. And our my wife's parents came with us for the holiday, and they were just chilling down on the beach, and this dude just comes up like right in front of them and just drops his freaking sarong and just sits down and just squats, takes a big dump right in front of them on this like real like deserted like sort of tropical beach. It was crazy. They were completely just shocked. They could not believe their eyes, and they didn't want to go back to the beach after that. It was crazy, bro. I was walking down the beach and I'm like, damn, I'm like, the dogs have like pooped all over the beach because there's stray dogs everywhere. I'm like, but hold on a second. I'm like, these don't quite, like, why are they all in like little holes? Did the dogs like dig a hole? I'm like, it's a shame the dogs can't like bury it or something. Well, maybe it's better it's not buried, but after a while I clicked. I was like, oh shit. Oh my god.
Yeah, don't walk barefoot on the beach over there.
Dude, it's dangerous. They were everywhere, and this was it was like a kind of like a deserted beach. Like it's not like a beach that there was a lot of people on, but
wow,
it was an interesting experience. Like nice kind of white sand, palm trees everywhere, and poop all over the beach. Crazy stuff.
All right, so we like to think America has freedom. India might have us beat. Like you can just drop trow and plop a deuce on a beach and enjoy the breeze.
Yeah,
without harassment from the government.
And what I found interesting was that there's like a giant forest, like a giant palm tree forest, right next to the beach. Like that's more private and like not on the beach, but not the beach seems to be the place.
Dude, it's a nice view.
Yeah.
It's a nice view.
Not even close enough where the tide's going to come up and like take it out just far enough that the tide can't get to it. So it's like composting. It's going to compost there for like for a long time. I don't know how long that takes to. Yeah.
Yeah, they do have a lot.
It's almost like a game.
You can just set up scam call centers and scam people around the world. Like, the government's not really cracking down on that.
No, it doesn't seem to be.
How close can you get your deuce?
So yeah, interesting place, indeed.
Yeah, I mean that just kind of kills it for me. You hear about how mystical and enlightened and ancient this is over there, and then you go and I don't know, your dreams get crushed.
I just think it's hilarious because their actual ancient texts, the Vedas, basically talk about the Earth being flat and being like in a cosmic shell. Meanwhile, he quotes like manuscripts that are referencing the Greeks and Pythagoras and like the same lineage of nonsense that we have currently today is not even his own culture.
Right. Right, the Babylonian diaspora.
When you try to explain to them that their original cosmology it's like a flat earth cosmology, they deny it. It's like they've been taught throughout their education system that their ancient cultures thought it was a globe.
Yeah,
That's
it's just
crazy
like
to
the
me.
Christians who get taught that, like, oh, well, it's like a circle, and so that means a ball, and so they have the priests interpret it and like read into it and like tell them, oh, well, it was a ball, of course, and they do the same thing with the Vedas, where they're like, oh, the cosmic egg. You see the description of the egg? That's the ball. We're living on the ball, but the other description that they just ignore, where they're describing it as a flat horizontal plane.
Yeah. Yeah.
I think it's just people have second order knowledge, or like it's they believe in this stuff because they heard about this from some guy who they think knows all about this, but he had just heard it from some guy who believes some stuff about this and who said he read all this, but he didn't actually read it all.
Yeah, yeah. Look at this screenshot in the side chat. This is the kind of people that they quote. Like they've got all of these kinds of books.
You know why they call it heliocentric theory? Because it's contrary to what we see.
Yeah, yeah. This book is from 499 AD. They think that this is their ancients teaching, them what the Earth is and that kind of thing.
From the Dark
Oh,
Ages.
So they're young earthers, huh?
Yeah, and if you look into the wiki, like for instance on the guy he cited, they admit that this comes from the philosophy of the Greeks, so that's where it comes from.
Yep, I saw you post that, actually. Is this the same guy? Or similar?
I'm not sure if it's the same guy.
Yeah, yeah.
We know basically where heliocentrism started and didn't start in India.
That's right.
I've been busy making music, and I see we're losing people left and right. People getting busy. It's almost Christmas.
Yeah, you mean I get what you mean now. Mhm. We have like 3 days of Christmas celebration here in Poland.
I gotta go on a last shopping trip before Christmas to make sure we have everything.
Yeah, I'm just about to do that actually. We have Nissan has posted a great meme in the side chat. Never seen it before, actually. How the
Whoa.
dinosaurs went extinct according to flat earthers. So this is what we're claiming.
That's hilarious.
That's
I never
news
thought
to
of
me.
that
I've never
before.
claimed that, so I've
Wow,
only
so the
seen Globers claim this.
comet came down from space and it hit the side of the disk, the AE disk, and it flipped. The T-Rex went flying off. Wow, that's what happened.
This person seems like their feelings are hurt already.
Yep.
Whoever that is.
Maybe it's. I always just say they're always just Rich Evans.
Yeah, you know, Rich Evans, he likes to pop in here as chicks.
Yep.
And he used a female voice masking voice changer.
Yep.
Kinda
Maybe
weird.
that's his real voice, and the other one's the voice changer.
Oh shit.
Uh-oh.
So funny, bro. I shitted my pants. Definitely not a chick.
Oh, you never know.
Oh, that's true. Got people popping in and out again. Too afraid to speak up. Cheka Hana Laguna says, anyone can unmute me? No, you'd have to join VC. We have people coming in here, getting unmutes so they can go back to whatever room they came from and resume trolling again. Does being a flat earther affect your sense of humor? It's humorous when Globers come in and lose their freaking minds and spiral out after we tell them the Earth is flat. So yeah, I'd say flat Earth does affect your sense of humor. You
Yeah,
see
I mean,
more joy.
yeah,
What's up,
for the
Trace?
better. I mean, he thinks him losing control of his bowels is somehow humorous. That's only humorous as him being weird, so we laugh at him. It's not humorous in the way that there's nothing funny about that situation. It just sounds like a medical emergency.
That street food will do it.
So wait, that's how he's like flattening the thing out? He's taking the patty, flattens it under his arm, shoves it into the pot.
Yep.
Well, meanwhile,
Why is no one talking?
oh, we're here, we're listening, we're waiting for people to come in and present evidence for the globe. We've been looking for 10 years as a community. We can't find verifiable globe evidence. So we're on
Yeah,
Discord trying to crowdsource it.
the Earth is definitely flat.
There is. We measured it flat, so we want to know where the globe measurements came from.
Yeah, that's some nonsense. Have a great time.
All right, you too. Stay flat.
Yeah, and we're silent because nobody has any evidence that the Earth is a globe. That's why. That's why we're quiet. Do you have any evidence? The format is you make a claim and then you back it up. It's very simple.
Yeah, so it could be like, I know the Earth is a globe because ... Finish the sentence.
Yep.
Did someone wrote reports about the debates before we got here? Because I just joined and the ideas that you guys talked about before I came in. So if anyone could you ability actually to us
Be able to do this for me?
the ideas?
Oh fuck! Wow.
Yeah, so globe earthers, especially the ones in the side chat, right? You can chant that it's round, even though you're misusing the term round, because flat can be round. But if you're making a positive claim, we're asking you if you can back up the claim. All right? Chanting things doesn't make it true. Just saying the Earth is a globe doesn't make the Earth a globe.
Is there an initial claim?
Yeah, the claim is that the Earth's a globe that has a radius of 3,959 miles. And then when we go and actually check that in reality, we can't find any evidence that it matches reality whatsoever. Okay, all we detect is flat water, just like what everyone experiences. So, we're asking people that believe that the Earth is a globe, or think that they know that the Earth is a globe, why? Why do they believe it? Why do they think that? Or is it just something that you believe because you were taught it from a young age?
I understand. Okay.
Okay.
I just wanted to.
That's okay.
Yeah, ask because I thought that you personally claimed that the opposite. So you just said that you said why, and you said that we can't prove that the Earth is 360 like spheric, and so that does that mean that you claim that the Earth is flat because of that? Because we can't prove.
No, everyone, even people that believe the Earth's a globe, experience the Earth as flat. So that's just what we all experience.
That's your argument. I understand. Okay.
Well, no, that's objective reality. So when you like, even if the Earth was a globe, you still experience it as flat, right?
At some sense, yes, but
okay. What's the?
I just
some
know.
means not, well, some means not all. So what's the portion of that you experience it as a globe that's spinning through space?
The thing is, okay, I won't say anything right now. Let me just a bit time to think. Because you know that this is hard to formulate when your level is B1. Like, I have some thought, but right now I can't say it like correctly, so you can understand what I mean.
Oh, I'm sure we'll understand. You have very good English, and even if it's not perfect, then we'll still understand.
Thank you.
All the globe earthers basically have the same set of arguments, so we've heard them all thousands of times. So yeah, we'll absolutely know what you're talking about.
I guess I'll play a couple of tunes before I head out while there's nothing happening. This is a song about Pythagoras. In Icelandic we say Pythagoras, so it always messes with me. This is Power and Doctrine.
History doesn't lie, it just gets rearranged until no one notices what it implies. Pythagoras learned where land was measured flat. Egyptian ropes, rods, stars, and facts. Surveyors build as calendar men. No curve in the ground, no sphere in the pen. They move stone, move water, move grain. Work by level line and plane. Flat earth practice day by day because reality doesn't bend for what you pray. Then he leaves the work, leaves the craft. Goes east with knowledge isn't shared its mask. Enters Magi Hall, sealed rights, ranked peers. Where secrecy counts more than what appears. Measured truth as hidden form. One stays grounded, one gets born when knowledge hides, it turns elite. That's when power and doctrine meet. Back changed, not teaching land, but numbers as gods beyond demand. Harmony of spheres, heaven abstract. Nothing you can test, nothing you can track. Forms of cult, not open, not wide. Initiation, silence inside. Elite, boys taught, bodies controlled. Knowledge and power braided, old and cold. The globe's a secret, not for the street. A sacred shape for the initiated elite. Not because it worked, not because it measured, but because secrecy make doctrine treasured. Politics follow, always do. When mystery crowns a chosen few, the cult spreads power town to town, not by proof but by being in or out. Measure truth versus hidden form. One stays grounded, one gets born. When knowledge hides, it turns elite. That's when power and doctrine meet. That's when power and doctrine meet. Not public craft but private law. Not what you test, but who you saw. When truth requires initiation, you're not doing science, you're running domination. Then the raids come, history records. Public doesn't love secret laws. The cult breaks up, scatters wide, but ideas don't die, they divide. Fragments everywhere, same old frame, different names, same hidden game. Academy, schools, philosophical sects. Globe survives where power connects. Never spreads far among working men. Surveyors to level the land again, but rulers love a cosmic throne. Puts heaven up, puts people down below. So doctrine lives where authority feeds. Abstract shape for imperial needs. The earth becomes a symbol first. Measurement ignored if it bursts.
Flatland measured globally. One was tested, one was received. Not by proof and not by sight, but by secrecy, rank and right.
If the origin is secret, the survival is power, and the method avoids measurement, then the shape was never about the earth. It was about who gets to rule it.
That's a preview. I still need to fix the end so it doesn't keep playing, but that's where it's supposed to end. If you want to speak up, now's your chance. Otherwise, I have 2 more songs I can play before I have to go out.
Hello again. So I thought a bit, and I guess that I want now. So let me formulate it right. Can I just ask a few questions? So I won't try to prove something, so because I don't have an exact point, but I'll try to just. I'm curious about some things you might answer. So, if the Earth is flat, has it its borders, or has it like infinite area?
We don't have a replacement cosmology for you. We don't know the edge of the Earth or the end of the Earth. We just have measurements of the surface that falsify the claims of the globe geometry. We also have evidence of falsifications of their ad hoc excuses to try to rescue the geometry. We also have found all the logical errors and issues within their other claims. So currently, as it stands, the globe can only be believed. There's no actual empirical evidence for it. The claim is you have to go into outer space to be able to prove it. And that's a Sisyphean task, or asking someone to do the impossible. Meanwhile, you can go out and measure the ground and find out it's not curving and falsify the globe belief for yourself.
Wait, that's what about the ground? Why it should curve if Earth is like spheric?
Based on the size of the sphere they tell us we're living on, the Earth should curve at a certain rate. That rate would have physical consequences. We don't observe those consequences in real life, and so we traced where did they get this idea from. They got it from half-naked Greeks looking at the horizon and assuming that the horizon was the geometric sphere edge. So we falsified that.
So because we I understand what you're saying about. So we can't be sure has the Earth like its borders or not, because we can't like look at it.
Yeah, we can't explore the full extent of the Earth. What we do have access to is the water and the ground near us, and we can examine that.
But one more question. Do you believe in Pythagoras theorem? Oh, no, that's not Pythagoras theorem. I don't know who invented it, but that formula from math, like from fifth grade, that volume of the, how is it called? Circle equals 2πr squared. Or just πr squared, not 2.
Yeah, well, I'm a critical realist empiricist logician, so I don't require beliefs. I just go by what I can know, what I can test, what is logically sound. The globe just isn't logically sound, and so I cannot believe that with good conscience.
Yeah, that's point. But I just thought about that formula for a circle's area, and it has actually fuck, my vocabulary is so bad. Like it has some similarities with that logic you say. So that Earth is flat because we can experience it like empirical way. It's because
that's the first axiom. That's that we all experience the Earth is flat. That's how it appears to us. But then you try to test that. That you try to test the claims that the globers make that the horizon is a geometric sphere edge hiding the bottom of objects, like a hill would hide the things behind it. However, when we test this, we find that in order to try to explain away observations, because currently we have very powerful optics, which half-naked Greeks just didn't have access to. And so they thought that the horizon was this geometric limitation because they didn't understand how optics worked, they didn't understand how their eyes worked, and the human eye has a diffraction limit that creates a perspective collapse, which is basically as you look, you see in projected vision. You don't see in Euclidean geometry, and so you see the ceiling up here to come down. You see the ground up here to rise up. That is projected vision. It's perspective collapse. As everything collapses together into that point, things become unresolvable to the optics. We have very powerful optics now, so we can see far beyond the limitations of human vision, which comes out to be very similar to the geometric assumptions. So if you assume the geometry they tell us, the horizon should be 1.22 times the square root of the observer's height in feet, or if you're 6 feet, it should be about 3 miles away from you. And we can calculate the same distance to the horizon based on the aperture and the average aperture of the human eye. So we know where they got this misunderstanding from, and we can show with better optics that they're wrong. And currently, people believe when they see way too far with better optics that, it must be light refracting around the globe to hide the globe and make it appear flat at all times. And so that ad hoc rescue excuse actually has consequences. Refraction causes dispersion of light. Different wavelengths would separate. We don't see this in these long-range observations, and we test it with different wavelengths like infrared, which refracts less than visible light. We don't see what we would expect if what they're saying is correct, and we're seeing too far because the light is being bent around. The wavelengths that refract less wouldn't be bent as much, and so you would see less in those wavelengths. However, the inverse is true. We see further in infrared because there's less refraction, so there's less loss. There's less loss of the rays nearest to the surface.
Is the Earth a globe? Could you prove it if you believed it? Hello there. Goodbye. Hello there. Sup, Solaire? Ordis, what's up?
Good evening. My name is Ordis.
What's up, bud?
I'm okay. Where? Oh, okay.
You think you live on a sphere?
Yo, what's up? Good morning, everybody. Nothing much. Just stepping on some coffee before I walk in the gym. Cold, man. It's cold outside today.
Why don't you just take some pre? That'll work you up.
Dude, I can't. I've tried so many different times, dude. It like makes my stomach gargle like nobody's business. I don't know why. Like every brand, every type. I've tried so many different kinds. I'm gonna be destroying their bathrooms for the next 20 minutes if I take any. Oh, my bad if you said anything. I just got a phone call. Sorry.
Bye. Coworker of mine, he stopped drinking coffee and just started taking pre-workout, and he likes it better than coffee.
Oh, yikes. Sounds like I wouldn't be able to function for the first half of the day.
I remember I would on deployment get so fucking tired, and then just for like a week I took pre-workout, not even to like work out, just to like be motivated. It worked.
I don't know, shit. That's pretty good. How the conversation's been like today, by the way?
Well, like, see, 5 hours ago, there was a guy who was saying the moon is black, and
okay.
it doesn't give off its own light, and it doesn't reflect sunlight. Light does not come from the moon, and he was dedicated in making that clear. And that's probably the highlight of that conversation.
I'm more shocked you've been here for 5 hours. Damn.
I haven't. I just got off work.
Oh, you did like a part-time shift?
Well, it's the day before the holiday, and we did what we were scheduled to do for the day, and we got it done efficiently. And so we're at home. Nina, what is up? Goodbye.
Too nice, bro. Jimmy Neutron's always too nice. Okay. I better edit. Let me. God.
What'd you say?
I was gonna better head in there. I wasted too much time sitting in my car.
Did you see that? That dude came in here just to shush me and leave.
Wait, which guy?
Guy popped in for like a handful of seconds, and it was like a greyhound with the shush finger going on.
I thought you meant like he actually made this sound like shh and then dipped.
No, no.
I was like, that would have been pretty funny actually.
Maybe he's like, maybe saying, "Oh shit," to flat Earth room shit.
Mm.
What's up, Mayo? Arvato. Damn.
Well, I'm ready to head out. I'm kind of disappointed that the guy who was talking to me earlier didn't like follow up with, "Why would they lie?" Because I had a song primed for that. Don't all speak at once.
Trying not to.
Yeah, it looks like it's just flat earthers, I think. Well, this
It
might
is.
not be.
See, I don't know Adbo. Or
Yeah, that's
Abdo.
one name I don't recognize.
Everybody else is flat.
That was a workout. So no globies, huh? I bet Abdel came in here just to listen. If the Earth was flat, how do you explain everything we see in the sky?
And if I say I don't know, then what?
Well, I think that's what they're trying to do with the globe, too. They're trying to explain everything they see in the sky, and they can't even verify it. Story.
Okay, so everything that they can verify, it's opposite of their senses, right? Like Earth curvature, boats disappearing, right? Motion of the Earth can't be detected. You know, they're breathing gas pressure and drinking water in the midst of a vacuum. But the rest of it, they claim to know, but they can't verify. What kind of life is that?
Pretty silly. Come on, guys. I know the Earth looks flat, but we can't trust ourselves.
Hello.
What's up?
How you guys going?
Fine.
Is there like any kind of discussion going on right now?
Well, currently waiting on one to appear since everybody here is already a flat earther. So
Oh, yeah. I'm a globe believer.
nice.
Good question. Why, if the Earth is flat, why wouldn't the people just be like, "Hey, the Earth's flat"? You know, like why say it's a globe?
Well, if no one ever told you that the Earth was a globe, would you believe it?
Wait, sorry, say that again.
If the Earth is as it appears, and no one ever told you the Earth was a sphere, would you believe the Earth was a sphere?
No, I'd have no idea if it was or it wasn't.
Just so you know, you're breaking up, TD.
Yeah.
So the idea, if he comes back, I'll let him say it. But the idea is that, from your own perspective, your own senses, what do you think? If no one ever told you the Earth was a sphere, what would you think the Earth is?
Bro, I wouldn't know.
I mean, it looks flat, right?
I mean, I don't know. I don't think I would like default to just being flat. Like I probably think maybe it is, but like I don't think I'd necessarily default to it being a globe either. You know, like if I was like a caveman.
What's the surface of water in a swimming pool when no one's swimming? Is it flat or is it curved?
It's flat.
You ever seen like a really big lake? What was the
I'm not
surface
even
of that lake?
arguing for it being a globe right now. Like you like.
I know.
Answer
I'm
my
just
question
trying
with a
to
question.
get you to explain to me why you wouldn't, just openly say, "Yeah, the Earth's flat," right? When your senses are telling you that the surface of water lies flat, and majority of the Earth, so they say, is covered in water. So that means all of that water is flat level, and we get all of the elevation heights for land from sea level. So this hill is 100 feet above sea level. The top of the mountain is 12,000 feet above sea level. Airplanes
Sure.
fly 30,000 to 44,000 feet above sea level. And then
Yeah,
the depths of the ocean is based from sea level. So all of that level happening, and we're not going to conclude that the Earth is flat.
Okay.
You see what I'm getting at, though? Like, you want to build a house, you got to make sure it's level. Water being the reference frame for level.
Sure,
The
you're saying
concrete
because it
pad
looks
is
flat, it's
not
flat, right?
level, it's somehow.
And because it
Yeah,
measures
it's
flat, it's flat, right?
Not just because it looks flat, but we're going to start with the premise that it looks flat.
Yeah, but that's not even the question I asked, right? Like, how does that come back to my original question?
All right.
So what was your
If
original question
it's
again?
experienced as flat, why do I have to conclude something other than what I experienced?
I'm not even asking you to like explain your beliefs. I'm asking why the rest of the world tells people it's a globe.
Well, it's not a belief for us, all right?
I know it's not, but why would they tell everyone else that?
Because they believe it.
Yeah,
but
because
why-
they believe it. Because they're
Yeah, but how
gullible.
does that start? Yeah, but you saying that like, what does the change just start from like someone said it
Why
was
did they,
flat? It was
why did they
declared
teach it to you when you're 5 years old?
that? Because they like apparently they proved it to be flat. I mean, round. Sorry. Yeah.
That's what we're all told, right? But the problem is,
Yeah,
we
right.
go to check and we can't figure out who actually measured the Earth to begin with.
Right.
It's kind of like a religion. It's kind of like growing up with a religion, and the oral tradition gets handed down to you, and everybody else believes the same thing. So we go check, we go try to fact check these claims, and we come up empty.
Right.
I mean, they tell you that people figured it out hundreds of years ago, so you can't even question them. You just need to believe it on good faith.
Yeah, I get what you're saying. So you're saying just everyone's wrong, and like it's actually just flat. Like we just.
Was that hard to believe? How many religious people are there in the world?
I mean, religion has some bearing to it, some truth, some of it.
So at its logic level, if everyone believes something that is not true, then everybody in that belief is wrong, right?
Yeah, if it's not true, then everyone's wrong. Yeah.
Yeah. So it doesn't matter if it's about flat Earth or pick another topic. If everyone has a wrong assumption and it's
Yeah.
factually wrong, then they're just wrong. Then, yeah.
Yeah. I'm just asking, like, what is
wrong.
the flat Earth opinion on this? Like, why do they tell people the Earth is round? Like,
I don't
it's
know.
not.
Look, we've been saying repeatedly they just believe it. So
Yeah,
if
okay.
you're told from somebody who believes it, and they're told from somebody who believes it, somebody else learns from them who also believes it, it's just a bunch of people believing a thing, and nobody decided, hey, I'm going to go figure this out. I'm
Yeah,
not going to check it.
That's right. People have no reason to ask or to confirm or double check because they have a belief that everybody already knows and believes it's true.
Yeah. But like, how do we, like, if all of our navigation systems are based on the Earth being round, right? Like, how does
They're not.
Oh, it's not.
No.
Well, I guess to my point would to like bring it in simply, right? Is like, how do you fly a plane, around the planet?
Well, here's what's
Over
happening.
a flat horizontal plane.
Yeah, the airplane is being negotiated over that flat horizontal plane, but they portray spherical coordinates to you, like on a screen.
Yeah. I just don't think how come we haven't found an edge then? Well, how come there's no like edge in recorded history? Because like
If there
humans
was
would
an
have
edge, what
sailed
would you
throughout
do?
all of history.
If there
Like,
was an
turn
edge,
around.
what would you do?
Either fall off it or turn around.
Why would you fall off?
Because it's like a waterfall, I guess. I don't know.
That's what you believe, man. You believe this
Well, if it's flat,
story. Like this is what our ancestors used to believe, and they show you this ridiculous cartoon of a ship falling off the edge. What was pulling that ship down? You never even stopped to ask the question.
Gravity.
Okay,
From
what's
what?
gravity?
I don't know. Universe. I don't know. Bro, like if the Earth is flat, there's an edge, right?
As your fucking globe, dude. Like, you gone to school and they told you, here's what it is. and then now you're
Yeah.
coming to us with questions that you don't even have you don't even have your own questions. You've got questions that's been given to you by somebody else to come ask us with images and ideas that's not ours, and then somehow you want to extract that straw man from us, and we're not trying to give it to you.
Right, this is a genuine question. I'm not trying to rage bait.
I know, but you're asking preloaded questions.
Sure, but bro,
here's
like,
the
if
thing,
the Earth is flat, there's
It's not
gotta
a
be an
genuine
edge.
question.
It
It's
is
not
a
a
genuine
genuine
question.
question. No, it's not.
What do you mean? Yes, it is.
If there was an edge to a disc floating in space, would you fall off?
I think so. You probably can't. What happens when you
pull
reach
you
the
down?
edge, bro? What would happen? What would happen to the edge?
What would pull you down?
Would you just float off into space then? I don't know.
So why would
I've
you
never
fall
been
down?
to the edge.
You see
I know,
water
that's what-
falling off the edge of a flat Earth. So why would that? Why would you have that image in your head when you believe in outer space?
I don't know. It's a good question. I don't know. Look,
Does your
you know,
room
I
have an
think.
edge? Hey, does your room have an edge?
Well, does my room have an edge? What do you mean?
Yeah, does your room have an edge?
Yeah, like the door.
Yeah. Well, okay, the door is one thing. I'm pretty sure your entire room isn't surrounded by doors.
Surrounded by walls.
Yeah. Okay, so how do you
Sure.
fall out of your room?
Well, it's not. What do you mean?
Exactly what I mean. If the room that you exist in, or at least the one that you sleep in every night, has an edge, and you don't fall out of your room ever,
Sure.
all right, same thing. Why
Okay,
would
sure,
you
but-
automatically conclude
Alright.
that if there's an edge, it must be the case that you would fall off? When
Okay,
your
sure.
room has an edge, you never.
Okay, cool. There's a big difference between my walls and like more space and more land outside the edges of my room, right? If we're talking about the
You
edge
get
of
out
the
of your
planet,
room, and
there's no
then
more
what else
planet.
is there? The rest
Right.
of your house, and then your house has an edge, and then town.
Yeah, so
You travel
Right,
outside of town, and you go to the next one, and you go to the next one, and then you're like, "Fuck, I need to go back home," and then you go back home, and then you never actually travel anywhere except for where you want to go. You never reach the edge, so then why would you have to conclude that, oh man, there's no edge?
Bro, I'm asking you if the Earth's flat, would there be an edge? You're a flat earther. Can you not just answer the question?
Then I'm saying it's simply, right?
Like,
It's
you're literally
flat.
like throwing back like these arguments that my room has an edge. That's not the same.
Surface has nothing to do with the extremities of the world. The
I'm
Earth can
asking.
be flat and
It's
still
flat
have.
Earth. You're making claims about the world. What do you mean?
I'm just making a claim about the surface.
Point and center. That's all.
Well, bro, explain it then.
It's
Explain it
not
then.
near me. It's not
You're
near
making
you.
a claim that the world is flat, okay? The entire
Yeah.
world is flat. You're making
is.
claims that it's
I
flat and no other claims about the world, right?
Absolutely.
So is there an edge? If it's flat, what do flat things have? They have edges.
Are you sure?
Yes.
What would the edge be?
The ending of it.
Okay. So then the ending of it is farthest from center. It's out there somewhere. You just ain't been there. I ain't been there. Neither of us have experienced it. Do you want to
Yeah,
go
I
talk?
just think we as humanity would have found it. That's the thing.
They say there's an edge of the universe, Rain.
Sure, yeah.
Yeah, where's the edge?
Well, we're not talking about the universe. We can't explore it yet, can we?
Universe, because it'd be the
That's
same
exactly
thing.
what we're talking about.
Sure, I'm talking about the world. Can you not answer my
Yeah,
world?
that's exactly what we're talking about. The known universe.
You have a concept of the way everything is organized and the existence of everything. And
Sure,
it
yeah.
has an edge. You don't know where it's at. You haven't been there. You haven't experienced it. But I say that it's not your formation of reality, right?
Right.
Ever expanding vacuum is not the case. Big Bang is not the case. Outer space is not the case. And the Earth is
Right.
the floor of all of existence. And yes, there would be an extremity to the room that we're in. We haven't been there. And then now you're losing your shit.
I'm not losing any shit. I'm chilling, to be honest.
But then why do you keep trying to strum the guitar string on Where's the Edge?
Because genuinely, like, if the Earth is flat, there should be an edge. Like, what is your
Yeah, and I've said
theory on
over
that?
and over and over, there would be a extremity because somewhere
You haven't
there
said it
would
over
be
and over to me, to be
an
honest.
endpoint, the farthest from center. There
It
is
seems
no
like you guys get rage baited a lot, and like when someone comes with genuine questions, you're just going to assume I'm rage baiting you because I'm asking very generic
everybody
questions about
comes
flat
in with the
Earth.
same NPC questions and the same,
Yeah, bro, you're flat earthers. What do you expect?
questions. And then whenever they actually get, questioned on why they're asking us or why they believe what they believe,
Just
they
give me an
spiral.
answer. I'm not even trying to give you. I'm taking.
Let me interrupt. You know, I find it interesting that you would think that we're crazy because you just did.
I never called you crazy. Never called you crazy.
Yeah, well,
Never
no, you
called
said,
you crazy.
what do you expect? You're flat earthers. So right there,
Of course, people are gonna rage bait you. Yeah, people are gonna rage bait you. You're a flat earther. Yeah, people are gonna rage bait you. That's what happens.
So, and that's, as you see, we don't tolerate that, nor do we tolerate any appearance of that.
Yeah, but you think I am for asking you a genuine question. Of course, someone's gonna ask you if the Earth is flat. Where's the edge?
Every time you ask the same question for the last 20 minutes now.
Okay.
I've been asking for 20 minutes. What's the edge?
You can't figure out that if there is an edge that nobody's been able to go there. If that's not a good enough answer, I don't know what is. So
I just okay.
There's your answer, my friend. I don't know what else he can tell you.
Rain, listen to me, buddy. Listen for a
What
second.
if I tell you I don't know where the edge is? Then what?
That's okay. That's fine. That's at least that's an answer, buddy. Like, holy fuck.
Okay, so I don't know where the edge is. The Earth still measures flat.
Yeah, cool. The Earth measures flat. Yeah, I understand that's your big claim to like your whole point here. Right. I'm asking you, like, we as humans have obviously spent a lot of time traveling our planet, right? Why is
we
no one
don't
found
assume
it?
anything. We don't assume anything. You're assuming we
assume
don't.
anything? We do, though. We have done that. There's a lot of evidence for that.
I know there's a lot of evidence of people assuming things. That's what we're trying to get away from. We're trying to
There's
get
a lot of evidence that people have traveled the planet.
What?
There's lots of evidence that people have traveled the planet, man.
No.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It's not a planet, for one. Yes, people travel, for two. And then why is it that you conclude no one has gone and seen the so-called edge if you're only going to include the information that's been given to you?
What do you think it is then? Do you think it's just an infinite plane, flat plane? What's your thoughts?
No, I done did like 3 or 4 times now that it's finite, dude.
It's finite, so where does it end?
We don't know.
Well, if you're a flat earther, what's your theory?
Oh my god, you just said that. You just said I don't know is a good enough reason, bro. So now why are you getting upset?
I'm asking what his reason is. I don't know why he's upset. Like, it's a genuine question.
What did I say? Okay, what did I say? Give me a synopsis of what I said.
Bro, I asked you. Okay. Actually, I don't really want to give you a synopsis. You're breaking up a lot, to be honest. Like, you're hard to, like, really hear. But you met my first question with questions, and you've been asking me questions. I asked very basic questions. And you called them NPC questions, and then I'm rage baiting you.
Yes, they are. Because if you sit in this channel,
Yeah, 100% they are.
hear everybody issue the same question, and if it's the case that everybody feels like they're given the same question out of their same minds, and they didn't get their questions from anybody else, then what's going on?
Yeah. Of course. That makes sense. You're in a Flat Earth Discord channel where you ask Flat Earth stuff. It makes sense that they're going to ask you the same question.
Why don't you ask
Same
us
thing in the Christian
how do we
channel,
know the
same
Earth is flat?
thing in the Muslim channel.
Why don't you ask us how do we know the Earth is flat?
Well, you know, I was going to get to that, but you know, I wanted to add a very basic question. I want to see how you guys would handle it.
If you were really genuine, you would be more concerned with that question than asking us silly questions like what's our theory.
Well, no, I think I'm starting from a good basis of why have I been told my entire life that the world is a globe. Like, that's a great place for me to start personally.
You believe in authority. That's what you believe in.
Sure, yeah. Okay, I wanted your explanation for that. If that's what you think, then fine. That's all I came to ask, right? That was like the foundation, and I got met with 100 other questions from all of you.
Well, if I say I don't know where the edge is, then why are you going to continue to ask about it?
Well, then I want to understand, like, before you say you're going to measure the Earth flat, right? Like, before we get back to the realms of like the map, right? What is the world then, in your opinion? Because like this is very basic stuff, right? Because I believe the world is a globe. You believe the Earth measures flat.
Sorry.
If there is no edge, how come? If there is an edge, how come we haven't found it? If there is no edge, how come we can only find what we know now?
What if some people have and we're just not allowed to go there?
Well, that'd be fucking awesome, to be honest. Like,
Awesome, then. Your authority probably found it. They don't want to tell you because then you might like leave their little known area that they want you to stay in.
well, yeah, I mean, like, there's like, is that the theory? Like, is it like your theory?
No, there's no theory behind it, man. You're the one wanting a story. You want a cool story, and I'm not going to give it to you.
I don't want a cool story. I want to know what your theories are about, like, the world. If it's okay, if it's flat, what does that mean? You know what I mean? Okay, like, obviously you believe. Okay, obviously you believe the world is flat, right? You believe the world is flat.
It's not a belief. It's measured.
Okay, you know the world is flat. You know it's measured flat. Whatever, right? You know it's measured flat. What does that mean? What is the outcome of that for reality? That's what I'm more interested in.
It's not a globe. That means any claim that's based on the Earth being a sphere is false.
Sure.
If somebody has,
if it's not a sphere, then what is it?
Based on the Earth being a sphere, then why is it that they believe that way?
My question to you is, if it's not a sphere, then what is it? If it measures flat, what could it be?
It's a flat plane with topography, lights in the sky, trees on the surface, oceans, lakes, ponds. It's Earth. It's the same thing. It's exactly as you experience it.
Sure, but does it stop? Does it continue? Like, there's a lot of questions if you're making such a claim about the Earth.
I've only ever been where I've been to. You've only been where you've been to.
I feel like if I was a flat earther and like I genuinely believe this, like I would make it my life's goal to like go past it. You know what I mean?
Do
past the known world.
Yeah, how much do you think it
I
costs
believe
to
it's a globe.
explore? How much do you think it costs to explore?
I don't know. I would make enough money to go do that.
How much money do you think that would be?
To go explore, probably like you need to get a plane license and a plane. It's probably like a couple $100,000. You could do that in your lifetime. I think you could. Genuinely, it's not going to be that much.
Stop yelping. Just
I don't
do
think
it.
they're genuine, dude.
What do you mean? How much do you think it would cost?
Do it. Find out. You tell me.
No. You find out. You're the flat earther. I believe I'm just going to go in a circle.
You're the one wanting me to uphold a standard that I'm not upholding, and you're mad about it.
No, I just feel like if you believe this, like it would be obviously way too interesting not to go explore it.
I believe if you believe that the Earth was a sphere, you would have measurements to prove that the Earth was a sphere. And we keep asking you for measurements, and you keep not wanting to talk about that.
You haven't even asked me for a measurement.
We started off talking about how the Earth was flat, and then you wanted to talk about, why would, people believe the way they believe. And then you wanted to talk about edges, and then I'm talking about how the Earth being flat and edges don't have to correlate with one another, but somehow in your mind it must be that way. And then now you're wanting to say that
it must be. I'm asking what it is. What do you believe? That's what I'm asking you. I've never made an assumption about your beliefs.
Want to see everything because that's exactly what you would do.
I've
All right.
literally never made an assumption about your
You have
belief.
all the answers for the Earth being a sphere. Please give me one.
I am okay. Look, I've been told my entire life it's a globe. That's why I believe it's a globe.
That's why you believe, because you've been told.
A pretty honest answer, though, I think.
But yeah, genuinely, right? I come across this concept in this Discord called Flat Earth, right? And I want to, talk to them. That's it. Simple as that. If like I'm not really like too interested in like how you measure the Earth flat because I don't really know how you measure it around, right? So that's why I'm not super interested in your measurement, right?
You don't want to talk about the thing that would prove whether or not the Earth is a sphere or not.
I wouldn't say it
You want
proves
to
it
talk
for
about
me.
everything else.
Yeah, like okay, because like what's the difference to me? You know, there's not really going to be a difference.
Well,
If your measurement is clearly going to
if
tell
it
me that
doesn't
it's
mean
flat.
anything to you, then why are you here? If it doesn't mean anything,
'Cause, like-
why are you here?
To talk to you.
I know you want to talk to me.
Well, nothing will change because you already experience it exactly as we're describing, like flat and stationary.
Obviously.
So
Yeah,
nothing's going to change there. Just your knowledge or your belief system or whatever, all of that stuff will change. Maybe the way that you do your research and spend your time, the way that you think about things might change a bit. Critical thinking skills might change a bit. Yeah, who knows? It's different for everyone.
Maybe I understand like there's going to be a lot to get into with you know, why it's flat, right? Or like how you've managed to measure it. Like I think like if I'm asking flat earthers to prove why it's flat and they have this measurement thing, of course it's going to tell me it's flat, right? So to me it's kind of a moot point right now because I'm more interested right now in like what that means and like what the rest of it entails to you guys. That's my genuine curiosity.
Automatically, it's going to measure flat.
Well, that's what you're going to tell me, yeah.
That's base. Hell yeah. That is exactly what it's going to prove itself to be.
Well, that's what you're going to tell me. Yeah, like the flat Earth is going to have this thing to prove it's flat. Yeah.
If everything that you experience in the world around you shows that the Earth is flat, not moving, then why would you want to believe something opposite of that?
Look, I'm not here to argue the Earth isn't flat, right? Like, I'm really not. You know.
So then, why would you argue that the Earth is a sphere?
Yeah, Jimmy.
Because like,
if
I've never come to argue against it.
He did just insult us and insulted you there by saying that he's going to come in here and assume bad faith.
That's fine. He can make all the assumptions he wants. He can insult all he wants.
How am I insulting you?
But it is interesting.
How am I insulting you? Like, how am I insulting you? Like, genuinely.
So, Rain, what is it though? Here's the question that we keep coming back to with you: is we see this formula time and time and time again of people who come in here. They ask the same questions in the same scripted way as you've been told a couple times now, and then they always get to this point of what does it matter? And that's the interesting thing, because if it did matter, if it, to ask that question, why would somebody even come in here to ask that question? Because if they thought it didn't matter, they wouldn't even come in here. So I'm just curious, where is it that you get this list of questions from? Because it obviously come from somewhere to be in this exact order that we see probably 2 to 3 times every day for the last probably 5 years at least.
I'm not colluding with anybody if that's what you're suggesting. Like, it's probably coming from the idea that I've been taught that the Earth is a globe, and that's all I've known since I was a child, right? So me coming in here and like hearing that the flat earthers have this method to prove that it's flat is obviously going to be, you're going to show me how you measure it flat, right?
Okay, so you're not.
But I haven't come here to argue.
Obviously, some sort of brainwashing going on for all of you sheep to have the same questions in the same order of events, and then to finally nullify the conversation with, "Well, I don't care."
No, I'm willing to hear you out about your like how you measure it flat. Sure, we can get into that at some point. I genuinely am more curious about the other stuff, though. That's why I came to ask.
Well, we talk about flat Earth in here and our measurements, so you're in for a treat.
Yeah.
So one such measurement was at Lake IJssel in the Netherlands. A group called FE Core Field Engineers Core, they're an independent research group. They conducted a long-distance laser engineering test over Lake IJssel. This measures about 25 miles across, or 40 kilometers. So they positioned their laser at one end, 1.5 meters high. And they positioned a target at the other end, 1.5 meters high. They took measurements of the water, of the surface, I should say, and of the air. And the laser was able to shine a beam onto its target. the target was able to see the beam. And not just like a beam dispersion, but the actual centroid, the very middle of the beam. So if Earth is a globe, there'd be 90 meters of curve, of a hump in the way. Instead, there were no meters.
You look, bro, I'm probably too much of a sheep. My brain is too small to understand, like, how the measurement like that works, because like that doesn't make sense to me. I don't know. Like, genuinely, I don't know how that proves it.
I think like some basic context, is that what you're looking for? About what we mean by
Yeah. Treat me like I'm an actual like baby.
Hold on one second, my wife's just calling me. Back in a second.
Oh, good, bro. Treat me like I'm a baby, bro. Like, treat me like I don't know shit, because I probably don't, and probably don't. Because like I understand, like obviously a lot of the world is flat, like from our perspective, right? Also, the what I find really interesting, the photos of Earth are like Photoshop from space, right? I find that interesting. But I don't understand what you mean with this laser thing. Like, I don't understand like how that denotes it. Like, you're gonna have to explain the context as to why that would be proof.
Do you realize you just said treat me like a baby, and then talk about space, and then return flabbergasted to lasers not having curvature on the surface?
Yeah.
Where are you going?
I'm just having a conversation with you, man. Is that so hard to believe? Like,
What's the radius of the sphere that you believe in?
I don't know.
What's the distance to the horizon on the sphere you believe in?
I don't know. I haven't come here to argue that the Earth is round.
So how do you falsify the claims that
I'm not
you've
trying to
been told?
falsify anything that you've telling me. I'm not trying to falsify it at all. Stop assuming that I am. I've told you how many times now?
Okay, so
How many times now, man? How
claim
many
that the
times?
radius value is 3,959 miles. So
Sure.
that would mean that the distance to the horizon should be 1.2 times the square root of the observation height in feet. That'll give you the distance to the horizon in miles. If you go out and you make your own observation and you see farther than what that claims, you are not looking at the radius value of the Earth that they claim. And then when you watch the horizon change distances to you, then you are not looking at a sphere, you're looking over a flat plane with visibility changing your distance based on the environment.
That doesn't
So
make sense.
your sphere from school is falsified by math and reality. You being on a sphere is falsified by reality itself. The horizon being the conjunction of the earth and the sky, objects are supposed to be disappearing bottom up due to the ground, its shape, causing obstruction, similar to you and your buddy standing on a hill. Walk away from each other, and the hill is now in between the two of you, and your feet are covered, and then your waist is covered, and now you're only staring at each other's heads, peeking over the hill.
Yeah.
It doesn't happen with the horizon. You can see like boats disappear bottom up. There's plenty of reasons and why that happens, and it is not the case that it has to be due to the ground. You could put a little sailboat on a driveway that's flat and then lay down on the ground and watch the boat disappear bottom up because the heat from the concrete begins to distort the base of the boat. You can put a coffee can on the floor in your house, walk away and lay down, and then you'll see that as you get further away from the coffee can, the base of that coffee can will disappear because its angular size is shrinking.
Yeah. Like, bro, I don't know. Like, I don't know shit about measuring anything. You know what I mean? Like,
This is even easier than that, right? Because, like, I'll give you an example. If we have a 10-mile body of water, let's say we have a 10-mile lake. Doesn't matter. It could be any.
wait, I don't use miles. What's like? What's in kilometers?
Okay. 10 miles is like 16 kilometers.
All right. Yeah. Gotcha.
Okay, and over 16 kilometers, there should be 66 foot of curvature, which would be like 1/3 of that would be in meters, so like 22 meters of curvature. Okay, that's kind of like a 6-story building, 7-story building. Okay, so if we go to a 10-mile lake and just say I was standing on one side of the lake and you were standing on the other side of the lake on the shoreline, I shouldn't be able to zoom in across the lake and wave at you or see you. But
wait, how much curvature should it have? You said
22 meters. Like you would have to be 23 meters tall, and then I would just be able to see the top meter of you, you know, giant head sticking out over the horizon. So yeah, like, but what we find is that there's zero curvature, right? We can go out and test any 10-mile body of water, and there's zero curvature. But on the globe, you would have to have that 22 meters of curvature over that 16-mile distance. And then we go try double that distance, okay? Because it's exponential, because you've got to square it. So over 20 miles, there would be 266 foot. So whatever, what's that in? 200. So 20 miles, that's like 30 kilometers approximately. And then that would be 266 foot of curve. So it's like 80 meters or something like that, 85 meters. But once again, we can just zoom in and we can see the shoreline clearly, and we just see flat water the whole way across the 20-mile body of water. That's not possible on a globe. You have to have that curvature there if the Earth's a globe, because of gravity, because of the way that it's explained to work on the globe model. And we can test that over and over again. We can go to different countries, different places, and then we could shoot lasers across. We could shoot radio signals across. All sorts of different ways. And this has been done hundreds of times. It's been done by engineers, PhDs, all sorts of people have gone out and done these tests, and some of them trying to debunk flat Earth, right? And becoming flat Earthers in the process. But yeah, it's just about testing the claims that should be there if the Earth's a globe. And then in the context of what flat Earth means, it's just large distances that don't have any curvature. It's like a surface description, rather than, we're not claiming to know the shape of the Earth. We're not claiming the Earth's a flat planet. We're just saying, hey, the surface of the Earth seems like it's a topographical plane. Like topographical, like it has like landscapes and mountains and stuff. But most of the surface that we know about is covered in water. 70% of the globe, they say, is covered in water. And if water's flat on the surface, then it can't possibly be what they're telling us. So then you would probably start digging into, okay, how can I refute these tests that are being done? Because you can go and do it yourself, or you could just go online and like look throughout all of history. Anyone up until this time throughout all of history that's actually gone out and validated that the water is actually curving over distance, and you're going to get disappointed. The more you look into it, the more holes you're going to find in the globe model, right? You're going to find it's a whole bunch of it. It's more of a mathematical concept. And that's how it was originated, conceptually rather than actually empirically.
Okay, you explained it in a decent way. Like the lake analogy is a good analogy. Because I'm terrible at math. I'm not gonna like pretend I'm good at it and like measuring, and like I'm not an engineer or anything. So, the concept of it even measuring around is like, I'm not here to argue that. Like genuinely. And yeah, I'm not trying to be like, like if it's around, like if you guys believe this and you just believe in all these like wacky conspiracy theories, no, not at all. I'm genuinely curious about like what that would be then, because fair play. Like, why don't I just go out and like test if it is? It's just, I don't know. Like,
you don't need to, and we're not even trying to convince you. We're just showing you some information, and then like encouraging people to think critically and weigh up the information if you want to. If not, that's cool. But look, here's some doors you might not have looked through. Here's here's some tests in the real world. You can go and repeat them. And we're trying to sort of help people understand, which you already admitted, that like they just believe that the Earth's a globe because that's what we're fed from a young age. And then it gets reinforced by teachers and college professors and stuff, and they're just regurgitating the information as well. Most people have never gone out and tested it. Like we talk to physicists and engineers, satellite engineers, all sorts of people come through here, mathematicians, and they suck at providing empirical evidence that the Earth's a globe. They're just good at memorizing the books of bullshit that they studied.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah.
But then there's a ton of questions. You'll be like, oh, what about this? And then you'll think of something else. You'll be like, oh, what about like the boats over the horizon claim? And we hear the same set of like 20 questions from pretty much everyone that comes through here.
Sure, yeah. Yeah. That's a very fair reason to believe it, right? You guys are believing this based off like empirical, evidence. Like you're making your measurements, you're doing your stuff. Like what do you think about these explanations though? Like that measure it around, you know what I mean? Like curvature of, I don't know, like eyesight and stuff like that, or like sea level.
Yeah, sea level, according to the globe earthers, is why the water would be curving at a specific rate because of gravity. So that's why that curvature would have to be there if the Earth's a globe. Whereas we would use the proper definition of level, or different definition would be like actually just a flat surface. Kind of like if you wanted to level a section of land to build a property on, you're not going to make it curve, obviously. You're going to make it perfectly flat, right? And that's what leveling something means. So we would say that it's just horizontal. Just like what we experience, right? To have a large body of water, you need to have a container, whether it be a pool or a pond or a lake or a bucket, whatever. You need to have a container, obviously. You can't put the water on the outside of the bucket. That's retarded.
Sure.
Okay, but they'll tell us that all of the oceans are sticking to the outside of a globe, and then they'll have like a magical solution for all of these things that defy logic and common sense. Being gravity, which they, where does gravity come from? What is gravity? Oh, they say, well, we have no idea. We just know it has to exist, right? Otherwise, you can't have all of these things.
Yeah.
But yeah, so if you have gravity, that means that 22 meters of curvature over a 16-mile lake has to be there. And if it's not there, then that debunks quite a lot of things that we get taught about this reality.
That's a great point. Like, because like gravity, right? Like, so what would you just believe? Like, I'm not going to make the claim that you guys don't believe gravity exists, but like, do you believe? Like,
we believe gravity, depending on how you define it. Okay, so if you're just defining gravity as that things fall, if you lift them up and drop them, like most things will just fall. Yeah, if you're just thinking that that's what gravity is, then sure. We agree with that happens, but if people start saying it's because the Earth's a globe and it's a big mass, and then that mass is attracting other masses towards it, like that's different, right? That's like a different claim. That's something you're not going to be able to prove, like in an experiment. That's something you have to have that type of gravity to have a globe, and then you have to have a globe to have that kind of gravity. It's kind of something that it's like a globe thing. Right. In reality, we would say we live on a flat plane. That's kind of, you could think of it kind of like the foundation or the basement or whatever, or the floor of this system that we live in. And then, we have celestial bodies in the sky that are like lights in the sky that move like a big giant clock. And they're responsible for daytime, nighttime, seasons, a whole bunch of other things. But gravity, like, why does something sink when you lift it up and it's more dense than the air? Like, air is a very light medium. So if you lift something up, most objects are more dense than the air, so they're going to sink through the air, and they're going to go back to where they were, basically. Like if you have a rock sitting on the ground, it's never going to move ever, unless something comes along and like displaces it. So if you displace it, it's just going to sink back down to where it was. Just say it was not a rock, it was a helium balloon. Okay, it's going to go up because it's actually less dense than the air. And then if you change the medium from air to something else, the object's going to behave differently. Like you can drop a tennis ball through the air, it's going to sink. But if you drop a tennis ball in a medium of water, it's going to go up because it's less dense than the water. So yeah, it's pretty easy to explain why things like go up or down, like rise or sink on a flat Earth. On a globe, you need to bring in magical forces and things like that.
Things like gravity, right? Yeah, I kind of get it. Is your basis of reality just based on like what you can see with your own eyes? Then, like, is that
no?
What
because if the
means?
Earth was a globe, you would still experience the Earth as flat and stationary anyway. So you would have to go and test the things to find out further. So we got kind of like an axiom or like a baseline. It's like everyone experiences the Earth as flat and stationary, but they say, "Oh, you're so small." And the globe's so big that you just experience it as flat anyway. But really, it's a ball. Really, it's curving. So we go looking at, we're like, okay, if it's a ball, then what characteristics or byproducts of that curvature would be present in nature? And that would be a physical geometric horizon that, like boats go over the horizon argument, or things, things get hidden by the curvature of the Earth, that kind of thing. So we can go and easily test for that in reality. But most people don't know how big the Earth is. Like you say, oh, what's the radius? Most people are like, oh, I have no idea. I'd have to Google it. And if we say how much curvature there is over 16 kilometers, they'll say, oh, that's not a big enough distance because the Earth's so big. That's not big enough distance to test. And then we'll say, oh, how much curvature would there be over that distance? And they're completely clueless. If we ask them to guess, they'll say some completely incorrect answer. Yeah, we're just like, first thing flat earthers do generally is like learn a ton about the globe that most people don't really think about. The motions, the size, all of the geometry that would go along with it, that kind of thing. And then look at how they actually came up with that in the first place. And what you're going to find is it's not like they went out and did measurements and experiments. It's crazy people like Pythagoras and the people that came after him that were like mystic leaders of like the cult of Pythagoras, and they worshipped spheres, and they thought like the universe was a musical instrument, and the sky was like this big celestial sphere with the stars on the inside of this big giant celestial sphere. And then because that's a sphere and spheres are perfect, then the divine creator would have to have made the Earth a sphere as well. Otherwise, and then so the Earth must be a globe, and it's kind of crazy the way the globe came to become a thing. But we're just testing it out and seeing if it matches up with reality, and it doesn't.
Cool. Yeah, I totally respect that. I think it'd be really cool if the Earth is flat. Like, it'd be way better than it being a globe. That'd just be way more interesting. It's like reality to live in my opinion.
Definitely, man.
It's just cool. But like, how would you explain stuff like the southern stars and like the northern stars, for example? Like,
So there's two big like points, they're called celestial poles. So there's two points of motion in the sky where the stars seem to revolve around. Exactly how that, like, we don't make definitive claims about things we can't go and check. So a whole bunch of assumptions need to be made. But yeah, there's some, like, what exactly is a star? Like, the heliocentric model says all those stars that you can see in the sky, they're all like suns, these ridiculous distances away, and they're in a space vacuum. And all of this story that goes along with it, and there's all dark matter and diamond rain and diamond planets and all crazy claims. We say we're not sure. Like, we all observe the same thing. All the stars will just rotate around the celestial point, like depending if you're in the north or the south, or if you're at the equator, you see kind of like a mixture, kind of like a vortex, kind of like if you were to swish your hand through a pool in the water, and you'll see like a whirlpool spinning one way, and then on the other side it'll be spinning the other way. So whatever medium the sky's in, however the celestials work, like, I don't know, there's some crazy electromagnetic stuff going on up in the sky. I think people like to pretend they know more than they do actually know about it. Even the astrophysicists and stuff like that. There's a lot of guesswork, and they even admit that. But like if you're in a different place on the Earth, you have a limited range of perspective, and you can only see a certain distance around you, and things will kind of like project into your field of view in a sense. Kind of like if you stand, just say you're out in the ocean, and you can only see like a certain distance in every direction, so you're seeing like a big circle. like the horizon might be 5 miles in every direction. So you look around 360 degrees, it's just a big circle of vision. And then if a plane was to come from, say, in front of you, and you're going to see it, it's going to look like it comes up from the horizon, right? Due to perspective, it's going to make a big arc over the top of your head, and it's going to fly away and do the same thing in the other direction. Even though that plane was the same altitude, because of the way our perspective works, it looks like a big arc. So we kind of view the sky, the clouds, the sun, the moon, everything like in a big, like kind of like a dome of perspective, not a physical dome, but just due to the way our eyes work. Because things get lower in the distance when they move away from you. So yeah, there's a lot of mysteries about the sky. We definitely don't claim to have a counter claim for every single claim that the heliocentric model makes, but we're just testing what we can validate. Because if we made a claim about the specific claim about the stars, like what's a star? We're like, it's like an electromagnetic orb, it's like solar luminescence and blah, 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 it's frequencies. And you'd be like, can you prove that? And we'd be like, well, and then we would get,
It's hard to really prove something you've never been to, right? Like,
well, it's too high for us to get to. So it's there's gonna be assumptions and stuff like that have to go into it. Like when they measure the distance to the sun on the globe model, right? They had to make a bunch of assumptions. They had to assume that Venus was the same size as the Earth, and a whole bunch of assumptions get thrown into all of the mathematics that are behind the globe.
Not to sound like not to this, we probably get asked all the time, but how does that like fit in with like humanity saying, "Oh, we've been to the moon, we've been to space"? Like,
yeah, well,
does that change anything? Like, because like if we've been to space and we've been to the moon, then like, I don't know, like does space change that sort of at all?
Yeah, we would say outer space, as we get told in the heliocentric model, is impossible to have a big vacuum of space and then to have a planet Earth that's covered in water and gas inside a big giant space vacuum that's 100,000 more times powerful than any vacuum chamber we can create on the Earth. It goes against natural laws. It's not something we can demonstrate. It just exists as a theoretical concept, basically a mathematical model. Yeah, so like the moon landings, I don't know if you've actually had a good look at the footage. There's some good films out there, not even made by flat earthers, right? Just like experts in certain fields of like camera work, photography, and they're calling bullshit on it. And then on top of that, the actual footage looks ridiculously fake as well. It looks kind of like like a studio. And when you see the lunar thing orbiting around the moon, it looks like a little model inside a studio. The way it moves is very unnatural. And then you've got
I agree. Like they're sus. Yeah.
And they were kind of like fighting for, world power in the sense of like, oh, we're the first country that can get to the moon, and we're in this space race with Russia.
Yeah.
We want to be seen as the country that can do what no other country can do. America, rah rah rah. So yeah, I think that they faked the moon landings because of so many different reasons. Even if I thought the Earth was a globe, I would call bullshit on the moon landings.
Same. Yeah, like Buzz Aldrin even said it was fake. Like he straight just said it.
Exactly. He leaks little things, whatever he can say without getting himself freaking killed by the CIA or whatever.
Yeah, right. Like crazy.
Little bits and pieces. Yeah, but at the end of the day, like it's information that we can't verify or validate 100%. It's belief. Like you could believe it or not believe it. You're never going to be able to go and check it. Whereas we say, we can go and you can go to a lake. You can buy a $400 camera and go to a lake and zoom in across the lake and validate if that curvature is there and go test the shit out of the actual surface of the Earth over and over and over again. Try to find the curve. Yeah, big difference. It's like empirical evidence versus faith-based claims.
Yeah. Well, it's like obviously there's going to be like a billion reasons why it's round. You know what I mean? And like there's going to be some very strong reasons as to why it's flat. I'm assuming. Like, what would kind of make you say that you were wrong? Like, what is missing?
Yeah, curvature. Curvature. That's all we need. It has to be there. It's like the prerequisite for the Earth being a globe. Just a sec, I just got to go on mute because my wife's asking me a question.
All good, man.
Anyway, we talk to younger generations all the time, and It's shocking to find out that many of the people we talk to, they haven't looked at the original Apollo moon mission movies and photographs. They haven't done it. Like those of us older folks who were maybe born not too long after those missions took place, we were surrounded with this stuff in our childhood, and there was controversy then even growing up. But yeah, like the Zoomers today, a lot of them haven't even bothered to check, but they believe that the Apollo moon missions were real. So we encourage them to go check. And often when they do, they come back to us and say, "Oh my gosh, I can't believe I bought that horse shit." Looks so bad.
Yeah. It looks fake. I think it's fake, to be honest. I think a lot of space stuff's fake, like genuinely. Like, I don't know, like even just being believing the Earth is a globe right now, right? Like the whole Katy Perry going to space, I think that's all CGI. Like that's gonna be fake. Like there's a few things, man. Like
yeah, it's like a propaganda.
Yeah. Like I understand, like maybe I'm coming in here being like, I don't really want to hear about the measurement. Like I just don't understand it. Well, like, he's making great points, but I don't know. Like, how does this might be a funny question, maybe not funny, but like, how does flat Earth fit into like religion? You know what I mean? Like,
yeah. Well, most of the world religions are like the old religions are. Yeah. They all describe a flat cosmology. Christianity through Judaism, the Babylonian cults all had a flat Earth cosmology. The ancient Norse and their pagan myths, they believed in a flat Earth as well. The Vedic texts from India are flat. The Egyptian texts are all flat. Ancient China was flat. In fact, the Chinese were flat Earthers until the 1600s.
Yeah.
So we are really at a curious point in human history where we don't accept the flat Earth as a culture, as a species.
Yeah.
All of our forefathers, our ancestors were flat Earthers.
Yeah. Good point. That's really true. That is a great point. Because it would be really funny
all
if,
the
like,
water going to fall off the sides?
Yeah, it doesn't fall off the side, does it? It's contained.
What if the Earth is flat, just not from our dimensional perspective? What if it is a sphere, but it's technically flat, and we just see it as a sphere because we see wrong?
That'd be interesting. So that'd be like a 4 spatial dimensions, right? Like a hypersphere.
No, dimensions aren't like outside of each other. They're packed on top of each other. Our perception just determines the dimension that we essentially, like, quote unquote, live in.
Well, right. So in this case, it is a 4th spatial dimension that we don't perceive, but is nonetheless there. You could have a curving radius.
Well, cosmology dictates that there are infinite dimensions stacked on top of each other. Well, not really stacked on top of each other, just folded into each other or out from each other.
I don't know if it dictates it, but...
Well, it's kind of the prevailing theory. Like, you can't...
Yeah, until you get down to the Planck scale, and you're like, fuck, what do I do now?
Well, that's why there's we're just in a glass box in a laboratory theory.
Yeah, like a terrarium.
Yeah.
Yeah, so listen, I mean, we measure Earth flat. Even geodetic surveyors who are paid to measure a globe measure it flat first, and then they calculate it into a ball based off of a chosen coordinate reference system. Like pilots, when they fly their planes over a flat Earth, their coordinates on a screen show a ball that's spinning underneath them, but they're flying over a flat Earth. And all of their measurements, all the instrumentation, like the inertial navigation system, it's taking physically flat Earth measurements the entire time.
Well, no, it's not. There's a computer system in it that actually predicts the curvature of the Earth based on...
Oh, it predicts, the Air Data Inertial Reference Unit, right? So when that thing is spun up on the tarmac, you have to provide latitude, or it has to be given a latitude entry. Yeah. And at that point, it'll take your location, and it will calculate your position for WGS84.
It's just a line on a graph based on how high you are. It's not really that complicated.
Well, yeah, and it's not measuring a globe Earth.
No, it's not. It's measuring how high you are, and then it's calculating based off of how high you are the curvature of your flight path.
Well, yeah, the curvature is called the transport rate, the rotation, and that's calculated in order to provide a coordinate system on a globe that doesn't exist.
There is curvature.
Well,
but
that's funny
because
it's not measured; it's calculated.
Okay, there's curvature in our perception. The Earth is flat, but it is round to us because, and let me hear me out here. Any significant mass, due to like entropy in the glass box theory, essentially, is like slowly leaking out at the center. Like that's why suns slowly get smaller, and planets get smaller, and everything it's like at the very center of each planet there's a very 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 small Planck scale hole where something's leaking out. Someone's
story.
like draining us for energy.
That's a cool story. So, is
bad.
gravity reversing entropy?
Well, gravity is more of a byproduct of entropy.
Really? So, do you
Yeah.
believe that gravity is compressing gas towards the surface of Earth?
No.
So then, what's containing the gas in the infinite space vacuum?
Gravity doesn't do anything. It just affects perception.
Oh, so then, what is the role of gravity then when it comes to the atmosphere? Does it have any effect at all?
Yes, perception is like the state of the universe.
Not
like
a perception. Any physically measurable effects?
Okay, no. Think of it like this. You put something near a black hole and you take a picture of it with any camera, any sensor, what does it look like? It doesn't change in shape, but the perception of it changes.
What, like on a computer?
Anything.
nobody's
You can
ever
take
done
you can look at it. You can look at something through just a magnifying glass, or I mean a telescope, that's next to a black hole, and it warps its shape. It doesn't physically warp its shape. It warps the perception of it. It's because
really?
a black hole is just a larger hole in the fabric of reality, or the big glass box we live in.
How do you know that there's gravity around a black hole?
There isn't. Gravity's not real. It's like the force of entropy.
The force of entropy, so it's a force?
No, it's like nothing. It's like you poke a hole in the bottom of the pool. Like the suction isn't anything. The water's just falling.
So the air is just falling?
No, the nothing is falling. Space is. Energy.
Well, what about
anti-energy.
Then why isn't the gas that we're breathing exploding into the outer space vacuum?
Because it's a tiny, tiny Planck scale hole at the center of our planet and every other ball out there. Because it forms it by its very nature. And the mass dictates how fast that leaks. We can track this with math. This is an actual theory, by the way. Like this is like
yeah, but this doesn't make any sense because we can actually test the behavior of gas and know that it expands without work, without any energy.
Yes.
So if the space that we occupy within the universe is expanding, then
it's not.
Why is the gas? Well, it's not. Okay.
Okay, so it's more like, you know that force on a yo-yo when you throw it out and it's pulling back as it's going out? It's like, again, like imagine you have like a kiddie pool and you have it propped up and you swirl the water in it, and at the bottom you poke a hole. That swirling is our universe expanding. It's inconsequential. What's consequential is the hole at the center of literally everything.
Well, I mean, the hole doesn't have any space in it until it's filled up with the fluid that flows into it.
No, it's leaking out through it. It's like it's
What,
because
a
no glass box can be perfect. No glass box can like never have any leak whatsoever. You can't make a perfect structure that resists entropy. So the structure we live in is just slowly leaking, and that's what creates gravity.
So what prevents gas molecules from escaping into the vacuum of space?
Us spinning. The atmosphere being created by gravity and our centrifugal force.
All right, so wait, gravity causes the Earth to spin now?
Well, yeah.
Yeah, can you measure Earth's rotation? Like, is there a torque vector that we can analyze?
You can't really measure the force because you'd have to like build something really, really big to do that, or just have a different understanding of physics than we do at the current moment. But you
how do you know
you
the Earth
can
is
measure the speed of the rotation.
Yeah, how do you know it's the Earth turning and not the sky at night?
Because we rotate around and through different planets, and you can make a 3-dimensional model.
How do you know Earth is a planet?
Because we've like sent a lot of people into space, and they say it's a planet.
So is that the only way you know that Earth is a planet? Because we sent people to space.
I mean, you can like. There's also been like lots of like high altitude balloons and shit like that have taken pictures of like the entire curvature of the Earth.
Really?
I've never. This argument's falling apart. Holy fuck! You guys are right.
I'm kind of curious. How do you measure the curvature of the Earth in order to strike an orbit?
Wait, what?
Yeah, I mean, to put something
What did
in
you
orbit.
say? No, what did you say? I didn't hear it.
How do you measure the curvature of the Earth in the first place to have, orbital mechanics work?
I don't think we need to measure things for orbital mechanics to work.
Why not? If it's too big, then you don't accelerate enough.
Well, I'm just saying things are going to accelerate without us having any input. They did when we were monkeys.
Oh yeah, like what?
No. I'm just being facetious.
Yeah,
I've been just saying the Earth's been spinning long since before you perceived it to be.
That's a cool story. Now, how do you know it's spinning and it's not the starfield that's spinning? Oh, the astronauts. So how do you know how the astronauts measure the Earth in order to go out into space and orbit? Well,
Well, they don't really need to. You can just look at it.
How do
but that proves my perception
I take a telescope,
theory.
I look
Earth
at Jupiter,
is
and I
actually
see Jupiter's like Earth. Like, come on.
You know?
You've
It's
never
just
seen
round
the
to
globe.
us.
Like, you've never seen the globe. Nobody's ever seen the globe. And if you're shown a picture of it, you don't have enough knowledge to judge whether or not it's correct. So, has anyone ever measured the curvature of the Earth to know that it's a globe?
Yeah. A lot of people from different countries and stuff too.
I'd like one measurement. Please, for the love of God, can somebody get us a globe curvature measurement that we can verify?
I'm sure I can look that up.
Yeah, we've been looking for about 10 years as a community, and we talk to people through all walks of life. We record our conversations 24/7 and have for the past 10 years. And so far, they've been unsuccessful. So maybe you're the one, Neo. The entire cosmic distance ladder depends on this.
Cosmic distance ladder, what's that?
So this is the foundation for the astronomical unit, essentially, that provides the structure of distances for the solar system and the back-engineered supposed masses of the planets to explain their orbits using, Keplerian Galilean mechanics.
Okay.
Providing some kind of physical reality to them, even though.
Oh, the most common test to prove the Earth is curved is you can go on any spot on the ocean, and if you go far enough away, then the ships start to disappear on the horizon from each other.
That's a great urban myth. Everybody says this, but nobody can produce the results. What we do have is extensive evidence of a well-documented and well-understood marine layer. There's an inferior mirage that takes place very commonly just above the surface of the water, where the water is often evaporating, and you have a temperature differential between the air and the water that's below it. And this distortion is often confused for ships that are being gobbled up from the bottom up as they recede into this. And as they recede further, they recede into the atmospheric haze, subject to Rayleigh scattering. There's like an atmospheric fence, and
No, there's You can look up a
Yeah.
video of like the ship slowly. You can see like less and less of the ship.
No,
Right,
that's
right.
like I grew up on the coast. I grew up on the east coast of Australia on the Gold Coast, and we have like there's like a hub there where we have cruise ships that go out all the time, like giant ships. I grew up fishing a lot at the ocean and surfing a lot, sitting there waiting for fish or waiting for waves, watching the boats go out. What you see most of the time is just the ship will get smaller and smaller and smaller, and it'll just kind of like fade off into the distance. It'll get too
Yeah, because you
small
can't see it with
to be
your
able to
eyeballs. It's at like several
You
miles,
just
60,000 feet.
yeah.
You
So
need a
if
very
something was
powerful telescope to see it.
Okay, so in the side chat, I just put an example at 28 minutes after the hour, and now we have consumer grade cameras that have crazy zoom capabilities. So we can use these cameras, and it can look like the ship is gone, right? From when you're
That
just
is
standing
not
there
like 8
looking, and then
miles.
oh,
That is like
no.
that's
The
like
horizon
2.
should be at 3 miles away if you're 6 foot
No, I'm
tall and
saying
you're
this.
standing at the
No,
beach.
no, this effect occurs at like 8 miles away, is what they're saying.
Well, after 3 miles, the bottom of the boat should start to disappear if you're standing at the beach looking out, and that's well within the
So the
range
calculation
of not
I'm
even
looking at is 60,000 feet.
feet. No, I said 3 miles.
Yeah, that's like. I'm saying the
Yeah, so if
calculation
you're
I'm
6
looking
foot
at says
tall,
like it starts at 5.
kilometers.
I'm saying miles.
No. It doesn't start at 5 miles unless you go up higher. Like say you're like 12-foot height or something like that. It might be 5 miles. 6-foot height is 3 miles. I remember them teaching me this at school, but I've been researching this for a long time. I know it's 3 miles if you're 6 foot tall. And then at 3 miles, that should be the line where you can't see any more water, like where the horizon's defined as the line where the sky and the ground appear to
It'll
meet.
be easier
And
to
then-
see the effect if you're like up on something taller than 6 feet tall, though. Just get up on a platform.
I know, but we can get up. We've got observations all the way up to the height of airplanes where we can see orders of magnitude further than you would possibly be able to see if the Earth were a globe. We've got observations from 3 inches above the surface all the way up to the height of an airplane, where in every single instance, we can see so much further than you would possibly be able to see on a globe. And we can't find that curvature. We can't find that geometric horizon that should be there at a certain distance.
I'm like looking at videos of this right now.
Yeah, I just put some in the side chat there. If you think you've got a video where someone's done an observation and it matches up with the globe, then that's what we're looking for. But no one's ever been able to produce one that's legitimate. So if you think you have evidence of this kind of thing, then we'll go over it in good faith, right? We'll check all of the details, we'll analyze it critically, and we'll just come to a logical conclusion. But you'll be disappointed once it starts getting broken down, if you can find one. Because we've got thousands at this point where we have crystal clear conditions and we can zoom across like a 20-mile distance and we can see something completely unobstructed that should be hidden by the height of a skyscraper.
Have you like not been in an airplane?
Yeah, plenty of times. I like airplanes enough to have research.
What's an airplane? What's an airplane? Define airplane.
Oh, for fuck's sake.
It just doesn't even look flat.
What, through 3 panes of glass on the passenger side?
I've looked out of open windows while flying. I have family members who are pilots.
Yeah, so if Earth is a globe, you might not still be high enough to see the curvature, right? Because if you're seeing horizon
absolutely have
curvature,
seen the
then there's something wrong.
Both on land and on sea.
Which way? Curvature like left and right, or curvature forward and backwards?
Are you retarded?
No, I'm not. It's a very important question.
Just can't help some people.
Well,
bro, don't
Google
don't-
it.
That's
Google-
just an
Google
that's an
correction.
ad hom, my friend. Yeah, that's if you
left.
can't answer the question properly.
left.
Like if you then you start insulting people instead of answering their question. It's an ad hominem fallacy. Like try not to do that. You're having a good faith conversation up until that point. Okay, if it's a fact that you would only be able to see 0.1% of the surface of the Earth from the height of a plane at 40,000 feet. That's not high enough mathematically to even see any curvature. I've flown all over the world, and you don't see curvature from a plane, man.
Listen, so from the beginning, when I was child, I studied everywhere I see. They say the Earth is oblate shepherd, which is kind of like round, and you're saying it's flat. That's weird, and that means the Google is lying. Everyone is lying. So it's flat now, right?
क्या जाओ नहीं ना यार जो सही है
Dude, I'll just put footage, like a time lapse footage from a flight in the side chat. Even from like 5 times that height, they say you wouldn't be able to see curvature. Even astrophysicists say that from 300,000 feet height, you wouldn't see curvature of the Earth. Relax, bro. MSK, chill, man. Calm down, sir. Please calm down.
I'm calm, man. You can give your
Remain
explanation
calm.
to my question. All right, dude. Don't worry.
I'm like actually like amazed. Like I'm like you guys are actually on. Like I'm not even trolling. Like that guy's argument fell apart in like 2 minutes. Like, that was actually crazy.
The guy said the gravity's like pulling a drain in a bathtub.
Yeah, what the fuck? Like, what is he on about? I don't know. Like, I don't know, man. I don't know. You guys actually make compelling points.
Thanks.
So, if you don't mind me just saying, my friend, just for the sake of just pointing out that, we were sounding a little adversarial earlier on, but debates, or what do you say, people stopping by like that, I think you'll see why we sometimes get a little aggressive a little quickly. So I appreciate your patience and sticking around with us, friend. It's been quite my honor to have you around.
Oh, Elvis, brother, I understand. You guys like flat earthers, right? So it's like you're gonna get people like that every day. Like, that's not an insult either. Like that's just gonna come with the territory. Like you guys are going against the beliefs of like probably like a very vast majority right now. But you guys make excellent points.
Yeah, it's usually like hardcore soy boy atheists that are the most furious about flat Earth, or like extreme degenerates. It like completely triggers them because they think that we're coming from a religious point of view, which we're not even. But yeah, like it seems like the more degenerate people are, like the more flat Earth angers them and enrages them. So you passed the not a degenerate test for sure, bro.
I appreciate that. Yeah, no, like I'm genuinely like curious, like because like if like you're right, like I've been told like my entire life, like oh that's around. I really just like as a kid was just like hey whatever, I don't really care. Like to me what they said made sense at the time, but you're right. Like you guys have some very good points. So like like, but it's a genuine curiosity, like what that does mean then for reality, right? Like if the Earth is a flat plane, that's what I'm like. That's curious. Like that's curiosity. Like
I still remember the first time I was like driving home from work, going through this early on, and I'm looking at the sun and I'm looking at the clouds, and I'm like, "What the hell is that thing? What the hell is the sun for real? Like, no, seriously, what is it?" And the whole sky just felt like it was closer, like the ceiling was a lot nearer, because I knew the outer space Big Bang vacuum story was fake.
Yeah. Fuck. Wait. Does that make is a Big Bang fake? Is there like big holes?
Yeah, totally fake, dude.
Jeez, really? Okay.
Yeah. Flat Earth basically unwinds everything that we've been told, and
yeah.
You get to see much more.
It would, wouldn't it? Like, yeah. Yeah, that's true. Like, because it really would, like, genuinely. Good point. It's all bad. Like it's kind of like they need this system to work for it to actually like everything else to make sense. I don't know.
Right.
Right.
They've had hundreds of years to build this up mathematically and provide
Yeah.
explanations. So, we took up the task of unwinding that. Like, we can tell you exactly how the globe was created and how it's not a measurement at all. And it's just a concept in people's minds that they've reified into reality. It doesn't exist in reality. The territory is not the map. And in their case, they created a map in their minds that became the territory of the real.
That's interesting. Oh, it makes a lot of atheists angry. Is that what you said? Like,
yeah,
because
atheists
like,
get
they
really
like
mad.
super attached. Yeah, like they're very attached to their science, right?
Right, their materialism. They think they have it all freaking figured out.
Yeah.
So
Well,
then
so,
you
like,
say, okay, humbly asking for a curvature measurement of the Earth. Do you have one? And what we get are excuses, just tons of excuses and redirections.
Well, like what other like major scientific kind of theories is like a flat Earth like kind of like falsify? Then you know what I mean? Like
Pretty much anything having to do with astrophysics or any kind of theoretical physics. But I mean, we're champions of science, mainstream science. We're champions of applied physics, of chemistry, biology, and so on. Like we're not we're not proposing some alternate like laws of the universe. We get to keep the actual laws, the same ones that people who believe in the globe get.
Yeah, because like I'm not gonna pretend I'm like smart enough to debate you guys. You guys definitely seem like you're way more into this aspect of science. You know what I mean? Like I'm really built for this.
Well, there's different approaches that people can take. Like, I mean, some people are not going to be swayed by the technical discussions, but they'll be swayed by the philosophical discussions or the social aspect to it. Like, one of the things we found is it's going to be much, much harder for people to believe that the world is crazy with its globe delusion than it is to accept the verifiable facts of your direct sensory experience that Earth is flat and stationary. That's a fact. It's harder to accept that the world is crazy sometimes than it is to accept that the Earth is exactly as you see it. And that's what's kind of crazy, effed up about it. So the societal struggle is true. There's a social cost. Like if you go out and declare yourself a flat earther to your boss, to your coworkers, friends, and family, like there's a high probability that they're going to think you're crazy, maybe want to get your head checked.
Yeah, they're going to want to make you defend. Same thing with like being religious almost this day and age, like it's very interesting.
Right. So, the funny thing is all you have to do is say, well, what if Earth is as we experience it? It's the opposite of being delusional. Like what's delusional is when you watch the sun set, but then you say, well, it's not really setting because the sun's stationary and Earth is rotating backwards.
Yeah.
Which one of these is delusional? Pointing at the moving sun in the sky, like you can point at it and move your arm as it sets.
Good point. Yeah. That's a great point.
Right. So that's it. We try to align people's sensory experiences with how they think about the world too, so that they're one and the same. When those two come into alignment, a powerful thing happens in your mind. It starts unlocking doors, and you start to be able to think critically through things in a much different way, a much faster way. Because right now, basically the entire world has been brainwashed into accepting paradoxes and contradictions as truth. So if you can brainwash people to think that the Earth is rotating backwards as the sun sets, even though they directly see the sun setting and Earth is stationary, you train people's minds to accept paradoxes, then their minds become more pliable to accept other contradictory terms. They're more pliable to brainwashing and other avenues in life.
Do you think that's how it started? How did this sound like too conspiracy theorist, right? But how did we get to like a flat Earth around Earth as like an accepted point. You know what I mean? Like, how did that even happen? Because I just got told it was flat one day. Someone pulled out a globe, right?
Right. If you talk to different members or different people in our community, you'll get different answers. My take is that this is almost like an urban myth that got out of hand. So I think it started in the age of sailing. Like that's when it started to get picked up. People were using the stars to navigate, and they're running into mathematical problems trying to get linear distances calculated on a flat surface when they were taking angular measurements of perceived rotations in the sky. As the stars move. So they developed a globe where they started taking the land masses of Earth that they were sailing to and from, and they plastered them into the celestial sphere. And they called that a globe, and it was useful in navigating. And then people started to believe that that was real, that map was reality itself when it isn't. And that's it. We've just been stuck with it ever since. It's been a convention. And you know what? It works. Like, I'm not denying that spherical coordinate reference systems, latitude and longitude, will not get you from A to B. I mean, it will get you there. But the question is, what route are you really taking to get there in real life? And until you have an actual measurement without using the spherical coordinate reference system, that is to say you're doing physical measurements apart from that to externally validate it, you have no way of knowing for sure what's going on. So, so our community, when we've done these laser tests all over the world, and we've done these long distance, high altitude observations in infrared, the very fact that we're seeing things too far away and not measuring curvature means we know for a fact that the unmitigated coordinate reference system that we use, latitude and longitude on a ball, is wrong. And the orientations of land masses as depicted is not going to be accurate. It's not what's really happening in the real world. Their sizes are also going to be off. Because those are created by calculated distances between points on the coordinate reference system, regardless of what distances they're actually measured to be.
I see.
Yeah, so it's kind of like, maybe a bad example, but illustrative is, you ever use like the old GPS devices, you plop them on the windshield, and like you're driving, and your car looks like it's going off road somewhere. And then a second later, it snaps back to the road again.
Yeah.
While this is not happening for this reason, but if Earth is a globe, or if the spherical coordinate reference system is a globe and Earth is flat, then your navigation system is going to have to snap your little car to the grid against where it's actually going on a flat Earth.
True.
So I think this is happening on a massive scale. The errors between a flat and a globe Earth do not accumulate much unless you're going over vast distances. And most people don't have the resources and time and manpower to actually go out and perform an independent survey to determine what the true distances are. It's so much easier to just use GPS and to map things to stars, which they had done before GPS. Yeah, I mean, this goes deep. So you'll hear flat earthers going down the conspiracy theory rabbit hole, almost to say like NASA knows the Earth is flat and they're hiding it from you. And I don't think that's the case at all. My take on NASA's story is unique.
Yeah. Well, tell me, sure.
Yeah, so let me pop open some references I got for you. I saved these in another server. The history of NASA, it's quite fascinating. Most people don't know this, but what I'm about to tell you is openly verifiable. Where the hell did I put it? DJ, you there? Where did I put it? Is that under space and rockets? There it is. Okay. All right, so there was a presidential directive in 1951 in the United States. It's called the Directive Establishing the Psychological Strategy Board. So why would America need a psychological strategy board? Well, few years prior, America was one of the victors in World War II. And there was this great campaign to cement the Allied victory into the minds of everybody into the world, to make sure that everybody knew that the Allies won definitively and that America was number one and not to be messed with. So the Presidential Board, Psychological Strategy Board, was developed for this propaganda campaign purpose. The whole point was to strategize psychological operations. And this is actually the genesis of NASA. A couple of years later, in September of 1953, President Eisenhower rebranded it. It was no longer called the Psychological Strategy Board because it was too obvious. He called it the Operations Coordinating Board. So now, he starts to bury it. And then in 1957 came an executive order that organized the Operations Coordinating Board under the National Security Council, integrating psychological operations within the national security framework. One of their documents that came out of the Operation Coordinating Board, titled NSC 5814, it came out in June 1958, emphasizes the need for a U.S. space program that includes specific psychological exploitation objectives. This is in this document. It's calling for a judicious selection of outer space projects to include those with even limited scientific value or no scientific value, whose primary function is to achieve a favorable worldwide psychological impact for the United States, essentially creating a space program that projects U.S. technological superiority at all costs. So we also have, around this memo, we've got letters, working group memos. There's one where CIA Director Alan Dulles appoints his representative to this effort to build this burgeoning space program. The OCB Working Group on Outer Space agreed that the Department of State would be the organization to provide a chairman to head up NASA in its very founding. So the OCB Working Group, the Psychological Strategy Board for PSYOPs, chose the Department of State to nominate somebody for this, for the first director of NASA. And immediately the CIA appointed his representative. Yeah.
That's fucking crazy.
It is fucking crazy. There's language in here like how they plan to use satellites as a psychological exploitation tool to strike fear into the enemy. And I mean, the whole thing is psyops, and missiles.
Can you send me that?
Missiles.
Yeah, that's great.
I don't get that they're hiding flat Earth. Like NASA's primary objective, if you ask me, based off of its historical founding, the primary objective for NASA, which might be oblivious to 99% of the people working there, is propaganda to project technological capabilities that may not even exist.
Yeah, you know what? Honestly, that does make a bit of sense if you actually look at what they do. To be honest, genuinely,
they can still think Earth's a globe.
Yeah, genuinely, man. I agree with you. I've been seeing, because I guess the big part of me that actually makes me question all this shit is how unverifiable space really is. Because people it is so. It just looks fucking faked. Everything that they do around it just looks like fake bullshit to me.
Yeah, it really does. CGI and green screens, all kinds of crazy crap goes on. And you know what? There might be a cadre of people at Jet Propulsion Labs or somewhere like that that are still trying to work out how to actually go to space and do real orbits. And maybe it hasn't happened yet. Maybe they think Earth is a globe, and that's why they're fucking up, because they think Earth is a globe and it's really flat.
Yeah, it could be. Yeah, bro, it could be. Genuinely,
right?
It's right, yeah.
Very thought, too.
That's actually, it's weird to think about. It's super weird to think about, because, I don't trust them, you know what I mean? I don't really fully trust these, fucking people, so, I don't know.
Yeah. I mean, the moon landings are so obviously fake. So what else are they faking? You know, there is stuff that we can see in the sky, and these objects in the sky do appear to be broadcasting some, radio telecommunications. But even that might be in contention. But there is stuff in the sky. But it's really weird. Now, this is where it gets weird. The subject of transients has come up again recently in the media. There's, I think, some kind of like Harvard graduate who was enamored with this UFO phenomenon that's resurging in the news. And she and her team actually studied some old, like, U.S. Army, U.S. Navy research on the upper atmosphere from like the 1940s and 50s, and found that there were what they called transients, that there were lights that were seemingly orbiting the Earth, but flying in constellations, like patterns of 5 equally spaced apart, and that they would reflect light as solid metallic objects would. This is before satellites.
Yeah.
And those transients are now coming up again in the news. So what's really going up there? I don't freaking know. It's possible that maybe satellites are explained by a technology, but they really have no idea what the fuck they are.
Yeah. That's interesting.
And in order
very interesting.
in order to keep us from going into a panic about aliens and shit like that, they tell us, "Oh yeah, it's just Starlink."
Yeah, could be aliens. How would that work? If like flat, I don't know, aliens.
Well,
like
I would say they're
aliens still
interdimensional.
existing?
Yeah, I think.
Yeah, interdimensional. That's a good point.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Or the flat world could be much bigger than we thought, and there are other regions where there are other people living, and who knows?
Because if it's flat in the terms of like it's like the ground, if it's like the ground, you know what I mean, like the floor of like, I don't know, like that's how I'd say it. Like if there's no edge, for example, it's just flat floor for as long as it goes, and then everything else is above that. I don't know, like.
Yeah, could there be other worlds with other suns that do like a 24-hour Antarctic sun thing?
Yeah.
You know?
What about like digging underground?
Who knows?
Because like if you dig underground, it still gets hotter. You know, like
Well, it just so happens, that this world is structured that way, right? Like if you go up higher and higher and higher, things get less dense and less dense. And if you go down, things get more dense and hotter. And as you go up, things seem to get colder. As you go down, things seem to get warmer. Yeah. Yeah, the farthest, have you heard this? The farthest they've ever dug is just barely 8 miles.
Yeah, it's like fucking nothing, eh? Like, yeah, that's so true.
And what was funny is like the world's top geologists were working there and made all these predictions about what the drill would find, and they were wrong every step of the way.
Yeah, that's cool.
So,
I don't know.
Yeah, so how do they know? How do they know what's really under the earth? You've got all these seismologists that are like, "Yeah, we got this big karst layer here, and we got this mantle over there," and I mean, just making shit up.
Yeah, I think part of this is it could be just attributed to like ego too. You know what I mean? Like people really want to be right about everything. Like,
yeah. That I find this topic, if you approach it right, does require humility. You have to be open to being wrong about everything.
Genuinely. Yeah, that's so true.
And you do this like knowledge inventory. You're like, okay, so I need to know the difference between knowing things and believing things. So let me take inventory of everything that I consider to be true, and let's separate it into 2 buckets: one of knowledge and one of belief. And when you go through this process, you find out like, holy shit, there are very few things that I actually know to be true in this world. And the things that I know to be true are things that I've directly experienced myself, or that could be true based off of the likelihood of me experiencing that thing. So all the beliefs go in the other bucket, and you start to find that most of the things in that bucket are things that most of the world people accept as truth, as knowledge, when it's not.
Yeah.
So, yeah. And I can tell you that for what little knowledge we can actually acquire in this world, knowing that the Earth is flat and stationary as we experience it is something that you can know for sure with 100% certainty. And we can teach people to go find out for themselves. And we do. We give people, we help them with methods and execution.
Yeah. You know, I appreciate the conversation.
Yeah, thanks for letting me babble.
Well, good. It's like genuinely, I got arguing open mind about pretty much anything. You know, like it does make a lot of sense to question it. You know, because if they can't prove it's round, then by definition, like it should be flat. You know, like just based on what you see. You know?
They can't prove it's round. Yeah, everything they claim is a measurement really is not. And that's what's so striking about this whole thing is not only do they not have a globe measurement, but we figured out how they calculated a globe to become Earth in the first place.
Yeah.
You know, so we know how the magic trick is done, so to speak. We saw the little trap door under the magician's desk.
Yeah.
That he pulled a rabbit out of the hat. And once you see it, you can't unsee it.
Does this mean like global warming?
So we have that, and on the other hand, we have our own positive proof claims of flat Earth because we have people who've conducted these extremely well-engineered laser tests in Hungary and the Netherlands and across the UK. In fact, one of our members of our server, he doesn't come around much anymore. His name's Dr. John D. He's actually a physicist and specializes in spectrophotometry. So if anybody knows how the optics of light works, knows what refraction is, it's going to be a guy who's got a PhD in this and specializes it for work.
Yeah.
And he tried to prove that Earth is a globe. He heard about us and flat Earth.
Yeah.
He thought it was crazy, so he took his laboratory equipment and ran all these tests to try and measure the curvature, and he couldn't freaking do it. He's now a flat earther. And he actually takes his laser gear on a road show throughout the UK from time to time and sets up demonstrations on the shore, and people can come and watch, and he'll show them flat earth measurements in real time. So
that'd be really cool
stuff. He's got a YouTube channel. Yeah, man.
That's interesting.
So, this is where we are in 2026. If you Google flat Earth, you'll find all kinds of crazy shit like on TikTok and Facebook or X that does not reflect what we know or accept as true. You're going to find like people with fantastic, I call it flat Earth science fiction stories. Flat Earth sci-fi is out there and it's thick and I hate it. Makes us look like a bunch of crazy retards.
Yeah. Well, true that. Yeah. True that. There's a lot of stuff out there trying to discredit flat Earth. But they really want to people really want to shut you guys up. You know, like it's sad because you should just let the facts speak for themselves. To be honest, it should be if the Earth is really round, I shouldn't have seen that guy fumble as hard as he did. You know what I mean?
Right
when he came in questioning, guns blazing, he fumbled so unbelievably hard, and he was coming in here trying to prove the Earth is fucking round.
That's what's amazing for bystanders to see, right? I mean, they hear people come in like this time after time after time for months and years, fumbling around. Come on! I thought it was so easy to prove that Earth is a globe.
Yeah, prove it.
Yeah. So this topic really attracts a bunch of nutters too, which is what I was going to say before. I mean, there are people that call themselves flat earthers who are flat Earth believers, and they consume a lot of flat Earth content, but they don't really know how to think critically. And and that stuff is frustrating. This topic was also congressionally censored. We've got a video from C-SPAN. C-SPAN is a channel in the United States where all they do is set up cameras inside the House of Representatives and in the Senate, and they just record legislators. There's not even much commentary, if at all. It's just set up and live stream stuff all day. They've been doing this since the 70s. We got a C-SPAN recording where members of the tech industry were subpoenaed to come up and testify in front of Congress. And in this segment, one of the members of Congress is asking the head of YouTube, "What are you doing to censor flat Earth?"
It's crazy.
Like, oh, a topic so freaking stupid and ridiculous, right? That it requires Congress to have YouTube censor us. You know what was crazy? If you were to like check Google Trends during this time period for the search query flat Earth, you see it climbing. I mean, it was more popular than like Britney Spears and Justin Bieber at one point. And as soon as that censorship went in place, boom, flat Earth as a search query dropped down to the bottom, just straight down, nosedive to the basement. And suddenly flat Earth was no longer a trending topic. Imagine that.
Yeah. Well, what's the old saying? You know, like what's the old saying? Like if you're guilty, well, like if you're not guilty, you got nothing to hide. You know, they wouldn't have to censor you if it wasn't true. You know what I mean? Like the fact that they're censoring you says something, like genuinely. You know, like
right. So
because if it is flat, like somebody like we would have the capabilities to like actually travel beyond it. Like governments would have that. You know what I mean? Like they would have that if it is like if there's no edge, for example, if it just continues on. You know, like that's the plane of existence, right? Like you would be able to continue on. Like I don't know, and it'd be easier just to keep it like a globe secret. I guess I don't know.
Mm-hmm.
Like,
well, they still believe that Earth is a globe, I think, and what they recognize is that if flat Earth becomes popular, then it just it creates a divide, a distrust of government and institutions. That's what they're worried about. But here's the thing: since we know the Earth is flat, we know that governments and institutions actually have a lot to lose in terms of credibility. And
true.
And I think this topic needs to be handled delicately to make sure society doesn't fall apart. So,
that's fair,
you know, and that's why I think it's gracious to also almost give the benefit of the doubt and say, it's not that people are hiding flat Earth. The government's not actively hiding flat Earth so much as they're just projecting technology and power that may not exist.
Yeah, that's a good point too.
And everybody working there still thinks Earth is a globe. So,
well, do you think like the what's it called? Like the whole, because I like this idea that NASA is just projecting stuff that they don't have. You know what I mean? Like, because it does make like it honestly makes a lot of sense to me. Like, just with everything I've seen, like the moon landings and stuff. Do you think like the Mars rover is real, or do you think it's just like out in the desert somewhere? You know what I mean? Like,
I'm pretty sure that it's out in the desert somewhere, or potentially near Greenland.
Yeah.
Have you heard about this? Near Greenland?
No, I haven't. No.
So there's an island. There's an island called Devon Island, west of Greenland. It's in northern Canada. NASA has a Mars expedition test site where they have full-size Mars rover replicas cruising all over this island. It's like uninhabited, never inhabited, desolate and sparse. And I tell you what, if you take their footage and you apply like a red filter, the rain looks just like Mars. Oh, dude, yeah, totally. Absolutely does.
Really?
Yep.
That's, you know what, man, I will look into that, like, genuinely, because, like, it like, I don't trust NASA, like, genuinely. It's just, you know, like, everything with space just seems like such bullshit to me. Like, I don't know.
It is crazy, dude. Really... And here's the other thing. I think that facility was actually not publicly disclosed. So what happened is people were wearing fitness trackers. And when you wear a fitness tracker, your app will connect you to a community and you can see where other people are in the world wearing your fitness tracker. And people started noticing all these fitness trackers on Devon Island. People are like, what the hell? What's going on in Devon Island? Like, you're not supposed to go there. Like, it's a nature preserve. And then NASA's like, oh, guys, hey, hi, we have a Mars expedition test facility here. We're just testing rovers.
On the one place that looks exactly like Mars on Earth. Lovely. Love it. Wow.
Yeah. Yeah,
You're fucking stupid. Oh my god.
I don't think.
Are you fucking
Yeah,
serious? Is this true? Yeah, I'm looking at it right now. What the fuck is this, man? What?
Are you pulling images up? Yeah.
Yeah, yeah. Like what? Holy shit.
Holy shit's right.
That's crazy. That's fucking crazy. What? Yo, I kind of like. I asked that like not expecting an ad. Like that's such a strong answer too. Like that's fuck, man. Neil deGrasse Tyson must be like spewing when like, holy fuck, man. Like poor guy. Like holy shit. Damn.
And then it gets bad, right? Because we've gone through footage from the Curiosity rover and the other rovers on Mars. Their panoramas. Yeah. We're finding like we found a barrel, like a rusted barrel.
Yeah.
Out in the middle of the desert. We found a crushed up juice box. Don't know how that got there.
Also,
really?
There was an iron gate. I've seen an iron gate.
Birds,
yeah. Iron gate, birds. Yep. I've seen several birds.
Oh, a lot. Oh, that's crazy. Oh, wow. What the fuck? Oh, that's crazy. That's actually crazy. Nah, like I don't trust them for shit. Like ever since I saw that Katy Perry space video, that just obvious CGI, like no. Like that's like 100 times more compelling. Like that just explain that. Like can someone explain that?
I know.
Probably not, man.
Oh yeah, the Arctic Lemming. DJ just posted it. So there's
that's crazy.
Yeah, on Devon Island. The top images were supposedly from the rover. But there it is. There's a little Arctic lemming between the two rocks. Sniffing around.
Some guy didn't cash it or got fired or got executed. That's a joke.
Right.
You know, like that's... What the fuck?
Right. So they're doing this. They're not hiding flat Earth, man. They're just projecting...
Yeah.
They're just projecting this for like technology sales or something, you know?
Yeah, like they want people to think that they have the power to like leave Earth or something. Or, like,
and here's the thing: wouldn't it be great if you were invited as another member of the space community to come be a part of this? And now you're faking space too for your people, and then what you say is you tell them this is for national security, for international security. We're all going to blackmail each other with the space program fakery. And if any one of us gets out of line, we blow the lid.
Yeah.
It's kind of like a bunch of mafia bosses getting together who all have dirt on each other because everybody had to murder somebody to get a seat at the table. And now they can trust each other with mutual blackmail. So what if the space program is a mutual blackmail program for international security?
That's a good point. That is such a good point too, to be honest. Like that is a great point. Excellent point.
You know?
Yeah. I know exactly what you're saying, man. Like that's actually crazy. What the
the Apollo the command module or what lunar module. Look at that thing.
Yeah, that's
at that
fake.
thing.
Bullshit.
It's like wibbly wobbly. It's on strings in a warehouse. They're rotating it.
Yeah. That's crazy.
Dude.
I've never seen that footage before. I've only seen them like on the moon. That's crazy.
Yeah, they don't want to show you the goofy shit. They're embarrassed about it.
That's like straight out of Star Wars, man. Like what? That's like straight out of George Lucas. Like what the? That's worse, to be honest. Like they did a worse job. What the fuck? That Devon Island thing, that's crazy. I didn't know that at all.
Yeah.
God. Okay.
It's the biggest rabbit hole that you can go down, man. This flat Earth thing. You'll never be bored. It's true. Like David Weiss says this a lot in his videos. I don't really like his style and stuff, but he's right. You will never be bored in your entire life when you start digging into flat Earth. You will learn things that you never thought you'd learn in your whole life, and it's interesting.
Yeah.
You just can't like share it with people that unless they're into flat Earth too.
Sure. I mean, like right now, honestly, like I have no reason to believe the Earth is round. So, like apart from what I've been told, you guys have made a compelling point about it being flat. I don't understand it enough yet to be like, I'm a flat earther, right? But I'll look into it. I'll come back and talk some more. You know.
Yeah.
Like,
Yeah. Thanks for stopping by, man. You're welcome anytime.
appreciate you guys, man. I'm gonna go get some sleep. But yeah, I thank you guys so much. Very interesting stuff.
All right. You're welcome. Have a good night.
Thank you, man. You too, man.
Catch you later, man.
Hello. What's up, guys?
Hello. Welcome to 24/7 Flat Earth.
Okay. So it's like I'm new to the channel. Well, can you give me some like context about what this is?
Yeah, we tell people the Earth is flat, and we share our evidence.
Oh, okay.
That's right.
Nice.
We also like to ask people why they think Earth is a globe, and if they have evidence.
Bro, show the evidence.
Yeah? Sounds like you're curious.
Yeah, bro, I'm curious. Just show the evidence.
You want to see some evidence? Okay. All right, so here's the GIF. It's part of a video. This was taken in the UK, in the southern UK. The location is the Rampion wind farm. You can Google it to see where it is. What makes this interesting is from the camera's position, that's 3.5 feet off the ground, he's able to zoom into the bottom of the pylons. The pylons are the windmill towers. The furthest one in the video is 11.2 miles away. If that's true, then the Earth has a radius of 94,625 miles. I have been there. The picture is fake, someone says. I have been there. The picture's fake. Let me find the video. Because he actually does, before he goes to the beach, he actually films where he is in town. And he walks to the location and sets himself up. To be curious.
Hello.
Hello. So let me go find that Rampion Wind Farm video from Dr. John D. I'll be pleased if anybody else can find it more quickly than I can.
Yeah, I got you.
You got it? Okay.
So why are you silent, guys?
I'm in the middle of pulling up some more information about it. Here's the site map for the Rampion Wind Farm. Yep, so looks like Dr. John D was just west of Worthing.
Talk to me.
I was addressing somebody else who asked for some of our flat Earth evidence, so I'm finishing up.
Hey man, why you chat muted me, man?
Who?
Why did you chat mute me?
You don't sound
I didn't
like you're
chat
from the
mute
UK. No, I did. Yeah, because you're trying
I
to
visited
derail
that
the chat.
location, dude. There's
Oh,
nothing
really?
wrong to say it's fake because it doesn't
Why
look
is it
the
fake?
same. It does not look the same.
So they faked a video. A high definition video is all fake, where they show the entire observation on multiple different days, and you can go to the same location on Google Earth, and it looks exactly the same.
It doesn't look like the real life, man.
Yeah, it actually does.
Oh, okay. So you've been there, right? Did you take a picture by any chance? And can you?
No, I did not take a picture, but everyone here should go there and visit that spot.
All right, here's another video. Same spot, different time, different day.
What a cope.
Here's another video, a different observation from Worthing. Viewing from Worthing to Isle of Wight. That's cool. 38 miles. Earth is flat.
So what's the difference between flat and if it's round, you know? Who cares, guys? Really?
This is not enough evidence to prove that the Earth is flat.
Really, do you have any good evidence to prove the Earth is a globe?
You are the one trying to prove a theory. You are the one that should come with evidence, not me.
Oh,
to
okay.
prove that
Well, I
you're
mean,
wrong.
that's fine. I mean, I'm just curious if you do, because this is not all we have. This is just one of thousands of data points.
Yeah, for me it's not enough. Maybe for the others it's enough.
Okay, how much more do you want to see?
Well, hold on a second. Okay, explain what we're even presenting in the evidence. What's the argument that we're making? Explain it. If it's not enough for you, you should at least understand
I
it.
told you it's up to you to explain, not me.
So you don't even understand it, right? Because you're just a clown.
No, I'm not a clown. I want to learn.
Explain
I
it.
want to understand.
Explain it. Explain the observation and why it's not enough for you. Go ahead.
I'm not convinced, man. I don't know how to explain to you. You are the one who's
Say
supposed,
why you're
who's
not
supposed
convinced.
to.
You're not saying why, dude.
Right now, you
I don't
seem
know,
like you're
man.
bad faith, and liars just get ejected. Right? I'm going to hit the eject button in a second, and you're going to go flying into a different VC.
No,
Right?
this
'Cause
is
you're full of shit,
not
bro.
fair. This is not
You're
fair,
full of
man.
shit. Well, I don't care what you think's fair. I don't tolerate lying dickheads.
This is dictatorship, dude.
Okay, well, off you go. Eject. Get ready to eject. 1, 2, 3. Have fun on the FE stage by yourself.
What a douche.
I mean, I need to ask, what's the NASA opinion about this? NASA said it's spherical or it's flat.
Well, they say it's spherical. I mean, they provide the dimensions of the globe, and we use their claim in our tests. They tell us how big they think it is, and we test it.
But I think we should trust NASA.
But we tested it, and we don't have a reason to trust them because the Earth doesn't curve the way that they say it does. It doesn't curve at all.
But I think you didn't have any machine or any of one of these stuff to test anything.
Well, I've been posting observations in the text chat in the past few minutes.
Like, I mean, how did you test it from your roof?
No, we can see too far for Earth to be a globe.
So you said that I think it's a Rampion wind farm. So what is?
We have an observation from 3.5 feet off the ground above the water. And the observation is of the base of windmill pylons up to 11.5 miles away. We should not be able to see the base of those windmill pylons from 3.5 feet high.
The big topic, why why did you make the things more harder to yourself? Who cares? It's spherical, it's round, it's flat,
Well, I mean, it matters because this is where we live.
I live in my home. I don't care if it's flat or it's spherical. Or it's
Doesn't
maybe
matter.
inside out.
If it doesn't matter, then go tell your mom you're a flat earther and see what happens.
I didn't mention your mom, or I mean, I didn't need to insult you about anything, but okay. I don't know why did you mention this, so it's okay.
Well, you claimed it doesn't matter. You can test that
Okay,
right
but I
now.
didn't insult you, you know. Yeah, I didn't. When I talked to you, I didn't say to ask your mom, or I don't know.
No.
Okay, so why didn't you? Do you need a to talk to? Maybe I insult you or say something
Well,
you didn't want to hear.
I'm pointing out that if you were to tell your friends and family that you're a flat earther today, they would think you're crazy, wouldn't they? And then it would matter.
Maybe you can say ask your friend or anything. Why your mom? You know.
Yeah, I told my friends and family, yeah, and guess what happened? They all think I lost my mind. So I don't bring up the subject flat Earth no more. I keep it to myself. So now you know why you shouldn't tell your friends and family, because they'll think that you're lost your mind.
Yeah, 100% they will say this. Because you know it doesn't matter, you know. They believe it doesn't matter.
It depends on your family as well. You know, my wife's family are all flat earthers now, and my family no, and they don't think that. So it depends on what your family's like.
I mean, I can believe both. If it's spherical, if it's round, if it's flat, you know. I don't have an issue with the 2 point of observation. I am a peaceful
Yeah,
man.
but it can't be both. It's one or the other.
So I think must all of people to trust NASA because they have, you know, high quality equipment, and they have scientists, you know, and microscope, telescope, or all of this stuff. So trust them and don't think a lot.
Yeah, and none of that makes the Earth a ball, nor does it prove it.
Listen, guy. If there is any provement about that Earth is flat, not spherical.
Yeah, there's proof. It's just the measurement of the surface. It's really very simple.
Measurement of the surface from where to where, you know?
To anywhere across the surface. See, the globe is supposed to be curving away from you at 8 inches per mile square in every direction from where you stand. So you just go ahead and measure from point to point and see if there's any curvature between those points. Well, we've done that. There's no curvature. It's a flat plane. Pretty simple.
But you know, there is something. I think it's not flat because there is area people live in high places on the ground, and in the different areas people, you know, the ground is, you know, is the you know, the first floor is different, you know. I'm sorry.
The first floor is different? No. That's the thing that we're testing. We're actually testing the water, the sea level, and that's the thing that we're testing.
Like, I mean, in Egypt, there's a place in Sinai. there's a place, there's a lot of snow, okay? Because the level of the land is very high. It's more than more than the basic area or any area in Egypt. So the ground, there's a snow in the ground. And the
And what does that have to do with the Earth being curving or curved?
So I think there's area is the land is very high, and another area the level of the land is very low. So it's logic to be curved, not flat.
Why in the world would it make the Earth, the entire Earth, curve when there's hills and valleys? What the heck are you talking about?
So I mean the curve will be, it's not in Egypt, it will be on the world. So
Bro, you're not making any sense.
because maybe I don't know how to explain it, but like
Yeah, hills and valleys and topography have nothing to do with the overall surface of the Earth being curved or not.
Yeah, dude, the Earth is not a single mountain. Like, we're talking about the whole Earth.
And even still, if it's just a mountain that you're referring to, that doesn't make the Earth curve either. And I realize that English is not your first language, so I'm not going to be too hard on you, but I guess I really just don't know what you're getting at.
but there is something. When you buy, the ball of the world, global world, there is a ball in beside your workplace, work مكتب اللي هو اسمه minutes. I'll translate what I mean.
I didn't catch a lot of that.
Okay, but
Is he quiet for anybody else, or is it just me?
Yeah, he's quiet.
I mean, there's a little disky globe on my table, okay?
A disky globe?
Like,
what does that mean?
It's a globe, globe, but it's not on the table beside my PC.
Is it a ball? Is it a sphere?
Exactly.
Yeah. Okay.
The ball of the globe,
Okay. What about it?
It's not spherical or it's flat. It's round. So the Earth
It's
is
round.
You know. You know what I mean? It's like a moon.
Yep.
So
Tables are round too.
Not tables. I mean the globe. So in the
So somebody made a rendering, a projection of a sphere that doesn't make the Earth a sphere.
But I think SpaceX, Elon Musk have an opinion on this topic, right? Yeah, I think he has a point of observation about being spherical or flat.
SpaceX?
Cheers.
Elon Musk. I mean Elon Musk. So, did you search of their point of view?
Like, who cares? We know what their point of view is. What's your point of view? What makes you think it's a globe?
I mean, those people, care about space and the Earth, and send astronauts everywhere.
No, that's what they tell you. They're mostly concerned with making money. They're large corporations.
But my teacher in the primary school didn't lie. He say it's spherical. It's okay.
Well, he may not have lied. Maybe he's just misinformed.
So there's school in you
And he
in your
passed.
country. Tell the student that the Earth is flat. I think no.
Yeah, I know. Maybe they're all misinformed, and they pass along that misinformation to small children. That's a bad idea, in my opinion.
So I think it's very hard to prove it. So the world is maybe you are right.
No, it's really simple. No, it's pretty simple. Like I told you before, you measure between points and see if there's any drop over distance. We've already done that. The Earth is not a sphere.
So how did you measure between Japan and Egypt? It's a very large distance.
I'm sorry, did anybody say they measured between Japan and Egypt? No, we measured between points, right? Several miles, sometimes dozens of miles, and there should be quite a bit of curvature in that distance, and there's none. So it's over. The Earth is not a ball. Sorry.
Yes, but I mean that you can measure between two different, two countries away from each other.
How would you suggest we do that?
I don't know. It must be your. You say this. You need to suggest to compare between 2 points between two places.
Yeah, there's you know that there's more than two places just between continents. Distances, vast distances, dozens of miles, which is about what our technology is limited to, and the air. So we can only measure so far. Everything starts to break down after a certain distance. So we got to keep it reasonable.
But I think you guys taking this topic more seriously.
You don't think it's serious about knowing where you live and the nature of it?
Honestly, so what is the difference if I know if I know I live in a flat Earth or spherical or round Earth?
Well, you'll at least know when you're being ripped off, right? You'll know who's lying to you or giving you bad information. Maybe they're not lying. Maybe they just are ignorant or have bad information. So you don't get, tricked or fooled or believe things that aren't true. That's one great benefit, to know the truth. But apparently most people these days, they don't care if they know things that are true. So if you don't care if you know the truth, then I guess this isn't for you. You can just move on with your life.
I'm interested to know the truth in everything, but I need to know the truth in the things that has impact in my life and make my life easier. And
does the truth impact your life?
Yes, exactly.
Okay, there you go.
So I don't understand.
Well, you just said you like to know the truth about things that impact your life, or you think the truth impacts your life. I just asked you. So the truth about where you live is going to have an impact on your life. So I think you want to know what the truth is.
I mean, if you ask me where I live, I will say Egypt. and I know that in spherical thing. I mean spherical about I mean the truth about the news, what I need to trust and what not.
So would you trust people that don't know where they live?
Listen, I think if you need to prove that the Earth is more flattened, you need to have a strong reason, not just depend on logic.
No, it's not logic. It's measurements. You know, there's no curve. That's all we need. What else is there?
But you're right. You're right, but if the percent of the curve is 0.00.1, the percent is very low. So,
between what points? Percentage of what? Hold on. You're going to have to be a bit more specific. Percentage of what?
If there is percentage of curve between 2 points, you need to measure. Okay?
No, we don't use percentages. We use feet, height, drop over distance in the vertical plane, not percentages.
I mean percentage of height. If you, I will write minutes.
Yeah, the percentage is got to be of a value already known.
Like,
Percentage usually deals with the value of something. So, like, if you have one whole, 1/3 of that is 33. 2/3, 2%, 66% is 2/3. 50% is 1/2. 0.125 is 1/8.
Okay,
how
that's
many percentage of curve that the NASA are saying the Earth has?
Yeah, we've checked that.
The percent of sphericalization. You know what I mean?
the rate of curvature is equal to the radius, and they've given us a radius, so we've tested that radius.
Yes.
No curve. 0.
So we've established that the truth is important, right? How are you now going to determine the truth without being told what it is? How are you personally going to determine the truth?
100% I can't do anything, because I don't have equipment.
Bullshit.
I don't have
Bullshit.
anything. Even I don't have the science,
Well, I've got good news for you. This has nothing to do with science. This is just geometry.
What's the meaning of geometry?
I'm sorry, say that again?
You say geometry? What's the meaning of
Yeah, this is geometry. This has nothing to do with science. They ripped you off when you were a kid because they taught you about the globe in science class, but it has actually nothing to do with science.
Maybe Einstein have a point of observation about the spherical, it's Earth is spherical or round.
No, Einstein did not have any experiments. Not one.
Not
At
one?
least not dealing with any of this. There were no experiments conducted by Einstein related to this topic.
Yeah. So you studied well, bro. Nice. Yeah.
Einstein was a conjurer. He was a mathematician. All he did was create equations and formulas that were backed up by zero measurements. They were just postulations.
Yeah, they were ad hoc excuses because the model didn't match observations.
So, come on, man. Are you going to let NASA determine your worldview for you? Are you just going to take it on faith?
If a surface is measured flat, it's flat, right?
I'm searching on this topic right now. I need to know honestly if it's flat or not.
Okay, that's good. That's a good start.
So there is also another topic. Do you think the Arctic is there is alive there?
Life in the Arctic? Yeah, there's people living down there, apparently.
Yeah, we don't make claims beyond what's testable, verifiable. Like, we're not a replacement cosmology with like imaginary things beyond what's testable. We just have evidence that the religion that we were all raised in as children was false.
So, if the Islam says anything about it's a flat or spherical?
Super flat.
Say it again. Say it.
I'm asked if the religion, like Islam talk about if this
No, the
if
religion is the globe religion. That's the one world religion that everybody's supposed to believe in. It supersedes the older religions like Islam or Abrahamic religions, which had a flat earth worldview, just like ancient Egypt, the Chaldeans, Nordics, the Asians, the ancient Vedas. They all had a flat earth
ancient
view.
Egypt. Is the ancient Egypt has a point of view of the flat or earth?
Yeah.
I'm from Egypt. I don't know.
Yeah, they have a flat world covered by a goddess, which is all of the stars are basically her body.
So ancient Egypt people think that the world is flat.
Yes. Yes. The earth was another god who laid down on his back. Nut, who was the sky goddess, she would give birth to the sun. The sun would sail on a boat over to the other side where her mountain was. She would consume the sun at the end of the day.
Again, I didn't didn't get anything. I didn't get anything from what you want. Please repeat.
Islam claims that the earth is spread out like a carpet. The Bible says that the earth is spread out and laid on foundations that don't move.
Yeah,
The
and the earth is like
Vikings,
pressed under a seal. So if you ever seen a seal, a wax seal pressed, it's got topography, but it's flat, just like the earth.
Maybe maybe I believe it's flat because one thing. If it's spherical, okay, I think if the sea is spherical, the the water will cover the cities, right? What I mean. There is a point in the sea the middle will be so high because it's spherical. So the sea the water will move right and left. So it will cover all the cities in the right and all the cities in the left. Didn't you
Now you're actually
understand?
thinking about fluid mechanics and how water actually works, and we use this as
Yeah.
one of our proofs as well. The salt flats around the world that have been surveyed and are very, very, very flat, and they get flooded. And so when they get flooded, there's about a meter of water that covers the salt flats. However, if the Earth was a globe and the water was forming into these water hills like they imagine, we could simply take a ruler and walk across the salt flat and we would be able to measure the water rising up into this water hill, which we would eventually walk into and not like have to swim. So we don't see this. Flat surfaces don't contain water hills. We don't live on a ball.
Yes. Right. I'll be earther. Like my granddad's granddad's ancient Egypt, ancient Egypt, believe. So I will be Earth. I think the flat Earth exists because my granddad believe. But there is a point. Why all of people here in this group are, mute this, make mutes.
They're just listening in. Generally, one of us steps up and tries to talk to the person, but we generally just listen here, waiting for new Globe believers to come in and talk to us, and then give them the good news.
You're waiting for someone that believe the Earth is spherical, and you need to cook them, and make him, get in wrecked. I know this.
Yeah, we have a YouTube channel where we broadcast
Really?
everything here. Yes.
You have a podcast?
We're live streaming on 2 YouTube channels right now, and those YouTube channels get clipped for other people's YouTube channels. So we want to have a good conversation here about the topic.
Really? So I'm now on YouTube?
Yes, you are.
Really? Hi guys. Subscribing this channel. This man is awesome. He's kind of crazy, but it's okay. I'm joking with you, bro.
It's all good.
How many subscribe do you have?
The two profiles in chat that say YouTube, you can click on either of those, and they both have links to their own YouTube channels. You can subscribe to either of those, and one of them will be plugged into a conversation we're having.
I don't have the link of the. I don't know where this.
If you look at the top of the channel, there's YouTube Bot 2 and 24/7 Live.
If I look
users,
for-
you can find the links to the YouTubes.
I don't know where. I'm trying to find the links. So how many subscribed do you have, bro?
The live streams are 24-hour live streams, so they go 24 hours, and they're more of a archive for us to take clips from. We're not really trying to push that channel as a like podcast or something like that. We have other people making podcasts and making episodes and doing all sorts of stuff.
Yeah.
I make a bunch of music, by the way.
You make what? Bunch of music?
Yeah, I make a lot of music.
Really?
Yeah, you want to hear a song?
Yeah, exactly. I hope this.
Why do flat earthers gotta teach the globe how the global belief even supposedly goes? You never checked it, never ran the math, just inherited truth on an academic path. You say science proves it, okay, which part? Because when we cite science, you tear it apart. Refraction too complex, optics irrelevant, measurement, that's not how it's meant. You didn't build a model, didn't test a claim, but you'll defend it like it's tattooed to your name. NPC confidence, zero audit, just vibes plus trust in the accredited. Why do we gotta explain your view? You never check, you just assume. You say science, then you deny it too. The double standards, wow, tell me what's true. So why do we gotta explain your view? You never check, you just assume. You say science, then you deny it too. The double standards, wow, tell me what's new. You ask us for a full replacement map before admitting one test didn't snap. You ask us to explain the stars, the sun, the moon. Why you never explain why you believe what you do. Flat earthers love science, that's the twist. We run experiments, logs, lists. We cite optics, logic, geometry. You say that's not science conveniently, but the moment science cuts the other way, you redefine and move the goalposts, walk away. Consensus, authority, that's settled, bro. None of that science. You know it though, we test claims. You quote belief, we run checks. You say trust the priest, you say science proves the globe, then deny the science when it breaks the mold though. Why do we gotta explain your view? You never check, you just assume. You say science, then you deny it too. The double standards, wow, tell me what's new. Why is the burden always reversed? Why must dissent explain the universe first? Why does falsification need a sequel before you'll admit a claim isn't equal? You reject established physics on sight. If it doesn't align with your inherited right, then turn around and call us anti-science for doing the things science actually requires. Check your own beliefs, that's all we ask. Not conversion, not loyalty, not changing your mask. Just stop pretending repetition is proof and stop outsourcing thinking institutional truth. Do your own homework, that's the plea. Don't make dissent explain reality. If you say science, then let it speak, even when it makes your belief look weak. Science isn't something you invoke when it agrees and dismiss when it doesn't.
والله جامد يا nice. Nice, bro. So who actually the singing this song?
Yeah, I'm almost done with my third new album. And then I'm really gonna do what Platter's talking about. I need to make just basic lyric videos and get them uploaded on my YouTube so that people can enjoy it that way. Currently, the songs I am making are available on Flat Earth Radio at our home server, which is a bot that plays the music 24/7. And then you can slash info there for lyrics, and it will also give you a link to where you can buy the song if you want to. However, once they're out on YouTube, they will be easily accessible and downloadable, and they can be also used for any Flat Earth content, or if you're making your own podcasts or things like that. Flat Earthers have a free license to use my music to promote Flat Earth stuff.
Nice. But you are the person who was singing this song?
No, I'm using AI to produce the songs that I want to make.
Really? Wow. So this voice is not real person?
No.
Well, nice. You're a smart bro. I swear. Give me your channel, bro. Right? You know, give me the link. Write the link in the chat.
No problem. The channel currently has mostly the older songs I made, and even all the way back to where I wasn't using AI and I was just learning how to use the music program and making my
Yeah.
own rap songs. So those are bad compared to what I'm making now.
You know, I think it's when you see your previous song, I think you must be proud that you made something and you see the improvement. You know. Oof. You made a lot of song. Oh. But there is something. Why are you put the girls with huge tits and
Yeah, that's my AI model.
Yes, you must, you know. You need to change your name of this channel. You can maybe say Drace Hub or I know all of this. Change this name. Drace Hub now is free.
Yeah, when I made that AI model, I was considering about making her an OnlyFans and all that. However, then I learned that it's technically illegal for me to make actual porn, so that's as far as that will ever go. She's just a mascot for my music.
Yes. You know, I need to support you, but I am Muslim, guys. So how can I support this, bro? I need to really support you, but it's very haram, you know.
I get you. I get
Wait, where in the Quran is it haram to believe in the flat Earth?
No, it's
No, he's talking about my
like,
AI model because I used
Oh,
hot ladies.
okay,
And
dude. I think your role model should just be the flat Earth. It shouldn't be some naked girl.
bro, why? It's yeah. Haram, bro.
yeah, nobody's saying a naked girl is a role model. It's just I have a female AI model and a male AI model that act as my band members.
Okay, bro.
Make that flat.
Hello.
What's up, Sabir?
What's up?
Something is up, but I cannot say because I'll get banned.
Is it clouds? Stars? The sun, maybe? The moon? Those are all up.
My rocket. I think I won't get banned if I say it like that.
Okay.
Okay, so I had some questions about the art. Why do you think the art is flat?
I know it is flat because that's the way it's measured. It would be like I know my shoe size because my feet don't grow anymore, and I use the same size shoe every time I go to the store and pick them out. I know how tall I am because I took a measurement of myself. I don't have to believe I'm however tall. I don't have to believe my shoe size. It just is what it is, and I know it to be the case.
Okay, so I came here before and you said you have some proofs. Can you show the proof to me?
Yes.
If you have no problem with that, I mean. It's like you don't have to if you don't want to. You know what I mean?
All right, here, I'll give you something. There you go. You see where that ocean meets the sky in the distance while Snoop
Bro.
Dogg sits on the beach? Do you know what that's called?
That's a nice way to give an example, man.
Yeah, thank you. But do you know what that line is called where the earth meets the sky?
With who is dressed? Oh, it's like chatbot, right?
Is my voice coming through? Do you hear the words coming from?
You're fine. You're fine.
So do you think it's Snoop Dogg
Okay,
knows
so
it's flat?
do you know what that line is where the sky and the earth appear to meet in the distance? Do you know what that's called, dude?
C?
Yes, you.
C?
Are you saying sea?
Yeah.
Yes, that's the water, right? And then the sky and the sea, they make a line off in the distance. Do you know what that's called?
Water.
No. Horizon.
Oh.
The sea is made of water. The sky is made of air. When you look off into the distance, especially at the beach, like Snoop Dogg's doing, that line where the sea and the sky appear to meet, that's the horizon. Okay? You get it?
Okay.
So you understand, right? All right.
But do you think Snoop Dogg knows it's a flat Earth?
Yes, he does. All right. Now, do you think that that horizon line would be at a specific location or at a set distance if the Earth was a sphere? Kind of like, standing on a hill and your friend walks away from you and then begins to go down the hill. And then now the hill is hiding your buddy. Like his legs begin to disappear because the hill is in the way. Well, on a sphere where the objects begin to disappear into the distance, that is the horizon line. Because it's a sphere.
Wait, my brain is not braining. This is too much information for my head. Wait. Let me just load the information I already have.
This should be what you already have because this should be the thing that they teach in school. Right? They teach you that the Earth.
You should teach in the school like the Earth is flat, but they are not like giving us the information that is important for ourselves, like in the real world, right?
Right. They don't give you relevant shit. What they do is they say, okay, Earth is a ball, and you're like, okay, and you believe it. And then maybe you'll have a test that'll be multiple choice, and unless you choose, this specific answer, you're wrong. And you just memorize the answer, and then you pass the test. Yay, because you remember the right answer. But you didn't challenge to identify if that was a real, actual answer.
So I have a question.
Trying to get you to realize why I know the Earth is flat, and I'm just trying to talk about the horizon and how the horizon is the reason I know the Earth is not a sphere. Can I talk about the horizon? Can I finish explaining what that means?
I think he left.
That works too.
But just carry on.
Okay. Well, that sphere would have a geometric horizon where objects would disappear because they're traveling down the surface of the sphere. And now the sphere is getting in the way, like the hill gets in the way of your friend. Now, this person standing on the sphere would be at the top of the arch. Okay. And then measuring from where they're at out into the distance, there would be a drop that would happen on a long arch, right? Somebody could establish horizontal. They make a tangent on that sphere. And then they can watch the ground curve down and away from that horizontal tangent that they made. For example, a laser shoots straight, and you set the laser, it'll be level, it sends it straight line across the earth, and at the other end you should see a deviation. People don't see that deviation. Whenever people look at an object in the distance and they say, okay, well, from where I'm standing, that's 10 miles. And they watch the horizon line where the earth and the sky appear to meet. Change distance. It'll be in front of the object or it'll be behind the object. The horizon will change between me and the object in the distance, or goes beyond the object in the distance. The horizon is changing distance. So I can either conclude that the Earth is expanding and contracting, becoming a bigger ball and a smaller ball, and the horizon is showing me how much that sphere is changing in size. Or I'm looking over a flat surface, like the laser is showing me when I make it horizontal and level and shoot off. If it's 1 foot on one side of the lake, 1 foot on the other side of the lake, I see the laser hit the target at 1 foot. I don't have any curvature. There is no deviation from that level horizontal path that the laser has created. So then I can easily conclude that the horizon is not due to the shape of the ground, and that there is another reason other than the shape of the ground causing the horizon to change distance. And of course, you can always create a third option, but then that needs explained.
There's a third option? What's the third option?
Well, Globers like to say that the Earth has a geometric shape. You can't actually see it, and light bends in such a way that it causes it to come around the curve.
Third option is you're a brain in a jar and you're just hallucinating everything, but then you have to explain why the earth is flat in your hallucination.
So, how do we determine if objects are receding out of view because of angular resolution or because of a physical curve? How would one verify that?
Is the horizon.
2 days ago, there was an equinox, right?
If Earth is a globe, then you should see the scaling of perspective coincide with drop over distance that's curving. So that's exponential. So there should be a combination of a linear scaling and an exponential drop happening, but nobody can present that. All these horizon distance calculators for the globe exclude perspective scaling with distance. So the tops of objects should be scaling down twice the distance, half the size.
So Do you have any like sources that can prove otherwise?
Sorry, what was that? I didn't hear you.
He's asking for a
Do you have
resource
any
to be able
sources
to
that
explain.
yes to understand better what you're talking about?
Like a resource for the calculators or a resource for the subject matter regarding perspective?
Subject matter. It is not about the calculator and all. I just want to understand what is going on here. So can you like give me a resource so that I can understand what is going?
Yeah, I would suggest you Google perspective.
I think just playing around with a curve calculator is a good way to get an intuitive understanding of the distance to the horizon. If you just play around with the... Here, I got a good one. I'll post it.
Posted in the chat an interesting lesson on perspective and scaling. So we have a parabola. In mathematics, a parabola continues to widen. It never closes. We can map a parabola flat on a 2D graph, just as you see here. But if we tilt that graph in 3D space, if we tilt it away from us, that parabola looks like a circle because the ends of the parabola, even though they're widening out forever and ever, are forced into the vanishing point due to the law of perspective and how we see. So the parabola is not able to widen fast enough or at a rate that's large enough to outscale how your eyes perceive distance with perspective. I find this fascinating. So if you were to imagine a rocket launch starting at the point of origin, and the rocket just goes higher and higher and higher, from your vantage point on the ground, the rocket could look like it's going up and then going down. But it's not.
Yeah, I don't think he's trying to understand. He's just talking about equinoxes now.
What in the world? Why don't you focus and get a hold of a single topic and stick with it? This is kind of nuts. All right, so we gave you what you asked for regarding perspective and globe curvature. Fun fact, the ancients who cataloged the seasons, the rise and the setting of the sun throughout the year, they were flat earthers. They're the ones that gave us the concept of the equinox. They're the ones that gave us the concept of the tropics, the Tropic of Cancer and the Tropic of Capricorn. Just as with the equinox, these are locations in the sky, conceptual locations of where the sun is at a given time of year. The problem is people think these are conceptual lines on a globe on the surface that you walk on, which is absolutely not true. You walk underneath the Tropic of Capricorn and the Tropic of Cancer. You walk underneath the equator.
Hello? Is there anybody here? Is there anybody in here?
I don't know. Maybe you're talking to yourself.
Ah, I wasn't I don't hear anybody. That's why I asked.
Okay. Well, we had a conversation, but right now I think I became busy. I'm sure somebody else became busy.
Okay, no problem.
What question you got? What's up?
Well, I actually I was in the feminism channel down below, and but maybe I go to politics and religion. Let's see. I'm just trying to find some interesting conversation.
All right.
Let's see you. Have fun.
Yo, Megatronus. I see you're in the chat, dude. Do you want to just talk instead? How does gravity prove the ground is curving?
You talking about?
Talking about gravity.
Why are you silent?
What did you say?
How's it going, Abdu?
Yeah.
What's up?
What up? Do you live on a globe? Yo, Megatronus. Do you consider gravity a force and not a force a contradiction?
Hey there, does anybody know what came of Rain just a bit ago? Who was in here? He started off a little trollish and then seemed to calm down a whole lot, and we had a really good closing conversation with him. But then I had to go before he did.
No idea. Hello?
Okay, goodbye.
Hello.
Hello?
Hello. Hello.
How's it going?
Yeah, I'm having some difficulties, bro. So I think some other people would. I have to talk to you if they're here.
Hello.
Hey, how's it going?
Where's the layer talkers?
Hello. Hello.
Hello? Oh my gosh. Said hello at least like 5 times now. Nobody's.
People are probably just busy. Hello? I am as well, but I just wanted to say hello so you know someone is here.
Oh, how did you come to know the Earth is flat? In truth?
Yeah, I'm kind of AFK at the moment, unfortunately, or I'll talk with you. Maybe there's someone else. Otherwise, just hang around a little bit. Someone will come online.
No problem. Whoever just joined, how's it going?
Oh, fuck.
How's it going?
I'm not sure.
Come upon. How did you get into flat Earth?
Well, there was a period of time where I was still in the military, and I got put onto a night shift. And me and the NCO I was with had nothing to do. So we were looking at all kinds of topics. And eventually, Flat Earth was on that list of topics. And then it became a pastime for debate in the office. And then I changed duty stations. And then I started getting more people's opinions in my questioning. And then I was checking on what their questions were, trying to formulate opinions on things, learning fucking whatever I could think of. And so I pretty much sat on the fence for maybe 4 years. And then my Christian background solidified the deal, since the biblical description is that the earth is not moving. It's, set on foundations. In the last days, the earth melts like wax. The mountains will be brought low, the valleys will be raised up. The stars fall from heaven like figs from a tree when it's shaken. The heaven is stretched out like a tent to dwell in. So then I ended up making my way into the 24/7.
Week.
Yeah. So
Yeah.
then I found out that there was more than just, pointing at correlations. And then I heard AV, who at the time was Miggy, talk about the 3 points, learn the 3 points, and then decided which things were worth actually discussing and what was not worth discussing, pretty much refining the argument. And I've been with the 24/7 since maybe December of 2020.
Nice. I like how you were introduced through your career in the military.
I was just saying it like it was. you know?
I always heard about flat Earth like as a conspiracy, but when I was actually pressured on it for my first time in this Discord, actually about a year ago, I realized it was probably Miggy too, somebody, but I realized like I didn't actually have any rational basis for believing what I believe, and that was kind of a shock. And then I've been going hard for about a year, just listening on my way to work, on my way back to work.
Yeah.
It took me a while to get to a point where I could articulate how and why the Earth is flat. But the more I look into it, the more it just seems to sense.
Yeah. What's up at night? Marshall, what's up?
What's up? The only thing, because I'm here, tomorrow I won't get a chance, but I still want to wish you all a very, Merry Christmas in advance. I hope you can like spend the time together with your families, please, and enjoy it together. Have you all that can hear me right now? Have a great day. Bye bye. Merry Christmas.
Thank you. You too. Right. Great guy.
It's also interesting getting into flat Earth from a biblical perspective, because if you talk with other denominations, like Catholics, for example, it says in their translation, I forget what verse specifically, but that the Earth is a globe. And so it's an interesting theological side of things as well.
Well, I'm convinced that the heliocentric model actually came from the Catholics. So it is not surprising that they would have something somewhere in their list of, ways to translate something that they would try and call it a globe, or say something along the lines of, supporting what they've created. So, I mean, all right, they say it's a globe. What's the foundations? Where's the water underneath the earth? Why wasn't the command to not worship anything in the waters inside the earth rather than under it? Why is heaven called a tent? Why is this tent his throne and our sanctuary? Why are the foundations of heaven found on the earth? Why is it that the stars fall from heaven and then described as falling like figs from a tree? Why
Yeah,
does
it's
heaven?
kind of sorry.
Keep going. Go ahead. Go ahead. I'm just gonna ramble.
Yeah. Was our solar system the first solar system created?
What about when aliens show up? Do we baptize them too?
In the beginning, God created the heaven and the earth. It was a solar system, and then he made it insignificant because he made many other solar systems as well.
Yeah, I think it's interesting that the Catholics teach the shape of the earth is spherical, because it's the school of thought that actually dominated Rome at the time. And so in Rome, you have the Pythagorean philosophers, and but even more interesting than that is in 1588, the Spanish tried to invade England, and their armada was actually wiped out by a storm. And at the time, the official authorized English Bible was the Bishop's Bible. And the verse cited to suggest a spherical earth is in Isaiah 40:22, which in the Catholic translation, the Douay Rheims translation, they use the word globe. And in the English translation, they don't use the word globe. So this Armada 1588, I think, was an attempt to establish that translation as the dominant translation, right? So I think very interesting how their Armada just got conveniently wiped out, you know. I'll leave that up to your interpretation, but I think that's an interesting part of history as well, concerning the globe and different theological views on the nature of the.
Yeah, well, you could take circle of the earth as what's that word? Does it match the time whenever he said something that's more akin to what a globe would be when Israel was supposed to be violently turned into a ball and tossed into a far country? Why didn't they say globe then? Also, that word that they used for circle rather than globe, it's also for a circuit or a compass to like surround something, to compass something. Also, Isaiah says several times that the earth is spread out. If I was to give you a piece of fabric and tell you to spread this out, would you clump it into a ball? So
that's true. Since we're on the topic of Bible, what do you think about 2 Samuel 11:11, where they explicitly word flat Earth?
you could say that that's not talking about the entirety of the earth, and that's probably just a flat portion of the ground. That would not be a strong argument.
I suppose, but they do use the word Earth, not like, you know. Anyway.
Is the word that covers either a portion of Earth or the entirety of Earth. So
Adama, or Eretz.
yeah, you can use it to either mean a portion of land or the whole of the land?
Maybe. I've looked at the word, the Hebrew word that they use, and it's adech. It means a field as flat. Doesn't mean a field is curved.
Right. So is the field entire earth or just a portion?
Can you read us the verse?
I'll throw it in the side chat even, because I have this in my notes.
Alright.
And to answer your question, they're using the Hebrew word analogously for the earth. So I know the Hebrew word is specifically for a field, but the way that the translation interpreted the word, they referred to the entire earth. I'll throw it up right here.
Yeah, I'm not. I think in that context, it's saying that they live on the flat ground, like they live on the flat land, like on a plain. Whereas, like, opposed to some living in hills or something like that.
Yeah, I suppose. I just think it's interesting as a particular quote that uses the phrase flat earth. But there's many other verses you can find that refer to the same.
Yes. Yeah. Isaiah 44, 40, so chapter 40, verse 4, I think it is. It's the same chapter that talks about the circle of the earth and all that, right? Earlier in it talked, when it's to do, they say it's a prophecy of Christ, right? Make you straight the way, right? All that stuff, That whole verse, like if you look into the is it the easy English translation, it actually says, like that when the King James says something like the hills should be brought low, that the valleys be raised, et cetera, right? In the easy English version, it says, and the ground with the rough surface will be made flat. And it is referring to the whole earth, like in that sense. I think it's talking about people take it metaphorically or as symbolism or something to do with like a spiritual journey rather than like an actual physical thing. But it talks about the earth being made flat, like literally, like Bev and his crew wanted to be. Would rather that have that connotation. No, absolutely no part higher than another, like literally flat. The hills will be leveled, and the hills and valleys are going to be leveled. everything is just going to be flattened out, right?
Good.
Yeah. But whether it's talking in a physical sense or a spiritual sense, it's, I guess, I don't know. Or both, maybe. I don't know. But it does talk about, yeah. It does. And you look into the, you know, your meanings in the original language, or in your Hebrew and all that. And it talks about, it refers, the terms, the words and the terms used in that verse is talking about planar, like a plain, broad stretch of flat land. So I don't know. It does talk. The Bible does reference a few places land, or the surface of the earth, either whether it means parts of it or the whole. I don't know, but it talks about it being planar.
Yeah, and see, that's the irony. Like, how can you, with a rational mind, look at all of these quotes together about the nature of this world that the Bible is telling us, come away with anything other than, like, there's also another, Job 38:14, the topography is like a garment. I love this one because that's one rebuttal they say is, there's mountains and there's topography. If the earth can't be flat. Yeah, dude. Does the topography extend linearly towards the horizon? Like, that's what matters. It's not that there isn't any geometric curvature. It's the overall projection of that. That's kind of how I see it.
Yeah, that's why when I have somebody ask me, I want to give them a sheet and then say, spread this out, and then have those, repeatedly by Isaiah, and then like you just referenced, Job calling it like a garment. We take a garment, you spread it out. What does that look like? That doesn't look like a sphere. They got to
like,
commit intellectual just for them to say, "Oh, well, my current belief of the way the world is okay to have it," and like force it into the context. And my justification for doing that is to say, well, they didn't actually know, even though I'm going to say out of the other side of my mouth that they were inspired by God, right, and to say the things that they did in the way that they did it. It's like, what are you doing?
Yeah, and what is what's the topography situated on?
Speaking of horizons, right? You mentioned horizon. Don't you find it interesting, right? That the way that we define the horizon, right, is, as in humans, is the place where the earth and the sky appear to meet, right? And the first verse of the Bible, Genesis, says God created the heaven and the earth, the sky and the earth, right? Right. Did he create the horizon? That's what came first. No, I don't know if it's in that sense. Like, it's just interesting, right? Heaven and earth, where earth appears to meet heaven, is the horizon, right?
And would also reckon it's a composition fallacy when, you know, you look at a table, for example, and you notice an indent on the surface of the table, and you're like, okay, because I see a little bump, therefore the table overall is flat. No, I'm sorry, that's not how it works. Otherwise, you can't describe a table surface. If that's the case, it's not flat, is it?
Yes, the table is still flat, even though it has a, 1-inch diameter dent somewhere on the table. The table is still flat.
And so this is kind of what I say with people who use topography as refuge.
But I suppose we might be losing some of the crowd talking about that. So anyway, the way I see it, right, just want to say this, is that, right, so these are domains that he created because his throne is at the top. Underneath that are domains, and he talks about the hosts of heaven, right? And we're the hosts of earth, right? So I don't see the sky as, I no longer see the sky. I used to, but no longer see it as just this very large, somewhat relatively empty place where there's scattered around some dust. You know, it's a place where something lives. That's based on my biblical perspective, but that's all I'm going to say about that.
I mean, I would agree that these are separate domains. And I think that makes it a category error when you talk about the sky and you talk about the sky and you try and relate it to the surface. As if the things in the sky are operating or functioning any way similar to the things that are bound to the surface. They're not. What's keeping the sun or the moon or any celestial in the sky? How do we keep things in the sky? We need engines and shit. Where's the engine for a fucking sun? I shouldn't be swearing.
Well, you necessarily there are objects that float, and you're just redefining what it means to float. Because they're always like, oh, well, there's anti-gravity crap that we can make or design, or aliens when they show up, they'll have anti-gravity technology, and gravity won't pull them down. Well, that's just buoyancy. I have a beach ball. I throw it up in the air. It comes down because of gravity, and it floats on the water because of buoyancy. I got a balloon, fill it with helium, let it go. It's not going down because of gravity. It's going up because of buoyancy.
I think that's another way to explain why things rise and fall. I think the mechanism behind what Archimedes did, when an object displaces its medium, I think that mechanism itself is still unknown. So Don't really know why things are falling. But I don't need to know why to know about the surface and the horizon. I don't need to know any of that shit.
Yeah. If you're going to speculate, you got to assert some assumptions. You can't prove them to be true or not.
Yes, we are here. There is people willing to talk. Please don't leave just because nobody is talking at the moment you dropped in.
Or not.
I guess they weren't really that interested.
It's okay. They'll put down their phone and they'll look up and they'll realize they can't run away from it.
You ever try to chase the horizon?
No.
It's always there. Can't run away from it. Almost like it's an intrinsic aspect of this reality.
Each. What's up?
Hey, what's up, brother?
How you been?
Well, good.
Good to see you.
Thank you, brother. So, what about the Earth is not flat, I guess?
Guess?
Yeah, it's not flat.
How do
Why
you know
not?
that?
Mm,
An educated guess, or you just random throwing lawn dart type guess?
It's complicated, brother, because I was like long time ago. I know the Earth is flat, even if you look to a surface you will see it a flat. Even if you are on a top of mountain or a hill, something like very high, you will see. But the problem is came to when you I forget the word. One moment, please. One moment.
Take
I
your
need
time.
to. Yeah,
We got
go.
all day. What's up, new guest?
Earth is kinda oval, you know. It's not round, not very circle, but like an egg. So it depends on the way you are looking at. Some people will see it flat, and others will see it oval.
Cool. What if the the ground is constantly changing a curvature rate, right? Like if the horizon is where things disappear because of the spherical nature of the ground, why is it then that the horizon changes distance? Is this egg changing size?
My point is, if the Earth is flat, how the sun will show you day and the night?
Because when it's bright outside and the sun's in the sky, that's called daytime. And when the sun's not in the sky, that's called nighttime. And when the sun goes away from you, it's nighttime. And when it comes back, it's daytime. The sun
I mean,
moves, the earth does not
if
move.
if the Earth is flat, why
If the earth is
you will
flat and it's the
yeah
floor of all of existence, and the sun is a light in the sky above the earth, and the earth is much larger in width than you can imagine, and the sun moves above that earth, then wherever that sun is above that earth, that's where it's daytime.
How about the other movement of other planets?
The planets are stars that move differently than the rest of the stars. All of the stars in the sky follow the same paths. The planets, coming from the Greek word to mean to wander, to go astray, those stars, they make retrograde motions periodically. And instead of going east to west, they begin to travel west to east. And then they go back to east to west. And over the period of nights, if you was to plot the path or take a picture of it while it makes this retrograde motion, you will see a loop.
Yeah.
That's why they're called planets and not
Yeah.
stars like the rest of the stars. So you sit in your lawn chair in your yard at night and watch the stars move in the sky. You don't move. The stars are moving in the night sky. You sit in the
Yeah.
lawn in the chair during the daytime and you watch the sun move. You don't move. The lights in the sky are moving. You're not moving.
We have been told many years ago that Earth is move like around itself, you know.
Yeah.
That's why you feel the movement of the stars, but you are not moving.
You don't feel the motion of the earth. The earth does not move.
Mm.
It's
That is
counterintuitive.
it's so complicated. You never know Earth is flat or Earth is oval or even round. It's so complicated, bro.
No, it's too easy.
It really isn't. Yeah, it's very simple.
Why is it complicated? You keep saying it's so complicated. That's telling us that there's something you don't understand. What is that?
It is many things, but I cannot explain it very well, like the gravity, you know.
So how is this gravity affecting the shape of the ground we walk upon? See, our problem, my friend, is there's a few gentlemen and ladies that come through this channel that have actually gone out and measured the ground. And there's no measured curvature. So if we don't have measured curvature, it's impossible to live on a ball, on a sphere. So you're concerned about something that's not related to the ground.
Yeah. Because, like, if the ground is flat and there's no measurable curvature, then everything that you experience is done on a flat earth.
That you'll have people try and make it more complicated than it really needs to be, and they make it complicated because that's what they have to do. They have to do a bunch of mathematical and mental gymnastics to try and justify the idea that they live on a sphere, because their immediate experience of physical reality tells them nothing like that. Actually, their immediate experience of physical reality tells them that the Earth is not moving and it's planar, it's flat. The surface of water lies horizontally. It's that simple.
enemies there.
think I said the radius is equal to the rate of curvature an hour ago. I was wrong. Now it's clipped forever.
So, how's everyone coping with the Earth being flat? We doing all right?
Looks like somebody said that some of our water shoots up into space now too.
Wow. That's interesting. Is it in water form?
I have to scroll up and really see this. I'm intrigued by it since the water levels never changed.
So the mass of the Earth is getting smaller.
I guess that would be the consequent, yeah. Does that mean that the gravity would be decreasing?
The gravity and the radius value.
Yeah, yeah.
Start to feel lighter and see less further.
Well, that's going to mess everything up here. I'll think that I've lost weight, but I'm just as fat.
Well, what about all the people investing in gold? It's going to lose value.
Yep.
Or will it? Will it? Hang on a sec. Yeah, well, it would. Wait, because they say the closer to the center you are, the stronger the gravity is.
That's a good point. That's a good point. Maybe it'll all just equal out, I guess. Of course, the Earth will still be smaller.
Hi everybody, what are you talking about?
Yeah, we measured the Earth flat.
Flat Earth Discord.
Do you have a question or?
No, I think, but I don't find a question about that.
Oh, okay. Well, if you do, let us know. Meanwhile, just thought you should know that we've checked to see if the Earth was a globe. It turns out it's all flat. So it's exactly as you experience it.
This Discord about geography.
No, not geography. Nope. Geometry. Measuring the Earth.
My English is beginner.
That's okay. You got to practice somehow.
Yes, yes. If you talk, I will hear. Listen, I will listen you.
Okay. Well, like I said, we've measured the Earth. It is indeed flat. No curvature can be found anywhere. So we also measured for motion of the Earth, and it's not moving. It's not rotating. It seems to be exactly as it always is, which is still or stationary. And it seems to be enclosed because we have gas pressure, air pressure, the air that we breathe. You can't get that without some kind of containment, physical barrier of volume. So, yeah, the Earth is flat, stationary, and enclosed. It's just the way it is.
Welcome, welcome. Welcome.
Hey, hello, Governor.
How you doing?
Man, I'm finer than a frog's hair and a biscuit. How about yourself, sir?
All right, all right.
Well, I guess you can't beat that. So, anything interesting going on in here? I guess that's a no.
Did that answer your question?
That's why I said I guess that's a no.
But it could be interesting. I'm not normally in here.
Well, in that case, there's always something interesting. Even the silence is interesting here. Right, T-Dub?
T-Dub's in a wind tunnel. He can't talk to you right now.
You sure he's not standing next to that rocket that's getting ready to launch?
Where does it go again? The rocket?
Yeah, he might be sitting next to it, the one that's going to the moon.
I wonder why the moon looks flat.
That's how we know it's so spherical, because it looks so flat.
Yeah, it's funny how that works. Flat means curved. Up means down.
Moving means motionless, or motionless means moving.
Two rotations from one rotation.
Yeah.
Nonsense makes sense. That's another one, right? Nonsense makes sense.
Yeah, it's the upside down world. The clown show. I mean, it only makes sense if your whole belief system is a web of contradictions. You can't tell the difference anymore. Oh, and here's the best one. Flat means curved. Or vice versa.
That's right. You know, it's so curved because it looks so flat.
And fat. Apparently it's too big. You can never see it, so it must be there.
We've had the likes of Matthew Lowndes even tell us that when they're talking about the abyssal plains being flat, they don't mean it's like flat. It's curved. It's just flatter, less curved. You know, flat as in less curved than other places.
Yeah. How does the horizon get flatter?
that the Earth was a ball. It essentially is the issue is born because the ancient Greeks looked at the sky, and there was this secret cult that had the belief that the Earth was a ball based on looking at the sky, and this belief then spread slowly throughout Greece and slowly throughout Christendom and slowly throughout the elite circles of the world. However, it's all based in these misconceptions. It's based in these assumptions, and they just, I presume, didn't know better. We don't live in the ancient past. We're not half naked. We don't believe that laser beams shoot out of our eyes, and that's how we see. And we actually know that refraction exists. We understand optics and cameras. Like, we have very high-powered lasers of different wavelengths. We can test the assumptions that they want to appeal to just to hold on to the belief. And so we're not here to sell a new belief because we don't have it. We don't have a replacement cosmology. We're just like the people, like, we're kind of like, if you were in Scientology and they've been telling you that Xenu, the space monster, came here a long time ago and seeded mankind and all sorts of bullshit. And then, like, you go outside and you meet some guy and they're like, whoa, this is a cult, bro. And you're like, really? And you read the books and you learn the history and you're like, oh shit, damn it, I got fooled. You're not the guy who's automatically created a new cult just because you got out of the old one.
I don't know if you can escape from Scientology.
It's just an example. You could use any cult-like system which kind of tries to keep its members confined within a bubble where their doctrine is the only thing they're supposed to learn and everything is heresy.
I don't know why it's not looked at with a more open mind in the mainstream, though. Like, no one really benefits from either situation. I don't know why they can't just do about it. You know?
Well, they benefit from not addressing it because there is a concerted effort to ridicule it, and you got to understand that that's not like malicious. It comes from natural human psychology. Like, you want to hold on to your comfortable belief, and so you rail against it, you fight against it, and in fighting against it, like, you say a bunch of stuff, and you push a bunch of narratives that then other people go like, oh shit, I'm not gonna step into that because I don't want to lose my funding. I don't want them to, like, associate me with these people, so I'm not even gonna address it.
I can give you an example. So I had the comfortable belief that we landed on the moon until I seen documentaries upon it, but that's only like word of mouth, so I couldn't verify that. Yeah, then I stopped believing in moon landings. I guess if you're in the flat Earth, you would probably automatically be a skeptic to the moon landings too, right?
Yeah, I could prove that. I could prove that moon landings didn't happen.
But then, like, there's other uncomfortable beliefs, comfortable beliefs I had, like the Holocaust being 6 million Jews and all that. Now I don't believe that anymore either.
I don't have an opinion on that because I can't verify that. Like, with the moon landings, physically they couldn't have gone there. Werner von Braun says they would have needed 3 rockets, and Elon Musk says he would have needed 15 starships. So, and that's because the rocket uses 96 to 98% of its fuel just getting into low Earth orbit. So they would
just
need to send
blasting off.
Yeah, they need to send up a shit ton of rockets just to get enough fuel to refuel the rocket to send it on its way to the moon. And we have a recording of Bart Sibrel talking to an Apollo astronaut and exposing this in front of him, and all the Apollo astronaut could say was like, "Well, you're saying that we didn't go there?" Like he got MK Ultra, bro, and there's a bunch of people who believe a bunch of stuff. However, there's a very small group of people needed to actually keep up that manipulation, and I don't even know if they are still alive today. Like, this is a self-sustaining belief system at this point.
I know Neil Armstrong's been caught saying some pretty weird stuff regarding the landings. Buzz Aldrin too, actually.
Yeah, most of it's admitted by many of the Apollo astronauts to be Freemasons, and there's many weird stuff related to the elites. That's basically where the globe came from. It came from these kinds of cults, like secret societies, fraternities with initiations and stuff like that. That's where you got to learn about the globe, generally.
Do you think like the Freemasons and powers had all the scientists have indoctrinated?
Well, the Freemasons technically have a flat Earth cosmology today.
They have flat Earth cosmology.
Yeah, you see the black and white squares, the flat floor. Then you've got two pillars that represent the moon and the sun, and then you've got a vaulted dome of stars.
So you're saying they believe in the flat Earth, but they push the globe?
No. Majority of Freemasons have no clue. They have not studied Freemasonry to that depth. Most Freemasons are just in this as a social club.
Yeah. But I mean, the ones like who, own it, the leader, the top. What do they believe?
I don't know what they believe. I'm not them.
But you said something about flat Earth cosmology.
Yeah, when you look at Masonic cosmology and you study their literature, you'll see that they depict it as a flat Earth cosmology. I think it's basically like this. The elites think they're better than you. They think they know better than you. So they keep their secret knowledge to themselves. Then when they finally realize, after 2,000 years of keeping that secret knowledge to themselves, that, oh shit, our secret knowledge was actually wrong. The whole public has been believing these flat Earth cosmologies based on the religions and the ancients. Maybe they were more right than us. Let's go study the ancients. And so that's why the morbid fascination for Egypt and the ancient comes into the elite's consciousness. And now they have their own little flat Earth Freemasonic clubs, and this is now the secret doctrine of the elite. Meanwhile, the public has their old doctrine, which is verifiably false.
What do you think their plan is? You believe in the elites, right?
Well, believe in that. You don't have to believe in any of this. This is history. Like, I can back all of this up with history. Problem is, you get taught a very cherry-picked view of history so that you form certain opinions and certain beliefs. However, history is far more vast than the tiny line that we get taught. Like, there's always been flat earthers, there's always been people contesting the globe, but you don't get taught that.
Well, you get taught that people used to think that the Earth was flat, but it's almost like in a ridiculing
Yeah.
context.
Yeah, that's a primer to get you to not actually like it's a very malicious psychological trick to get you to not look. It's like we used to be really dumb in the past. Everybody used to be super dumb. They thought the Earth was flat. They thought they would fall off the edge. Ugh. Now we're super smart. Now you know everything. So if you are smart, you say what we say. If you are dumb, you say the Earth is flat.
Yeah, I blew someone's mind at one point when I was discussing this topic with them, and I was like, well, people for like over 10,000 years believed that the Earth was flat without second questioning it. Until Galileo or whoever it was.
Yeah, like Pythagoras came up with it in his little cult, and he took over his little town, and then the public broke up the cult and tried to kill them, and then they spread all over Greece into even more secrecy. Like you can trace the globe idea. Meanwhile, the people who built the pyramids, who built all of the ancient megastructures, well, they were flat earthers. Well, I should get back to work. I was just listening in and heard you talking to Rayleigh, and the couldn't it be a bigger globe thing made me want to come in and be like, bro, just think about it for a second. Because once you expand the globe, we can still travel, like you said, between all the distances on this landmass. So if you make the globe bigger, you just squish everything into a flat Earth.
Yeah, it's that whole sun experiment I'm not really sure about. The Antarctica thing.
What? You mean the nonsense where they were like, oh, this is the final experiment.
Yeah, something like that.
Yeah, we've been considering the possibility that there was a 24-hour sun in the Arctic and Antarctic since 2015. It's not something new to us and has no effect on the measurements. So, like, before they went, all of us told them this will have no effect on anything. This has no relation to our claims. So, it was just dumb. It's just propaganda.
So you're saying it was like a useless experiment, like it doesn't prove anything?
Yeah, it doesn't prove anything other than like if we could go verify it, we would be like, yeah, like they're right. There's a 24-hour sun here. What would that change about the measurement of the ground not being curved?
I'm not sure how to explain it, but I think they tried to something about the difference between the globe model and the flat Earth.
Yeah, that's a strong. They build a straw man. We don't have a clear view of how the sky works. Meanwhile, they say, well, we assume the sky works like this, and because that assumption includes our globe, therefore it's true. Meanwhile, we assume your flat Earth works like this, while we assume everything about the sky that's unknown to make the flat Earth not work. Meanwhile, if you assume 1,000 other different variables for the sky, you can make the same observables. So it will look identical. You can make it look however you like in the sky. If the ground measures flat, it is flat.
Yeah, I might have to watch that again because I'm not sure how to put it into words.
It's very very simple. They're just saying it only works on a globe, but they actually haven't considered all of the options. The only thing they've considered is the straw man version, which we don't believe, and so they didn't actually debunk anything we said.
Can I ask you a question?
Absolutely, Holmes.
So, if a ship is on the horizon and then it disappears, what do you think that's because? If the Earth is flat, then you should be able to see it. You should be able to see everything on the horizon.
A dinosaur ate. Okay, fair. Okay, so there's two claims there. One is, if the Earth was flat, I should be able to see everything at all times. That's
Not necessarily.
Not true. The second,
Not necessarily.
Okay, then,
but
fair enough.
Listen. Let me finish. A ship passes over the horizon. Say you have no fog. Shut the fuck up, Reed. Say you have no fog. Say you have nothing on the horizon. Right? It's a clear day. A boat passes right from your distance of view, the same exact distance, no matter what. I'm pretty sure it's like 9.
No, it's not true.
Yeah, it is.
It's not true.
Yeah, what do you mean?
No, it isn't.
Okay, tell me how it's not true.
It's not. It's not true. It's just hold on. It's not true that the boats always disappear at a fixed range. So, for example, there's boats sighted 30 miles out. Now, 30 miles out, the boat would have to be 400 feet tall to be seen, but there's no boat that exists that's that tall. So it's not true that there's a fixed distance where things disappear. In fact, you see things much further than they should disappear all the time.
Can you tell me what boat that was?
Dude, I could give you. Listen, I'm not going to do it right now because I'm busy working. But I can. We got all kinds of observations, dude. And this one I'm speaking of is from Indio, and he's actually a member of our server, and he could actually show it to you and show you the marinetracker.com where it shows which boat it is. He could show you where he is in the Boston Harbor. And I'm not, and this is just one example, dude.
Okay, I'll give you.
And not only that, so check this out.
Can I ask you another question?
Well, just no. Let me finish.
Oh, I get
so
your
I'm just
point.
doing a tier
if you're not willing to show
no.
If you're not willing to show me the evidence, then I'm not going to listen to this because I'm not going to listen to you if you don't show me the evidence. Okay, can I ask?
Okay,
you
listen, Nick.
Well, if you're not willing to show me the evidence, I'm not.
Nick, I don't need to show it to you. I can validate it with an argument. It's very simple.
There's no validating with an argument because let me
explain it.
I'm not going to take your word.
Let me explain it, and then you can discount it after I explain it.
No, I don't.
For the past 10 years,
if you can't show me the real evidence, then I'm not going to listen to you. You can say
okay,
you
whatever,
want, dude. Listen. Can I ask you another question?
Posted up bottom-up obstruction. Put a flat surface in the side chat if you want to look at it.
Can I ask you another question?
No, because I might have to present evidence, and then we can't have a discussion and actually talk it out.
How about this? From now on, you could just explain to me why this is true or why this is not true.
Well, I want to stay on the other point real quick.
We're going to go past that right now because you're not willing. You said that you have evidence, but you're not going to show me the evidence. So
it's not just that I have. Listen, Nick. It's not just that I have one piece of evidence. It's that over the past 10 years, including before the past 10 years, hundreds upon hundreds upon hundreds of observations of objects being seen further than the geometric horizon have not only been proffered by globe argumenters and flat Earth argumenters, but they're all over the mainstream. Like it's so ubiquitous.
Okay. So
that there's actually this whole. Hold on, let me finish.
You're still not going to show me the evidence. I'm not going to.
Hold on, dude.
You can't show me the evidence or can't.
Okay, that you don't have to believe me, but let me finish this point. So the point is that on the globe side,
I'm going to go for our next question.
On the globe side, they have a rebuttal for this, but it's not that they deny this occurs. So go ahead.
Okay, whatever. So let's go for a more complicated one, if you can explain this. So why do you think the stars change position based if you're on the north side or the south side? Or, why did the stars change positions in the sky depending if you're on the north hemisphere or the southern hemisphere?
Well, the stars don't really change position to just like different stars.
Yeah,
I don't know of any star that changes position. Oh, that's simple because you're in a different location. Yeah, you're in a different location, so you see different stars.
But I understand that, but the closest star is like it's like 3 light years away, which is so far away. And
okay, fair enough. Fair enough.
That it wouldn't.
Yeah, fair enough. How do you possibly know how far away the star is?
Do you want me to explain to you the science behind it, or do you want me to send you a link?
There isn't any science behind it, but go ahead and try.
Okay, let me pull up the science because I don't know because I'm not a scientist. Let me pull up the science for you.
There's nothing, dude. There's only angular sizes, There's the assumption of the cosmic distance ladder. There's the assumption of the luminosity. And then there's the assumption of the parallax measurements, which they have to assume the Earth is in a different location in space to get the base leg of the triangle to get the parallax. So all of it is a bunch of assumptions.
It's okay. Here, I'll explain to it. I'll explain to you. So
yeah, go ahead. Go ahead and explain it to me, even though I already told you everything. Go ahead.
So they find distances, and this is how they found distances 400 years ago, right? So if you have I'm just reading this is what it says on what's it called on NASA's website. I understand this somewhat. They say using parallaxes, tiny shifts from nearby
parallax
measuring brightness compared to known types of stars, so they can tell.
Luminosity.
Listen, let me explain it. Let me go into more detail.
You're just saying what I said, dude.
I know, but let me go
ahead.
into more detail than you did. Okay. So you have a red dwarf or a white dwarf or a any types of star, a main sequence star.
Little person. No, listen. It's a red little person, okay?
What?
Yes, dwarf is a derogatory term.
You call them little people.
Oh, okay. A red midget star. You have a your main sequence. All these different types of stars, which we know we've studied in the past. Let me say, in the past century. In the 20th century, we have studied more about stars than any other time in history. We've learned the ins and outs of stars. That's what we've done. This is what NASA has focused on for literally 50, 60, 80 years, whatever. When I think they were made in the 50s. So let's just say 70 years.
So in 70 years, they're still doing an assumption-based ladder rather than actual measurement.
A redshift. You know what the redshift is, right? When light.
Redshift is a circular. Yeah, redshift is circular reasoning.
How so?
Because you're assuming the thing is moving away based on the spectral bands, based on how they match the
away. You're not assuming it's moving.
Oh, yes, you are, dude.
You're not assuming it. No, you're not.
Yes, you are.
And our perception is at a fixed distance, right? Because we assume obviously they are moving away in a sense, but because the expansion of the universe. But
you can't have a redshift. You can't have a redshift being caused by anything in there except movement.
Shut the fuck up and listen for a second, dude. You interrupt so much. Just listen. Okay?
Yeah, but we're buddies.
Oh, that's true. There you go. That's a fair.
That's right.
You got me there. All right. So you have a redshift, right? So, when light travels along a distance, it loses some of its energy and it stretches out. And this is just a very simplified version.
What? That's not what redshift is, dude.
Well, the light stretches out and the wavelengths become much low. The frequencies of the wavelengths become much lower, changing the color to a dimmer red color. So if you look at stars,
hold on, friend. The color of what, though? The color of what?
The emission of the light, the luminosity.
Oh, you're wrong.
No.
Yeah, let me explain it to you. So what they actually do is they take a spectral analysis of the light and they look at the element bands. So on Earth, when you do, like, let's say copper, if you look at copper through a spectral analysis, it's going to have certain bands of stripes, right?
Yeah.
And that's going to represent the gamut, and they have an identity by that gamut, and then they say that's copper. And so what it is when they see from these stars these bands, they match the bands of, let's say, copper, but the bands have shifted towards the red side of the spectrum. That's why they call it red shift.
Yeah, so when the wavelength of the frequency of the light gets stretched out over a distance and it becomes redder and redder because red is the lowest color that humans can see.
Yeah, fair enough. So let me ask this question, dude. What if, now here, this is important, because remember how I told you how they do it? They try to match it to things on Earth, right? What if it's the case that stars just emit redshifted light and it has nothing to do with them moving?
Yeah,
and
well,
if that's true, real quick, let me finish this conclusion. If that's true that they're not actually moving and they're actually just emitting redshifted light, there'd be no way to know because nobody has ever been to a star to validate it.
Yeah, well, they can tell with 100 different sciences that what type of star it is based on, like you said, like whatever, seeing what type of chemicals are in the star, seeing what type of elements are in the star. They can. I'm not a scientist. I'm going to tell you this. I
know you're not a scientist, brother. Check this out. If you're doing science in a lab, and you have the sample in the lab, and you have very accurate machines, let's say they're 0.3% accurate. The standard that they need to check the star and to validate it is orders of magnitude greater than what they can do in a lab. So what they're trying to tell you is that they can get a certain parts per million reading in a lab, but they can get a greater accuracy reading from a star. That makes no sense, my brother.
Well, a star is a billion trillion times bigger, dude.
No, whatever, dude. Yeah, so in other words, they haven't validated any of their claims about what the stars are or how far away they are.
So you think NASA is just lying to everybody that the Earth is round?
No, I think they're so stupid they actually think they know what a star is based on their stupid little readout that's way more accurate than what they can produce in a lab.
We're not talking about a star right now. We're talking about why the Earth is round. This is your argument. So why? Okay, you think NASA is lying that the Earth is round, right? You think they're just lying about it?
That depends what you mean by they, because there's many people in different organizations. I was in an organization where I had secret information that nobody else had, and everybody else just had to go about their business without knowing what I knew.
Okay, so that literally had nothing to do with my question.
Yeah, what I'm trying to tell you is that just because NASA is involved in quote-unquote space missions doesn't mean that everyone's lying. There'd only be certain people that know truth and are constantly saying the against the truth. But if you're just believing what you're doing, so for example,
that's what I just said, bro. They're lying to the
So
they're lying to the public to say
no.
Is that true or false?
No. Just check this out, brother. There are many employees at NASA who absolutely believe the Earth is a globe. They even do missions, and they can't even tell the difference between a training mission and a real mission. So I don't know who's lying, but most people just believe the Earth is a globe, bro. They just believe it. And that includes NASA employees. Most NASA employees have no firsthand knowledge of whether the Earth is a globe or not. They just believe it.
Okay, hold on.
Their jobs have nothing to do with any firsthand knowledge of the Earth being a globe whatsoever. And they certainly haven't seen it with their own two eyes.
Okay, so how do you explain, like, how the moon and the sun behave? How do you explain day and night?
Oh, perfect. So during the day, the sun is out, and then it go away, and then the moon come up a little while. Sometime it come up during the day, and then it go away. So the moon and the sun, they're kind of like here, and then they're kind of like there. So they just go around and do, they're never in the same place.
Okay, that doesn't explain it. No shit, Sherlock. Like, explain why that happens.
Listen, fair enough that you desire an explanation. All I know is what I see. I don't need to know anything more than that. I don't need an explanation. So if you want an explanation, I'll give you one. So Ratchet and Clank, the video game characters, are actually real. And Ratchet uses his gravity gun to make the sun go around while Clank feeds him tacos.
Okay, I mean, honestly, that's fair enough. I'm a flat earther now. Now I agree on everything. Actually, no, the Earth is a banana. Prove me wrong, the Earth is a banana.
No worries, brother. But see, the point why I'm being so tongue-in-cheek is that what the stars are doesn't change what the shape of the Earth is. What the sun and the moon are doing doesn't change what the shape of the Earth is. So, for example, I'm in a kitchen. I'm in a kitchen, brother. Just check it out. I'm in a kitchen, and there's a granite countertop, and it is beautiful and flat. And then there's a light fixture above the countertop, which has 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 globe lights. rest assured, my friend, the shape of these lights in this light fixture has nothing to do with the fact that this piece of granite slab is flat.
Okay, that is a completely irrelevant analogy that has nothing to do with what we're talking about.
No, it has everything to do. It's that the ground is what the ground is. It has nothing to do with the lights in the sky, bro.
Do you want me to explain to you why that's an irrelevant analogy?
Yeah, go ahead and tell me why two things that are different things have nothing to do with each other. Yeah, go ahead.
Okay, so I'm talking about motion, not the shape of a star. I said nothing about the shape.
Oh yeah, fair enough, brother. Fair enough. So let me do something. I'm gonna up my experiment. Flat granite countertop, 6 globes in a dangly light by a chain. Now watch this. I'm gonna take my finger and I touch the chain. Now the lights are moving. Oh look, my countertop changed its shape. My countertop, oh my goodness, it's no longer straight. Wow, the countertop just curved in front of my eyes because I made the lights move. Did that happen? The answer is no, it didn't. What?
I really don't understand anything you just said, but
I know, brother. That's the problem. So now I'm going to take a tool. The tool I'm taking out is called a square. It's actually the shape of a triangle. And I'm going to lay it onto my granite countertop. And let me tell you, brother, it lays right on that, flat as can be. Now, since I have my tool showing me that the granite countertop is indeed straight and flat, I'm going to take the lights on top of the granite countertop and I'm going to turn them off. It's now dark. The granite countertop is now in the dark. Is it now a globe? Oh, whoa, the light's back on. Is it now a globe? Oh, whoa, the light's off again. Is it now a globe? No, it's never a globe. It's always flat.
Okay, can I ask another question? Bring up another
Sure thing, brother. Hit me up.
So let's give you an example. A city in Egypt, I think it's Sainin. You probably have heard this one before. Sainin, whatever it's called. During noon, on whatever day of the year it is, there's no shadow. You don't have a shadow because the sun is directly above you at noon. And some other cities, it's very similar.
Yep.
So if you go to the city next to it, if you go to Alexandria, city next to it, you can measure your shadow and it's at an angle of 7.2 degrees. Right? It's not a city right next to it, but it's a city in Egypt as well.
Yeah.
So if the Earth was flat, how would you explain that? If it's round, that would check out. But if the Earth is flat, how would that not check out?
Well, you see, what you're talking about is shadows, right? And so you're making assumptions about the nature of the light and the shadows and geometric relationships.
Oh, we're not making assumptions. We're not making assumptions. We know that.
No, you are.
Science.
No. Listen,
There's
friend.
there's no. That's not an assumption.
No, the non-assumption. Listen, Nick, dude. Okay,
shadow is just the absence of light. It's just it's not.
Okay, listen, dude. How are shadows created?
They're not necessarily created. It's just not necessarily a complete.
Hey, listen, let me ask you this question. If it's pitch black, are there shadows?
In our eyes,
no.
Yes. Yeah, well, I'm not saying because there's obviously
if it's pitch black, there's no shadows, homie.
Well, if you want to, that's just way too.
So then the only way to get a shadow is to turn on a light and the path of the light to illuminate the area. And a shadow is where the light is not hitting the area because it's being blocked by something, right?
Yeah, yes, that's a shadow. There you go. That's what we create when we're sitting outside of the sun.
Shadows are blocking the path of light. Now, in order to make geometric claims about the light that's blocking the shadow, that's casting the shadow by the blocked object, you have to make certain assumptions. So, for example, Eratosthenes, which is who you're speaking about, made the assumption that the sun is an infinite distance away, that it's larger than the Earth, that all the lights are that all the rays are parallel, et cetera, et cetera. He made a bunch of assumptions. So it's not. He measured shadow angles. He didn't measure the sun, and he didn't measure the Earth.
Okay, so why would those two things
Oh, it's very simple, dude. It's if the sun is over here, and the rays of the sun are not coming in a way that's uniform. then you're going to have different shadow lengths. I mean, look, I have my granite slab again. Watch this. I take my square, which is blue. It's from Empire Squares, and I'm placing it on the granite countertop. I see a shadow. Okay, this shadow is, since I have it, I'm going to turn it this way so I can measure it.
Wait, also.
Okay, the shadow is, hold on, brother. The shadow is 6 inches. Now I'm going to take the square and I'm going to put it directly under the light fixture. No shadow. Now, let me ask this question, friend. Is my granite countertop a globe?
You're doing it at such a small scale that it really doesn't matter.
Doesn't matter, dude. The principle's the same.
No, it really isn't. Not at such a small scale. Scales have a lot of to do with things. It has a majority of the things to do with everything. A scale can change your experiment drastically.
Sure. I would agree that scale can change things. That's fair.
All right. Can I ask you another thing?
Sure.
So why does like the bottom of a ship disappear first, then the middle, then the top when it hits?
Okay, I agree. I'm glad you asked that, because now we're going back to where we started. So I said that the ship doesn't disappear at the geometric horizon claimed. It disappears much further sometimes. But did you know this? Check this out.
No, I just answer my question.
Hold on, brother. Hold on.
I don't care what you have to say. Just answer my question. That's all I want is you to answer my question. Why is that the case?
Okay, dude. I'll tell you why. If you can't see the bottom of something, it's because resolvable light from the object is not being resolved in the optic. There you go. That's the answer.
Okay, but why is that the case? That's just.
I just told you. I'm gonna listen. If you don't let me expound, I'm gonna reduce it to the most absolute technical reduction, and you're just gonna have to live with that answer.
Yeah, but that's not.
Oh, you don't get to take a dial. You don't get to take a dial and then dial the color of the television till you like my answer.
It's like I'm speaking to a brick wall, bro. Just answer the question in detail.
Yeah. You can't see things because you can't resolve light from that portion of the object. There you go.
Why can't you resolve the light from the bottom, then the middle, then the top?
Oh, because I'll tell you why. Because you have a limited angular resolution, and the packet angles that are available to render are below the threshold of resolvability.
Go a little bit more into detail with that.
Yeah. So if you took a checkerboard and you look at it, standing up, and you're looking down at a table and there's a checkerboard, you could see all the squares. But if you took that checkerboard, put it directly into your eye, and then turned it horizontal, it would disappear. So the angle of approach matters to whether you can see something or not. So once light falls below a critical angle, for example, a human eye is 0.02 degrees. So if light is not entering greater than 0.02 degrees, there's no resolvable information. Any information that's coming in that triangle will be conflated with each other and become one value. So if that's the bottom of a boat in the ocean, disappears. If that's the bottom of a building and the sand, disappears.
Okay. Can I ask another thing?
Only if you let me finish. No, only if you let me finish my previous thing I wanted to finish.
Well, then, sorry, you're not going to say another thing because I don't really care about that. I'm not going to ask another question.
Hey, Nick, how's that fair? I've been trying this whole time to tell you a very cool observation that I've done with you. I've done my own observation on my own lake, and you won't let me talk about it. Why are you such a bigot, bro?
I'm not a bigot. I just don't care about your observation because I don't necessarily.
Yeah, see, you're a bigot to my observation.
I don't trust your observation. It's just like you saying something.
Hey, bro, the best part. Listen, friend, the best part about my observation is you can reproduce it yourself if you're within driving distance of a 1,000-foot lake.
Okay, well, I'm not. So, can I ask you another question or no?
Listen, I want to tell you my observation, dude. How about this? You put your fingers in your ears, and I'll tell the audience since they want to know.
How about this? I just leave.
Well, dude, if you're going to say, I'm not going to let you tell me your unique, curious observation that has relevance to the flat Earth, globe Earth discussion, I'm going to leave. How is that fair?
I don't trust your observation. That's the thing.
You don't have to trust it, dude. I'm just going to tell you what it is. It's reproducible.
Well, what would be the point of you telling? I'm not going to reproduce it because I don't care that much about if the Earth is a globe or flat.
It's not only reproducible, you can also go find other people that have already done it, dude. So besides me.
Okay. So can I just ask you a question or no? Or is it just a no?
Dude, I'm just trying to give you my observation, bro. Why are you so scared of my observation? Are you afraid that it's going to shatter your paradigm and you're going to have to realize that your globe cuck religion isn't as true as you thought it was?
No, I really don't care if the Earth is a globe or flat. I just was.
No, you do care because you're too scared of my observation, my bro.
No, I just wanted to ask a question.
It's like your girlfriend is holding your phone and she's like, I'm going to flip through your messages. And you're like, oh my goodness, why would you want to do that?
For the sake of privacy.
Yeah, but see, the difference is you know that there's evidence of you cheating on the globe. Because you know when you're out there in the world that the Earth presents itself as flat. So you've been cheating on the globe your whole life, bro.
Okay, can I just ask a question, bro? You're making some fire analogies. I can't lie. That was pretty.
All right, listen. You ask your question first, and then I'll tell you my observation. Go ahead.
I'll listen. I'm probably just gonna leave afterwards. All right. So how can you explain to me like your idea of gravity, right? Because if our understanding of gravity would be that the Earth, if it was flat, if it magically became flat, for someone that believes that it's a globe, if it magically became flat, then it would crumble back onto itself. And how do you explain gravity in that sense?
Perfect. I got you, bro. I hear you. So I'm going to do an experiment to help it. So I'm going to grab something here. Yeah, I am. I like demonstration over explanation. Okay, so we're going to use my granite countertop because it's flat and it's affixed to the ground.
You can't use something at such a small scale.
No, just check it out. No, it's not about that. It's not about that. I'm just saying it's just a reference plane. So I have a can of Monster Energy Ultra Fantasy Ruby Red, the thin one, 12 ounces.
Shit flavors are.
That's what they had. So I'm going to take it and I'm going to place it onto the countertop. I'm now going to let go, and I'm going to look at it. Now, check this out. The can is empty, and it's not being crushed into the ground. Why not?
Because it has such a small mass that it's. I mean, I could go more into it, but it's just a.
Yeah, it's much. There's a more simple. There's simpler. You can reduce it even simpler than that. If you reduce it ultimately, it's that the structure is able to resist any collapse forces. So, for example, if I put a 50-pound brick on top of it, it might crush, right?
Yeah, it's just a small. There's not that much weight going against it, and the structure is.
Yeah, fair enough. Right. So, yes, fair enough. But for the purpose of the can, it serves its purpose well, and it's able to resist the forces to maintain its shape. Now, if the Earth was flat, yeah, fair enough. So, if the Earth was flat and gravity is real, then in order for the Earth not to crush itself, all it needs to do is be strong enough to resist the forces. That's it. It's that simple.
So how do you know that it's strong enough to resist the forces?
I'll tell you how. Because the Earth is clearly flat and it's not being crushed. There you go.
You know, okay. It's like the worst argument I've heard, but okay. Because that assumes that assumes that I would agree with you on the Earth as being flat, which is not an argument you can.
Nick, it's what we all experience. Nick, let me do another experiment. Another experiment live.
I told you I was going to go after this one. I told you I was going to go.
Yeah, fair enough. You can leave. The audience still wants to hear what I have to say. They don't care whether you hear it.
Okay.
So Monster Energy, yeah, peace.
Say I love you too.
Man, listen, I love you an enemy that became a friend, and then we try to backstab each other sometimes, but when we're face to face, we shake hands.
All right, that's fair. All right, bye-bye. Toodaloo.
All right, so I'm going to drop my can. I've dropped it. It landed on the granite countertop, which is flat. It dropped straight, as far as I can tell, towards the countertop, hit the countertop. So something fell downwards, and landed on a flat surface, just like we experience our entire lives. Every time we drop something, it heads towards the Earth, straight down, minus any wind, But that's all we've ever all experienced. So if gravity is anything, if gravity is pulling things down, then it's pulling it down to a flat Earth. So if gravity is anything, it's proof the Earth is flat. Now, there will be some triggered people who may hear what I just said and be like, oh my goodness, he said gravity. He said you can have a flat Earth and have gravity. Yeah, that's true. Gravity doesn't make the Earth the shape that it is. Gravity doesn't make curved things flat. Gravity doesn't make flat things curved.
Is your God gravity?
My God? Or what? Wait a minute. What did you say?
I'm just joking. You know how Globers, they worship gravity. That's their God.
Fair enough. And transversely, some flat earthers are so scared to talk about gravity because they think if they concede gravity, then that means the Earth could only be a ball because they can't think outside the box.
I
You can
love
have
talking
you can
about
have a flat
gravity.
Earth. Yeah, you can have a flat Earth.
Are you saying there is gravity?
No, I'm just saying gravity is irrelevant. If you're a flat earther, gravity has nothing to do with the shape of the Earth at all. Now, if you're a globe earther, gravity could be a religious mythos as part of your creation story. Like, for example, that guy said, you know, you got to have gravity to have a ball because if it was a flat, then it would be crushed into a ball. So he's talking about the formations of things in the past. In other words, a creation mythos, a religion. I know that my flat countertop, when I drop something and it hits it, the fact that something dropped to the countertop didn't change the shape of the countertop. Certainly not a metal can ain't going to change the shape of this granite countertop. Now, if I dropped, 5 tons onto this countertop, maybe it would turn it into a pile of rubble. No worries. But to close up the previous convo before you arrived, my observation was that I was trying to tell him that you can see things disappear from the bottom up well before the alleged globe horizon is even in the picture. So in other words, at short ranges. And that, coupled with the fact that you see things disappear at long ranges, short and long, both beyond the globe geometry, demonstrates that it's an optical effect. It has nothing to do with the Earth being a globe whatsoever.
You guys really think the Earth is flat?
No, dude, the Earth is flat.
Yeah, the Earth is flat, dude.
How?
It's pretty fun to talk to.
How's the Earth flat? That doesn't make any sense.
The same way my granite countertop is flat, brother. It's arranged horizontally, and all the peaks and troughs on the surface are between 2 horizontal parallel planes. That's how.
But how's your countertop constantly lit by light?
What? Constantly lit by light? What are you talking about? Hold on a second, brother. No, everybody stop for a second. We're going to do an experiment. Hold on. Listen, we're going to do an experiment. Listen, brother. No, we're going to do an experiment together. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to count to 3, and then I'm going to turn off the light. Okay, the light's off. Is my countertop still flat? The answer is yes.
Oh my gosh. I never thought of it.
Hold on, I turned the light back on. Now it's a globe. Light off, flat. Light on, globe. Light off, flat. Light on, globe. Is that how it works? No. In fact, my countertop is a structure, and it maintains its structure regardless of how it's lit.
It turns itself on and off because that proves that the Earth is flat because the sun just turns itself on and off.
Let's talk about
No, dude, it's irrelevant. See, the point is, friend, that the structure.
How does day and night work?
Yeah, very simple. During the day, there's light, and during the night, there's not. That's the definition of the day and the night, right?
But how? You're not even explaining it. You're just saying that it's day or night. You're not explaining how it works.
What do you mean works?
If you're a flat earther, explain to me how day and night works.
Yeah, very simple. So the light source, whatever it is,
how does it work?
What is that? How does that even make sense, dude?
Would the sun go underneath?
Listen, bro. Let me help you out. So the audience doesn't have to suffer. All right, listen.
Yeah, I need.
I think what you're trying to say. I think what you're trying to say that is if the Earth was flat, that the single sunlight source would light up the entire Earth at all times. I think that's what you're trying to say. Is that what you're trying to say?
No. I'm trying to make sense of how you explain away.
What do you mean, no? Well, listen, if it's not true, listen,
Buddy,
friend,
calm
if it's
down,
not
buddy.
true,
We're in a
if it's
Discord
not
chat about
true,
flat Earth. Calm
if
down.
it's not true, if it's not true that a sun would light up the entire Earth, then I don't need to explain why the sun isn't lighting up the entire Earth because you already agree.
No, I'm just trying to understand how you make sense of day and night cycles if you're a flat earther. Do you think the sun travels underneath this supposed plane of
No, the sun moves around and the available light moves around. There you go.
Light attenuation.
So is the sun like a spotlight lamp? Does it have like things around
Look,
it?
the sun, I'll put it to you as simple as I can for the facts that I know. The sun is not a sufficient light source to light up the entire Earth at all times. There you go.
So it's a fact. It's not a theory.
Listen, the whole Earth is not lit up at all times. Therefore, the sun is not capable of lighting up the entire Earth, or it is, but it just isn't doing it. So either way, we end up with the same result, that you have day and night over a clearly demonstrably flat surface, measured as such, covered in the known territory by 70% flat level water. So the Earth is flat, and the sun does what it does, and the sun is not the Earth. There you go.
So when just to be clear, when the sun
I also have
goes
another
like,
question.
over
I
the
have another
horizon,
question.
are you thinking that like the sun is moving too far away for us to see? Is that what's happening?
That's part of it, sure.
Okay, I have another question. How do you explain the spherical structure of other stars and objects in the sky?
Okay, gotcha.
What sense would it make for other objects in the sky to be spherical but not us? I guess is what my question.
Yeah, no worries. Absolutely. I'm going to use my granite countertop again. So I have a granite countertop. I'm eating on it right now. There's lights
really like
above
that
it.
granite
It's
countertop, man.
Dude, it's a six light array. Each of the lights are globes. It is above the granite countertop. All 6 of the lights are globes. So countertop 7, 6 globes. 6 globes, 1 countertop. So that's 7 items. 6 of them are globes, and 1 of them is not a globe because it's not the lights. Very simple.
I have a question. Why is it that the source of light, aka the sun, is not in view, but there's still light, like during dusk? Why does the light source disappear from view before the light does?
Well, that happens during the day. Like where I live in between 2 mountain ranges.
But I'm asking,
and the sun, just listen, the sun will go from one mountain range to another, and before they're even over the other mountain range, if it's a humid day, I won't be able to see the circle of the sun, but it'll still be daylight.
Right, sure, but what about when you're not in a mountain range? What if you're in the desert? Because the same thing happens.
Same principle. Same principle.
So, okay, then what blocks the light in the desert? Because the mountain blocks the light in the mountain range, but what about...
No. In my example, I told you before it gets to the mountain range. So if the mountain range is not blocking it, the air that's blocking it.
The air is blocking it?
Yeah. In case you didn't know this, friend, in case you didn't know this, real quick, air is not transparent. In case you didn't know that.
Right. If the Earth was flat, wouldn't our chances of being struck by a deadly asteroid would be much higher, wouldn't they? In theory, if we were a plane.
No, you believe in fairy tale space. We don't think that there's a space or comments.
Fairy tale space.
Meteoroids. They're gonna.
I got a question. Yeah, how about you explain why you think the Earth isn't flat, buddy?
Do we live on an infinite plane if it's flat? Is it just infinitely flat forever? It doesn't end?
I don't know, bro.
It makes less sense to believe in a flat Earth than it does to believe in a round one.
Really? So 70% of a known surface is flat level water, and that somehow makes sense that it's a ball.
Do you also believe all scientific research is fake? Is that also what you believe?
So a lot of it is pseudoscience, not actual science.
Yeah,
I believe we've never traveled to space. We've never been to the moon. We've never traveled to space. You don't believe in that stuff?
What evidence? What conclusive evidence is there that anybody's ever landed on the moon?
I mean, there's a lot more evidence to say that we've been there than to say that we haven't.
I've seen it on TV,
Really?
man. It has to be true.
But what about
gravity? All I asked for was conclusive evidence, and instead you just gave me some like balancing
photographs. Why would gravity just stop working? Why does gravity work for us to stay on the ground, but then it doesn't work for the ground to stay on more ground, and then that ground to stay on more ground.
Yeah, fair enough, brother. Yeah, fair enough. Why do magnets? Why does your refrigerator magnet not attract something that's across the room?
What?
Yeah, why does a refrigerator magnet that's on the other side of the room not just fly to the refrigerator?
Wait, hold on.
I'm just trying to understand,
He's
bro.
asking a question.
Wait,
Wait, it does. You do know it does attract it. It's just not strong enough because the other attractions.
Oh, there you go, brother. No, dude. A magnet. Listen, a magnet on the ground isn't just going to fly over to the fridge, but once you get close enough, it's going to fly out of your hand.
No, but listen. Do you know there are different attractions constantly going on, and if there are those attractions of magnetic forces, right? But if the
No, dude. It's because listen, dude. The reason is, yeah, we got you, bro. The reason is that magnetism is a cubed loss, and gravity is a squared loss. So nice try.
Where do you get your evidence from?
How do you
That's
know
my other
that?
question. Where's your
it's
evidence?
a cubed loss.
Where's your undeniable?
Oh my goodness, dude! The strength. Hold on, for that kid that asked. Yeah, the strength of the field wanes off with distance at a much greater rate than any alleged gravity. Okay, so the reason why you have certain effects when you're close to something versus far away is because the strength of what's going on is decreased so much that it no longer has a significant effect.
Everything has a magnetic effect, bro. What? Everything
Oh
has a
my
magnetic
goodness, dude! All right, listen, bro,
He has no evidence
popcorn.
either.
I ain't got time to teach you physics, bro. So let's ask Prodigy what he wanted to ask.
You're a physics master.
Okay, yeah, ask it. Does every
How dare we question the physics master over here?
Wait,
the
hold
AI
on, wait.
overlord.
All right, popcorn.
I got it.
Popcorn. When I cleared the floor for Prodigy to ask his question, that wasn't your cue to talk straight through him. Right, Prodigy. I apologize.
Arkin's voice.
It's all good, man.
All right, so who wanted to ask the question? Was it Prodigy?
Yeah, I was just gonna ask you, like, where's your evidence coming from, man? If you're so informed and so knowledgeable,
Okay, yeah, absolutely,
subject,
absolutely.
Where exactly are you collecting your information from? Where's your evidence?
Yeah, got you, brother. No worries. So
why is everyone else's
no
evidence
worries.
Invalid?
Well, dude,
James
I accept your question. I accept your question as a valid question, so I'll answer it. Okay. Here's the answer.
What did he know?
I want to hear.
Okay, check it out.
I want to hear what he has to say.
So, when it comes to the form of the Earth being a globe or flat, okay, the key definition is the geometric qualities of the structure itself. Now, whenever you're going to measure something to be flat, you need to have a baseline. So, for example, this granite slab, you have a baseline, and then you have another line from the baseline, so two horizontal lines. Then there's a variance between them a little bit, but roughly the entire surface is between those two horizontal lines. Now, whenever you're doing anything like that, you can float it. You can use a weight crusher, which will slide it back and forth and just grind the bottom off. There's all kinds of techniques you can use. But whenever you're going to test it, you're going to put a straight benchmark, and it's going to be a solid structure. Now, when it comes to the Earth, there's no solid structure that can be stretched across the entire Earth. But there is a structure which can tell you level. That structure is water. Now, water is the gold standard of level throughout all human antiquity. In fact, even the globe paradigm assumes that water level is wrapped around a ball. So in other words, the Earth is level. It's either a level that's curved around itself to create a ball, or it's a level that's horizontal. Now, intuitively, everywhere we go, we operate with horizontal. We don't operate with curvizontal. So how do we know that the whole Earth is actually truly horizontally level and not curved back around itself? So that's very simple. If the Earth is covered in water and water must be level, then that means that the entire 71% of the Earth covered in water has to be curved. So all you have to do is do a sufficient sample size, accurate enough to the test to tell you by within a threshold of tolerance whether or not that water is actually curved. So if you take a laser and you use a laser transit methodology and you shoot it over 25 miles of water, you actually can hit a target plus or minus a few feet that debunks the globe geometry by 2 orders of magnitude, demonstrating that the level that we all experience is indeed horizontal and not a giant curve. And then if you extrapolate that out based on the known physics of water across 70% of the territory, you end up with 70% of the territory, a flat level baseline called sea level, and the highest mountain and the lowest trench in the ocean being, hold on, real quick. I'll finish with this. From the highest mountain peak to the lowest trough is a span of 13 miles, over 197 million square miles. That means not only is the Earth flat, but it's very flat. Go ahead.
Okay, well, say it is flat. What difference does this make? What difference does it make that
Fair enough.
Scientists have been lying to us? I mean, what's the big deal? I don't understand. Like, what would be so it would be groundbreaking to learn that the Earth is flat, but like, what significance would it pose to discover that the Earth has been flat this whole time? I don't understand. Like,
well, it will change. It will change some of. So the great metaphysical questions: who am I? Where did I come from? Where am I going? All those things, right?
There's no definitive way to know. We can talk about lasers. We can talk about measurements, this, and that. We can talk about all that all day long. There's no way to actually truly know. So, like, what's the point?
You experience it. You experience it every day.
What's the point?
We're still here.
The point is, dude, that it may not matter to you, and that's fine if it doesn't matter to you in particular, but it does matter to some people. Okay, and the truth is the truth, no matter who it matters to.
I'm not disagreeing that it matters to people. I'm just saying, like, what's the significance of arguing about the existence of a flat Earth? What's the point, man?
We just don't like liars in our society.
Do you mean what's my point in doing it?
Well, like,
or do you mean like the greater existential point?
The existential point? What are we going to do to the liars if we find out they were lying about the flat Earth? What's your guys' end goal here?
Most of them ain't lying, dude.
What do they gain from lying?
Most of them believe it.
Why would a collective group of anybody lie about the flat Earth?
Dude, to change the human's conditions, assumptions about the great metaphysical existential questions. There you go.
There you go.
From your metaphysic and your answer, yes, correct. From your metaphysic and your answer to those questions alters your behaviors. Now, it may not on a small scale, but it does on a grand scale. And not only that, but sometimes you don't have to, because it doesn't matter what you think. It only matters who the people or the entities that are engaged with it.
What I think doesn't matter to you. What I think doesn't matter to you. That's really what you're saying when you said that.
No. I'm saying people's motives that are able to control you. What you think of their motives doesn't matter in the sense that their motives are their motives. If you don't agree with their motives, if you don't think their motives are worthwhile, that doesn't matter because they think their motives are worthwhile and that they're the ones doing it. So their opinion of their motives is the only opinion that matters of whether they're going to do it or not. But thank you for moving down the 5 stages of grief from the fact that the Earth is flat to now you're coping.
Buddy, you really thought you got one over on me? You're not going to convert me to a flat earther, man.
No, dude. We know because your coping mechanisms are too strong.
I can't comprehend this elaborate theory of the Earth being flat. Is that what you're telling me?
No. You did comprehend the elaborate theory of the Earth being flat, and then you went into the motives. You can't comprehend the motives. You do comprehend that the Earth is flat.
Okay, so dive deeper into the motives. You still haven't really given me very much example of what a motive for the Earth being.
The existential questions. Holy crap,
what would be
dude!
the gain from that?
Imagine your rebuttal. Your rebuttal is, I told you to alter humanity's answers to the great existential questions, only the most important questions in the existence of mankind, and you think that doesn't matter? Just dismiss it out of hand.
Dude, you're just saying what? They can control what people think. Is that the motive? They can control.
Dude, what if I told you the reason was $1 trillion? Would that tickle your fancy?
So if we all found out that the Earth is flat, then what? We're just all going to rejoice and be like, "Wow."
Well, hold on. Let me answer that dude's question. You're right, sir. Some things are more important than money. Some things are more important than trinkets. Okay. The fact that you can't comprehend that some people would be motivated for things that are beyond the scope of monetary or selfish gain for some kind of self-deluded service to mankind or attack against mankind. Look, if you don't understand that some people at a quote unquote elite level would operate that way, I mean, that's not my problem. That just sounds like you don't have an imagination.
Are you religious?
Well, it depends on what you mean by religious.
What do you believe in? What's your definition of religious?
Oh, my metaphysic, dude, is that the entire reality prior to existence, which means to come out of, was the thing of which everything came out of, which is itself the grounding of reality, which is an eternal, sentient being.
So the universe is a being. That's what you believe? The universe
No,
is...
the universe... No, hold on, brother. The universe would be something that exists, which means it came out of that being. So, no, the being itself isn't the universe, no.
Bro, you really like your philosophical takes, don't you?
Well, dude, in order to do anything, you have to have a philosophical groundwork.
Yeah, but when you're talking about the flat Earth, you kind of have to, like, shoot from the hip, man.
No, I'm not shooting from the hip, dude. It's very simple. Throughout antiquity, it's been well established that the majority of people on the Earth...
You gotta break it down, man. You have to break it down in layman's terms. You can't use all this mumbo jumbo that you've been using. Like,
okay, fair enough. Yeah, so I'll make it very simple for you. I'll make it very simple for you.
What the fuck you're saying, dude?
So the eternal being created the world to be what it is. It's true. And then there's evil, which is against the truth, and they're against the eternal being. So in other words, for lack of a better term, you have God and you have Satan. You have the good and you have the evil, and it's being played out on a grand stage. And humanity is the pawns for which it's being played upon. And so humanity's beliefs about the Creator and about their place in the universe are drastically altered with their metaphysic and their cosmogony, which means where everything came from, and their cosmology, which means what's everything doing right now. So yeah, there's a lot of reasons why people will be interested. And keep in mind, I don't limit my reasons to just human actors. Okay, I'm fully aware of the fact that there are greater entities than just humans playing around in reality, sandbox. Now, you may laugh at me and say, oh, that's just a stupid religious thing from a stupid religious book. And then I tell you, oh, you mean the book? No, I'm not saying you, dude. I'm just the royal you. Because people do this, so it's just a response that people give when you say stuff like that. But listen, I can make my conclusions without citing any religious text. I could cite a book written by an evolutionary biologist. I could cite a book written by an evolutionary biologist where he was working with astrophysicists and other evolutionary physicists, and they all came to the conclusion based on modern experiments that the fundamental unit of reality, when you get down to the smallest state of time, the smallest state of matter, and the smallest state of energy, that what is the core underpinning of those things even existing is an eternal sentient agent. So they believe it, and I could just quote them. They're straight up evolutionists. They're not specific theists at all.
You said an internal sentient agent?
Eternal.
Oh, eternal. Oh, yeah.
Uncaused. Non-temporal.
I appreciate you going a little more in depth, but I think we're getting a little off track here. This is the flat Earth.
Well, dude, you're the one who asked. You're the one who asked why, rather than focus on the facts.
You went on a little tangent. You did go on a little tangent, brother.
No, dude, you asked.
Dude, how else? Listen, how else could you answer the question why? For example, this granite countertop. Just check this out, brother.
Of the universe.
No, it's important. That's relevant to why. So, for example, I have my granite countertop.
I don't really think
right
so,
now.
Man.
It's brown.
Granite countertop.
It's brown. Well, it's just what's in front of me, and it's flat. It's brown. It's got some black and some gray. It's got rounded edges. It's a certain length. I could tell you all of those facts, but I could not tell you why the people who originally chose this design chose it. All I can tell you is what it is. I can measure it. I could take out my tools and measure this countertop and give you all the particulars.
Okay.
None of that information tells me why.
Okay, you live in a dirt ball or a dirt plane, What does it change? The different. What shape? What shape is of the dirt changes the fact that you're living on it?
Right. So
You
what
might
shape?
understand how to build things.
What? No.
Listen, dude.
No.
God, dude.
What do these people gain from changing that perception? What do they
Here
gain
we
from that?
go again, dude. Here we go again. Is it me that wants to go down this track, or is it me that wants to go down this track, or is
Are
it
you
you?
afraid? Are you a scared person? Do you need someone to be afraid of? I don't understand. I just don't understand that.
See, dude, you're going. Listen, you're now moving on. You're now moving on to another stage of grief called Cope 2.0. You went from Cope 1.0, now you're in Cope 2.0.
Well, you are the AI Overlord 2.0, so I don't know why I'm in Cope 2.0. You're the AI Overlord.
Dude, not only am I the AI overlord, but I'm from the future. And in the future, everybody realizes the Earth is flat. They look back at people like you from the past, and they're like, and including me, because I used to be a Glober, and they're like, wow, people used to be retarded.
And what, the world's just going to get better because we all know it's flat?
No,
Doesn't matter, dude. The shape of the Earth doesn't cure the human condition. There's still going to be evil people in the future, just like there was in the past.
Matter?
That's what I was going to follow up with, because you must have obviously left the future for some reason and had to come back
Okay,
here
listen.
where it was better for some reason.
Right, listen, let me ask you this question. Let me ask you
You're
this
here for a
question.
reason, right? What's the difference? What's wrong with the future?
Let me ask you this question. Why is it? Hey, Dora, let's see if Dora can answer. Dora, why is it that these guys it matters to them why it matters rather than the facts of what it is? It's like they're in denial because they know it's true that it's flat, and now they're trying to cope after the fact. Like, why did mom have to die? Why did God take mom away? Your mom's dead, bro, and the Earth's flat. I'm sorry.
I think it's just funny to get this upset over something that is not even known or even possible to be
It's just
true.
we're dealing with people like you that are just nuts.
I already demonstrated to you that the Earth is flat decisively. You had no answer except to ask, why does it matter? Which we all know means that your cognitive dissonance is now trying to protect you from the truth.
Evening, gentlemen.
Good evening.
Cyclone. How well doing?
Pretty good. Josh was in here about an hour ago, hour and a half. Had to go.
Who, Josh?
The satellite guy.
What the satellite guy? What was he saying for himself? Has he presented his official apology to the room yet?
I don't think he made it official, but...
Well, I demand an official grovel.
Well, that'd be entertaining.
So, I might extract that from him the next time he's in.
I was hoping to get through to him earlier that calculated distances between coordinates is not the same as measuring those distances.
I can't imagine that he doesn't understand that.
I know. But he'll make a comment, regarding GPS systems can accurately calculate your distance between point A and B. It's like, well, how do you know it's accurate?
Yeah, that's just rhetoric. I think he knows. I think he must know. He's not a dumb guy.
Yeah. I kind of wonder if he's secretly troubled by much of this, which is why he keeps returning again and again.
He literally wouldn't return once if he wasn't.
Right.
Like, there's a reason, like, guys who are supposedly at the spear's tip of globe technology and activity want to spend their time hanging out with flat earthers. Like, I'm trying to think how you could change that. Like, I'm trying to think what an analogy for that would be. It's so bizarre.
It's kind of like they they have such a hard time accepting that this is true that they need to continuously play devil's advocate with themselves and argue against it with us just to make sure they're not going crazy.
Yeah, I don't know. It's like, I don't really want to, it's maybe not a good example, but it's almost like imagine like a high-end cancer research scientist or something spending all his time hanging out with people that say cancer doesn't exist. And it's not like he's in there debating them all the time. He's just hanging out with them and like speaking to them. Like on the surface of it, you'd be like, well, why would you do that? Doesn't that infuriate you? Doesn't that? It doesn't seem to. It seems to be more, I mean, it has to be a level of intrigue, because otherwise that reaction doesn't really make any sense. At least intrigue. You know?
Yeah, I hear you. And to the point where he even pays for a vanity license plate that says Earth Flat on it.
No. Shut up.
Oh, you haven't seen that? Yeah, he's got a Prius. He posted a picture. and yeah.
All right. He's fucked up in the head then. I don't know. Now that's too far. Maybe he's just a troll or something. I don't know. That's crazy though. In his field, I mean, that's just trolling, isn't it? But
I think it's a catfish.
I mean, that would make sense for a guy maybe who's just straight up trolling. But you'd have to be pretty triggered about the whole thing to go and buy a vanity plate, go to the effort of putting it on your car, go through the hassle of just having that as a vanity plate on your car. So either you're really upset about it, or I don't know. That's a bizarre thing for a supposed globe believer to be doing. I mean, I could maybe see that from someone like McToon or something, just going absolutely crazy and just trolling. Even they wouldn't do that, right. But that's weird. Why did he say he did that?
I don't know. I've never asked him. I think that'd be a good question to ask as part of his groveling.
Yeah. I need to understand that psychology. Well, on the surface of it, you just say, well, he's just taking the piss because he thinks it's a joke. But when he's in here, he can't pretend that he thinks it's a joke and that he can just take the piss of it, because he literally can't argue against it. He has nothing to say against it. So he knows full well that it's not a joke in the sense that he can just dismiss it and debunk it. Certainly not that. Maybe it's just a projection. Like, it is a joke,
right, so it's not
really.
It's not like the same thing as a flat earther who wears a NASA shirt.
Yeah.
It doesn't work in reverse.
yeah, exactly. Because, I mean, the proof's in the pudding. You come in this room and you're not debunking it. So it's not a joke. Because that just doesn't make any sense. Like, none of that adds up. Unless it was just like a massive piss take. But then when he's in here, he's like, no, I support you guys. I'm speaking to my friends about how you guys are not crazy and you got good arguments and stuff. Another reason to think he's just totally disingenuous. But maybe he got that plate long before he actually started speaking to actual flat earthers. Maybe he was in his own little Dunning-Kruger cognitive headspace when he thought, I'll just buy a vanity plate that says Earth's flat.
Yeah, I could see that. He had not heard of FE Core this entire time until today. So giving you an idea, like he's been in this arena for 5 years and he's like, what? FE Core, what's that? Like either he's not been paying attention or he's trying to pull one over.
Or by arena, he means like Reddit and Quora and Facebook. I don't know. I don't know what
maybe.
he means by arena.
That's true. I mean, he's probably, wasted a lot of time with inferior communities.
So when Josh first came in, I think I might have been people to speak to him, and I told T-Dub this the other day, but he was very measured. He was very well spoken. He was very formal in the way that he spoke. Very well behaved, like clean. He didn't swear, none of that. And then the transition has been over the last 2 or 3 months or whatever it's been since he's been in here. Like the mask has slipped off, and he's become just kind of like this degenerate trying to take the piss. And yeah, there's been an evolution for sure. But no, he can't be trusted as far as I'm concerned.
Yeah, I'm just wondering if it's like, I'm just trying to wonder if the psychology is like just the cog this. He can't help himself. He can't trust himself. He himself is trying to work through it. Or if he's like already decided something, you know, that we're, I don't know, dangerous or something, and he's doing his own slow strategy of something nefarious. I don't know. I'm generally not that paranoid about that kind of thing because I just can't see it coming to anything. But I think that's the only question that I have. Is it like genuine cogdis, or has he got some strange game that he's playing? I don't know. Not that I really care, because either way, it doesn't matter what anyone says, thinks, or acts like. The Earth is observably, measurably, and practically used as flat. But it is interesting. The psychology interests me. But in a way, it's almost like the guys that are at that level or have the quote-unquote credentials for the globe, even just them admitting that the flat earthers have good points and they're worth listening to, you almost can't even give us that much. Like, if you give us that much, you've killed the globe, basically.
Yeah, that makes sense.
You know what I mean? Like, it has to be ironclad for it to be a globe. Like, imagine little noob globers listening to the guy that they're like, oh, the satellite guy is going to prove the globe, and then he starts being like, you guys are cool. I don't have anything to argue against you. I like you guys. The glober's like, what? Nah, you've got to be debunking these guys. I mean, if you guys are wanting to hang out with the flat earthers and you say they're sound and you can't really debate them, what chance have the rest of us got?
Hey, Josh, bring some of your friends by. Let's have like 2 or 3 of your buddies come in here and let's hang out.
I think I already asked him that, and he said they wouldn't do it, which is no surprise to me.
Mic check.
Yeah, got you.
Okay, cool. I mean, the guy makes 6 figures by promoting, you know, globe ideas and, let's say, services. So he's not gonna put that in risk, right? Just by making friends with flat earthers on the internet.
Yeah, he really couldn't say anything else for his own job. Like, I mean,
He says he tells his friends and coworkers about us, and he represents this idea on occasion at his UN panel.
Yeah, but not in any way that's like, he can't be doing it in any way that's like, hey guys, we need to seriously look at that, because as soon as he does, either one of his colleagues or someone else is going to try and get him to lose his job.
Yeah, that's what I was wondering too.
So there's no way to, I mean, even if he understood it and he accepted it, he would have to pretend that he doesn't. Like, he couldn't even have one of those jobs where he can be a flat earther. Even though technically everything he's doing is on a flat earth and doesn't require a globe at all. But the optics of it has to be all globe, globe, globe.
Right, and he's always retreated to fallacy of pragmatism each and every time.
Yeah.
Well, it works.
Yeah. Well, you guys get your Amazon spatulas, don't you? There you go.
Right. Hey, guys, but we all know those flat earthers are crazy, right? I mean, we all know that this stuff just actually works. It just works, guys. We all know that.
We all know the Emperor is not really naked. We all know that, guys, right?
I mean, shouldn't you be a little bit concerned when the best you have is everybody knows it works? Yeah, we all know it works. Well, not us personally, but like, John over there in space payloads, he knows it works, right? And like he said that other people knows that it works. So
he actually gives us quite a powerful concession, because when I've asked him, when I've like really pushed it, his argument basically comes down to, well, sure, the general public can't know it, but us who are working in the industry in specific roles, we have access to data and technology that allows us to know it. I mean, that's almost like the best front you've got. And that's literally saying that 99.9999999% of the world is just trusting the word of 0.000000001% of the world. You know what I mean?
yeah, so even if the globe is true, that's a huge problem, epistemologically and culturally and everything. Yeah.
Yeah, even if it was true, it wouldn't be logical for us to be believing it. Wouldn't be justified.
Right.
Well, I mean, what would be the danger ultimately in giving the public the knowledge that they would maybe be interested in having, such as Earth curve measurements?
Exactly.
Well, he told me to get in touch with some guys in Spain who got some radio satellite. I was like, come on, Josh, really? So you're going to tell me to do? Now I've got to do this?
He once said that that basically the globe itself is such an artifact from deep history that nobody's bothered to actually measure it, and they just work with it, and it freaking works, and that's the way it is.
There's some truth in that.
Yeah.
You just wonder if it's really like landing some of the admissions he's making. He's not realizing how damning they are to his position.
Yeah. It's like, hey, we assumed the circumference of the globe, and we did all these V2 rocket tests, and we just got damn lucky because I guess it was true after all that Earth is a globe.
Like he's falling back to, well, no one else knows, but I know because I'm in this special position. So I'm cool with it. Obviously, that's very flimsy.
Yeah, and why would I be in such an industry that receives such high-profile funding if none of this was true? Somebody's got to know. I'm surrounded by all these people who know. People have been in the industry for decades. Of course it's true that Earth is a globe. Why would they lie?
The whole space fantasy industry, though, is in absolute turmoil, right? You know how quickly this whole thing has fallen apart within 10 years of modern critique. Now NASA is no longer a space agency. It's intelligent.
Right.
Now they're no longer even updating their website. They're like basically non-functional. You go on the social media pages whenever a space article or a news story is posted, and it's like 50-50 almost. Like half the folk are like fake, the other half are like, why would they lie? How could they fake it? Why wouldn't Russia tell on them?
That's true. I remember 10 plus years ago, industry magazines talking about how the commercialization of space is looking for cheaper alternatives to these expensive self-orbiting satellites. So we're going to go back to balloons. The whole thing was about making the vast reaches of outer space much closer, much more accessible through more conventional means.
And I think
it's like, oh, this lie's too expensive for us to keep up, folks. We got to transition the whole space industry down to more conventional things because
it's all
of this exotic technology from the Cold War is too expensive to keep up the illusion of its existence.
Well, that's what they're focusing on now in my mind. It's like, on top of kicking the can down the road endlessly, they're trying to look for a transition, like you say. Like they're finding a way to pretty much put space exploration to bed in people's heads while still maintaining this globe in space fantasy. but they can't figure out how to do it. And realistically, they're probably. I'd like to think there is no way that they could do it, but given the state of the public credulity at present, maybe they could.
You know how things come in threes? Well, maybe they got their Challenger, they got their Columbia. Now they need a spectacular finale, some disaster of epic proportions that'll keep us generations of ever wanting to endeavor to go to Mars.
Yeah, like a new Hindenburg.
Yeah.
They'll shut down the industry entirely, and they're going to be like referring back to this one incident forever. Oh, well, look what happened here. What I like to do on those threads, I just like to put the comment, "Are you guys figuring it out yet?" ? Nothing else, just that. And they lose their mind. Figure what out? What are you talking about? Oh, look, another retard, blah, blah, blah. They just lose their shit.
Well, I kind of think if we are to get a mega space disaster, that the buildup has to be proportional to the epicness of the disaster itself. So we might be a long way off right now before that happens. They really need to make like Mars trips seem so accessible, the technology seems so mature, and then bang, and then oh shit, we will never go there ever.
The thing about the space news and all that thing is, though, it's got to be a very clever type of propaganda. It's got to be a type of constant background propaganda, the type that's so present that it's never far away, but at the same time almost not juicy enough that anyone really digs into it. Because in a way, it's like a Barbara Streisand effect, right? It's like they don't want too much attention on this because as soon as you start digging, it all falls apart. So it's kind of like it just has to be very surface level stuff, quick, short little snippets that look like, oh, it's raining diamonds. Oh. Let's move on. Like, can't be too juicy. So I don't know if they will try and whip everyone up into a massive obsession over space again, because it's almost like you're rolling the dice too much by even drawing too much attention to it. You just want people endlessly distracted with millions of other things, which is exactly what we're seeing going on.
I think it's expensive. They need to pivot, but they also need a story.
Yeah. I think a good example of how it's kind of breaking the zeitgeist is that they just had what's his name? Bart Sibrel just had some debate with a actual actornaut. Did any of you see that?
Yeah, I did. It's but for Bart's faults, he's not a logician at all. That astronaut dude, he looks suspicious as hell.
So I didn't watch it, but I heard just a few snippets of it. It sounded like the guy didn't even know what he was there for, and he was surprised that he was speaking to a guy who was like challenging the whole story, which he's probably not used to. Because I was like, why would this guy even agree to this? Then he's like, wait, what are we doing here? What did you say? And I was like, oh, he doesn't know what this is. That's why he's here.
All right, I gotta get going. But yeah, I mean, that astronaut fell back on some old scripts over and over and over again when challenged. And to me, that was a big tell. I'll see you guys later.
Yeah, peace, bro. Well, yeah, imagine trying to tell a convincing story like you went to the moon when you didn't actually. Under the scrutiny of the whole internet. At like 90 odd years old. These poor guys. Feel for them.
Honestly, elder abuse.
It is elder abuse, 100%.
And very few people know that the ratings for Apollo 12 were pretty abysmal compared to Apollo 11. 60 to 70% lower.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
That's interesting.
Probably because people saw Apollo 11 and went like, well, that looks like crap.
I mean, the same thing happened with what was it, the DM2 mission in 2020, when it was the first time that SpaceX had used the Falcon 9 and Dragon capsule to launch astronauts to the ISS. And so the first mission, DM2, was like, all the news was covering and everything. And then when they did the next one in October, it was just like, oh, okay, that occurred. No one really paid attention or watched.
Yeah, see, that's what I'm talking about. That's kind of how they want the propaganda to go. Get a bit of excitement about something, but it's nothing really groundbreaking, just moves the needle slightly. And then it's just, people are just bored of it. And it's just background noise. It's almost more effective to be background noise in terms of its acceptance in the public than it would be to really shove it into people's faces.
I'm excited. I'm building an S-band tracking station for the Artemis 2 mission. Basically an antenna where I'll be able to try and track some of the health data coming down from the Orion capsule when it takes when they're planning on sending folks into orbit around the moon in February.
You ain't getting shit. You're not getting shit from them.
Sorry, what? No, I mean you can. There's folks that tracked Artemis 1 using the same sort of tech, just random civilians.
No,
I didn't even realize that was you, Josh.
Yeah, I was going to say the TT&C data. They have both encrypted and unencrypted channels in S-band that you can listen to. You just got to buy an antenna and point it at the sky at the region where the spacecraft is.
Yeah, but Josh, we don't believe in space or any of that.
Oh, I know. It's just okay. A radio signal is coming down from the exact place that the globe model says it should be, and at the exact
Globe doesn't have a model. We've been asking you for a model this whole time. You won't give us one.
Wait, the signal is coming from the globe model. That's amazing. A model is doing all that?
Well, no, from the sky. But the motion, and where
not the
how
globe,
it moves.
not outer space. Not that place in the cartoon globe fantasy.
No, I'm
concussion.
saying relative to your position, right under the globe model, this is where the object would be.
The globe model, remember, requires essentially surface curvature, which the Earth doesn't have. So that frame of reference that you're using doesn't work.
Well, from your point of view, it doesn't have that based on your measurements, right?
Well, based on any measurement. What measurement's measuring curve?
Most things from above a certain altitude.
But no one actually on Earth, like no member of the public, is able to measure any curve.
Member of the public. I mean, there's commercial space outfits all over.
No one in the public, no one in the private sector either. So nobody measures that. Not just the public. No one.
I dispute that assertion.
Have you got the measurements of the satellites?
Go ahead, Josh, and post the curve measurements that you made.
Yeah, just give that.
Oh, that I made?
I mean, I can't imagine that you could. You're saying that they've only measured curve with these multi-million-dollar metal boxes floating in space, and they can't just measure 8 inches per mile squared of drop over a lake. Like
it's just hard. It's hard to do optically with the optics traveling through the medium.
What do you mean? What, over a lake?
Like laser.
The medium of the atmosphere.
You mean the medium of
all
air?
the lasers away then, Cyclone. No more lasers for us. They bend all over the place. It's going to be a problem when we're shooting things down.
Yeah,
Because we can't use lasers.
Like that all the
Call
time,
the military.
Yeah, Josh, they've been doing this for decades. Over tens of miles at least.
Directed energy weapons. Huh.
So that excuse doesn't wash. You're trying to maintain that they're doing all this from space, quote unquote, but it cannot be done over a lake with a laser or an optic.
I was going to say that I introduced the conversation based off of me being excited to independently track the TT&C signals of the Artemis 2 mission.
Yeah, but then you said that's over a globe.
And model. I said no.
And we pointed out that the globe model requires curvature that it doesn't have.
Oh yeah, you can turn the conversation back to that point. I'm just restating where I started.
We have to, because we can't start saying this is going on in reality when the foundational premise of that claimed reality is false. We can't just continue off in fantasy land. We have to say, oh, wait, remember, the lakes aren't curving. So how could you say this is occurring on a place with curved lakes? There's no curved lakes. So that doesn't work. Sounds cool, though, getting signal from the sky.
Does, doesn't it? My heart's a little bit broken. We can't use lasers on the floor.
Shit.
Lasers are cool.
Me.
Lasers are cool. It's my job every day, man.
Okay, cool.
They really tried to complicate the laser.
I thought you built satellites, not lasers.
Maybe puts lasers in satellites.
Lasers on the satellites, man.
Or do you put sharks? Do you have sharks with laser beams attached to their heads?
Nah, no underwater lasers, unfortunately.
All of that refraction, right?
Yeah, we don't like doing medium stuff.
It's not just the lack of curve, though, Josh, as well, remember. It's the fact that having a little gas pressure system in a giant vacuum doesn't work according to natural law. That whole thing just doesn't make any sense.
I mean, just dispute that assertion as well.
Okay, well, could you show us a little gas pressure system within a giant vacuum with no physical containment? In order to dispute what I said?
He was curve and asymptotically approaches zero.
Come again?
There's no termination, altitude. It just asymptotically approaches zero.
Yeah, but you're claiming that it's a gas pressure system like we've got here with a higher pressure going into radiating into a vacuum? Show us that.
I mean, once again, you'd have to believe that we could go there and take pictures and measurements for me to provide any evidence for that.
So that's a problem. So we just have to believe. I mean, this is a stunning admission, Josh, considering your status in this whole thing, your credentials. You're saying we just have to believe.
No, you have to, trust that you're not being lied to.
Trust and beliefs. That's all we need.
That's what you just said. You said, well, you have to believe that we can go and do X, Y, and Z. All right. So if I don't believe that, I can't
based on the evidence presented to you. Correct. That's how science works.
No, science doesn't just require believing stories and claims.
Yeah. Science does not require belief in unverifiable things. You measure signals, you assume that those signals are trustworthy.
Yeah, Josh, this is shocking. You can't be saying that science is just belief and that we just have to believe the globe. You're supposed to be the guy convincing everyone here that the Earth's definitely a globe because you've got...
Oh, no, I'm not. I don't have to convince anybody of anything. I just enjoy talking to y'all.
That's suspicious, too.
That's weird, though, because, why would you want to talk to us when we just fundamentally don't believe in the thing that you think is going on? Like, why would you want to talk to us about it? Like, you must think we're crazy.
I find it educational.
Are we crazy?
When scammers get paid to push the scam, when scammers get paid well to push a scam, they're not gonna tell you they're scamming.
I'm not even saying that Josh is a scammer. I don't know if that's
no. I'm saying the globe scam.
Oh yeah. Like, I don't think Josh is wittingly scamming anyone, but you're certainly projecting your desire to believe this story outwardly as if you know it to be true, when in reality, You're literally verbatim telling us that we just have to believe it. We just have to believe that we're doing these incredible sci-fi adventures that they tell us and show us little images of. Give us no evidence at all, really, just claims in articles, 1 or 2 images, easily fakeable. Don't give us anything, and then we just have to believe that. Ignore the fact that gas pressure requires physical containment in all observable, measurable aspects of reality. Ignore the fact that the lakes aren't curving.
Disagree with that.
Yeah, I know you said that, but then when I asked you for an example or a demonstration, you gave nothing. So it doesn't matter that you disagree.
Because I'm agreeing. I'm conceding. I'm conceding your stance as far as there is no overlap between the evidence that you could be provided that would change your mind and the evidence that I can produce. Like I'm ceding that point.
No, that's a bit of a weaselly way of saying you're correct that all the evidence agrees with what we're saying in terms of gas pressure requiring containment.
I'm just saying your bar is too high, is what I'm trying to tell you.
Wow. No, but the reality is that it wouldn't matter what our bar is. You cannot produce a demonstration of your claim that would then dispute ours. That's what it is. Doesn't matter what you try and dress it up as. That's what it is. A lack of evidence or demonstration on your side. In order to
that would be believable to you, correct?
Fuck. Well, that just means it's not demonstrable, not verifiable by the public, which is again just gatekeeping.
But your definition of the word public is not, I can say the public is this entire industry of commercial space industry engineers and folks that are building these things that are not government folks.
Well, let's try and narrow it down.
That's not the
who
public
can prove it? So who can prove it?
Once again, I would make the assertion that the reason that you haven't found any evidence is not because the evidence isn't there. It's just that your, the bar that needs to be met in order for you to be convinced is there's no overlap. So even if I say,
you totally dodged the question, Josh. You dodged the question.
I'm saying I don't know if there is anybody.
Yeah, there is no body, there is no evidence. That's the whole point. It does just rely on pure faith and belief in these stories. We already understand that. I think you're starting to understand that, but you're really projecting the opposite. That somehow you're being unreasonable. We've just got too high a standard for the evidence. They're not presenting a single piece for us to have a bar to even compare it to. There's nothing on the table.
I disagree with that as well. I mean,
right, well, what have they given us to show us that gas pressure doesn't require containment, for example? What have they given us?
I mean, you have tons of satellites that are operating with.
No, that doesn't mean anything when you say satellites. Like what data?
Exactly.
What evidence?
That's what I'm saying. You're cordoning off things that are being used to quote unquote show evidence.
Just saying the word
doesn't mean your bar.
Just saying the word satellites, if that's what it takes to convince you, that would be a pretty ethically low bar, wouldn't it? So obviously we need something tangible. Like, for example, is it something that you could post as a link in the chat that we could review?
Yeah. On my profile right now, there's a paper that goes over the subsystem on the ISS that does external pressure.
I already looked at your profile yesterday. Went over your shit. Yeah, nothing there.
What part of it? Okay. What part of it addresses having gas pressure without a container?
It shows that there's an external piece of hardware on the ISS that does pressure sensor pressure measurements, and that shows that it's E-7-ish, E-8-ish. So therefore, this object is operating in an environment that's a near vacuum, and you're operating in an environment that's not a vacuum.
So that would just be another example of a completely unverifiable claim for 99.9999999.
Once again, the bar is too high. That's my assertion.
It's too high. So if it's unverifiable by 99.9999999999999 continues of the population, it's unreasonable of us to say we need more evidence than that. That's what you're telling me.
Oh no, I'm not saying it's unreasonable.
You are. You are.
No, not at all.
That's what you're
saying. I'm just saying the bar is so too high.
You're saying our standard's too high. Because it's something that 99.999% of the world cannot know. Josh, you're just saying that this knowledge is restricted to an ultra elite that we just have to believe and cannot question. That's awful. Anyway,
No,
I'm
I'm
going to
saying
leave you guys.
the first person observation. Oh, go ahead. Sorry, I apologize.
Sorry, yeah, no, I need to get running, but have a good one, bros. And Josh, nothing personal. It's just this is an important topic that we need to be straight
There's a
about.
reason I don't white knuckle over it. I appreciate the candor.
So,
All right, you have a good night, boys.
The
I'll listen in.
experiment
Right.
was done in space, in orbit. Do you have proof the experiment was done in orbit?
So, I mean, Rel was on the launch manifest on one of the resupply missions going up. You have the engineering unit that was produced on the ground, and you have the team that's operating it once it got transferred up to the ISS. You can take a picture of the ISS using a ground-based telescope, and you can do radar ranging off of that to figure out it's actually 400 kilometers away. So, all of those things put together is what I'm saying, right? Science is making making a conclusion based off of evidence that's provided to you. And here's all the evidence. You can make whatever conclusion you'd like off of it.
Don't redefine science. What you're telling us is that you have a lot of hearsay, and yes, we reject hearsay as evidence.
I mean, hearsay is in public documentation that you can go look at and people you can reach out to and talk to.
They're just claims. Yeah, they're just claims. The guy asked a very specific question about, this being verified in space. Don't have any evidence.
How do you verify it? That's the question I would put back to you.
Exactly. Thank you. That's what we're asking you.
From your perspective. Because from my perspective, that evidence is verification.
I want to go. Can I go? Can I go to space and check this out?
I mean, sure, if you'd like. You just got to pay.
Great. Who am I paying?
You have the money? You can contract Axiom Space. It's about $55 million for a ticket to the ISS currently.
Okay. So you do have to be an elite then. You have to have elite level money to go to the ISS. That about right?
So you're automatically grouping in folks with capital with the elites as far as knowledge? Is that the assumption you're making there?
Oh, I take it back. You got to have boatloads of money to even sniff this, right?
I'm just saying, it's not, it's not like you have to.
Is that practically
pass some secret club?
How come no one's doing this?
People do it all the time, man. I mean, Axiom has launched four commercial missions to the ISS in the past 3 years.
Okay, and so who am I going to believe that these things are happening?
I don't know. Who are you going to believe? That's what I'm saying. I want to figure out where your bar is.
The bar is me. I want to do it. Maybe you could sponsor me. I mean, these folks. We should get a flat earther on one of these ships, right? One of these rockets and get them up to the space station. Sounds real easy. So maybe somebody should sponsor this and just put this to bed. I'll go.
I mean, I have tangible evidence within the last year of someone philanthropically sponsoring a quote unquote flat earther to experience something that should only be experienced by a very few amount of people. And then the instant that data was presented that was contrary to things like the Gleason map or the Triptane Larga, man.
What about it?
Or TFE.
What about it?
I'm just saying, somebody did sponsor a bunch of flat earthers to go on an experience and observe things that should only work on a globe, and then they went and did that, but those people got attacked.
Only works on a globe? So you're telling me that the sun being above the horizon only works on a globe?
For 24 hours a day, assuming a spotlight sun as opposed to,
Oh, wait a minute. Who here claimed a spotlight sun? I'm sorry.
Well, wouldn't you always be able to see it if it's above the globe then? Shouldn't we be able to have a 24-hour sun everywhere?
I don't live on a globe. What are you talking about?
Sorry, above the plane.
Who made that claim here?
Well, I'm just interested why it wouldn't work that way.
Oh, well, maybe you can eliminate a few of the possibilities yourself since you're inquiring. I didn't make a claim about it.
But I'm basically just, this is besides the point. I'm saying that, somebody...
Besides the point that you created a false equivalence. Yeah, so a false equivalence. I'm talking about going to the ISS, and you're talking about going to a landmass. Good job. 55 million versus 50,000. Good job.
Sure. No. I'm just saying. I understand that they're an order of magnitude or two different, so...
So thanks for bringing up a false equivalence. Do you have anything comparable?
50 million? No, I mean, you could go up on a suborbital flight for $250,000. So what, 50K to 250K? Is that close enough for you? Well,
we're getting closer. We're getting closer. Who's going to sponsor this? I don't have the money.
Yeah, I don't have the money either, man. I'm trying to trying to buy a house.
I don't care. So what are we supposed to do then? It's just the hearsay then?
No, it's the identification of the evidence that's being provided and identifying where your personal bar is, where, what level of evidence to change your bar.
Yeah, so numbers on a screen and hearsay, I need a little bit higher than that. That's good for you. You accept numbers on a screen and hearsay. Great, your bar is way low for evidence. Congratulations. Mine's higher.
So I went and bought, in grad school, I went out and built my own, satellite ground station, completely independent of any specific, system. It's just an antenna that's tuned to a specific frequency. And then we are able to figure out where satellites are in the sky, and I'm able to downlink data, and it matches up perfectly. So that's where my bar is.
All right. So great. Can get that radio, get that antenna, show it to us working, and then what we need to do is we need to go to the satellite and then see if it's transmitting what you're receiving. Can we do that?
Well, see, again, your bar is you're alluding to the fact that your bar requires your own five senses directly, and that proxies of that automatically throws things into contention.
Yeah, that's terrible to have physical evidence for things. It's a bother, isn't it?
I mean, think about it this way, though. Go ahead.
How do you know that the timing is not pre-distorted?
The timing is not what?
The timing on the signal is not pre-distorted.
Pre-distorted. What do you mean by that?
It's you can change the signal from the starting point. This is how stealth technology in the military works. What's it called? GNSS spoofing. And basically, you can send out a signal to make it appear that you're further away than you are, and you can pick up the observables from the ground, and it can appear to be in a different place than you actually, or where it actually is.
Oh, so I'll do you one better. That's the basic stuff that I did during graduate school. Now that I'm in industry, you're getting the signal back, and it's encrypted using the same exact encryption key that you designed into the radio, right? So you're the only person that on Earth who's able to actually decrypt the data that's coming back down, because you're the one who designed the radio and you're the one who has the encryption key. So even when you're talking to the government, you go talk to the FAA to get a launch license, you go talk to the FCC to get a license to transmit in specific spectrum, during none of that process. And I know I ran a regulatory affairs team for a commercial space company. Nowhere in that process do you have to hand over the keys to your encryption. And so after the thing launches and you point your antenna at the location in the sky that you expect the thing to be at before right after you get deployed from the rocket, you're able to decrypt the signal and start getting health data back. And you're the only person that would be able to do that. And the only thing that would be able to, give that data to you is your satellite.
If I may, Josh, that's not the point of contention here, though. I don't think the term distorted is like having some sort of man-in-the-middle attack that's going to perform some operation on the signal and then relay it. I think it has to do with more in this case because that the source has the keys that you have, or the public or the private keys or whatever that you have to decrypt it. The source itself, when it sends a signal out, right? It's got a timestamp in it.
Right. It's more than just the data layer. We're talking about the actual signal itself and tracing it physically to its location.
Oh, yeah. Right. Well, so you can get the signal to noise ratio, and exactly what the path loss is. So Josh, how far away the thing is.
But hold on. So
that relies on assumptions.
There's two things here. Right. So there's two things here, right? If you send a signal and embedded in that signal, there's a timestamp, right? The receiver can pick up that signal and then decrypt it and whatever, parse it, and then, okay, I got a timestamp about, whatever, 10 seconds ago or 5 seconds ago, whatever it is, that the satellite embedded in it as to when it claims it sent it, right? That's one way to get the time, right? The difference between when, the travel time, let's say, right? The time that you picked it up, minus the time that it was sent. Okay, you got some delta there, right? And I guess there's another way to assume the travel time is by the signal strength itself, right? In that case, you would have to
You need more than
assume
that.
the actual signals. Huh?
Because that's just a scalar value. You're going to need way more than that. I mean, you can do so you're going to be analyzing, you're going to get maybe, you're going to analyze the phase. You're going to use maybe 2 different directional antennas and see if you can triangulate. There are all kinds of different methods. And it really depends what kind of signal you're receiving in the first place. I mean, a lot of analytic work has to be done. So, it doesn't matter that it's encrypted.
I'm just saying that it's my object that I'm hearing from. Nobody else's.
But I just wanted to point out,
I call BS on even that, though.
So I was just going to say, would it not also rely on the inherent assumption of a particular strength of emission, right?
You design. You design your antenna. I know how much gain I have. I know how much power we're putting into the amplifier. I know what depth of discharge the batteries will go to when I run it for this amount of time. I designed the thing.
Was it under your control all the way up until it was supposedly in the place it is? No. So there is a chance for someone else to manipulate your equipment, and you cannot deny that.
I disagree. We get full transparency for commercial missions with SpaceX. All the way through. We
don't believe
you believe there's full transparency. That does not mean there's not something outside of your purview.
I disagree.
Dude, you do not have all the information.
I'd love to see how easy it is to send encrypted transmissions.
What do you mean?
Well, I mean, for anybody who's a licensed radio operator, it's illegal to send encrypted transmissions.
Well, that's why you go get an FCC license.
No, with an FCC license.
Disagree. They actually ask for you. They ask for you to name your encryption schema in the license application in Form 312. That is not accurate.
And then what happens?
Well, they just ask for the schema. They don't ask for the key. I was going to say, you can look it up.
How many people have the key? Only you have the key. Nobody else that you worked with had the key?
Not me personally. The ops teams have the key.
Okay. Well, there's a break in custody right there, and it's probably not even, the main bottleneck.
No, I'm saying me as in the organization, right? We're talking a couple, less than 100 people hanging out in Silicon Valley building a startup.
What's the level of your encryption?
AES 256.
Yeah, it's pretty strong, if not the strongest.
Yes, sir.
Yeah.
That's pretty good.
And we're working on. There's an executive order that all federal systems need to be post-quantum protected by the end of the decade. So that is the floor. We're moving up from there.
Well, there's a grand keymaster. Okay.
I'd be interested to see evidence of that.
Well, it's called the crypto clearance.
Yeah, once again, nothing. At least for this level of system, right? This is commercial systems. This is not.
Yeah, and the agency that does that has actual keys in their emblem.
Once again, this is for commercial systems, right?
That's the most interesting.
Internet.
That's the most interesting because it's the hardest and most difficult to control.
But once again, if that's the place that we go to in this conversation, is that okay? It doesn't matter how good your encryption is. We can't confirm that it's actually the object because
no.
There's this
not saying that.
Oh, go ahead.
You don't have any knowledge of who has the keys?
The procedure's written down, right? It's the ops team.
You have no knowledge of who has the keys.
Dude, have you ever written standards? Have you ever written standards?
What type of standards are you referring to? Like
the kind where you give this group of people the standards, and then this group of people over here has other standards that aren't their standards. Have you ever done that? Because I have.
Okay, you can appeal to your lived experience. I would love to hear more.
You seem to think you have access to this one document that just tells you the truth, and that's not true.
Well, I'm the person who represents the company to the federal government, so there's bigger issues there. If we're
you're the scapegoat then.
Sorry,
scapegoat? What? You're the scapegoat then if something goes wrong.
That's the lawyers. I don't actually have to sign on the dotted line. I'm not a JD.
The one that represents themselves most highly to the government in your case is going to be the facility security officer, and I guarantee you're not him.
Chris is a good guy.
Yeah. He knows more than you, I bet.
I'd assume so. He was Secret Service for 20 years.
Wonder why they need him there.
Well, they don't need him. It just helps with government customers.
And he won't know everything.
Absolutely not.
But once again, this is referring to a commercial system. Everything is, for the pursuit of profit and revenue generation.
Yeah,
beyond just
right.
ITAR.
So they're worried about. Yeah, ITAR is a big thing. Like they're worried about supply chain interdiction from like the Chinese.
Agreed. Yeah, we have to do supply chain reviews and understand where the primary source of all electronics is or are. I agree. But I'm saying that for a commercial system, it's authorization, not supervision for these activities. You go to the FAA, you go to FCC, you go to NOAA, you get your 3 licenses in hand, and you're good to go.
And it's just so easy to just do all kinds of encryption from space, and nobody but you knows the keys.
Nobody knows what you're sending. Yeah, that's amazing. They allow you to do that.
Yeah, getting all these 3 licenses is an easy task, right? It's pretty easy to get them.
If you tell them what you're sending, then why do you encrypt it?
So because it's encrypted for user data, user privacy. These are telecom satellites. It's basically like a utility pole. So it's encrypted for customer security, not for government security. Once again, this is revenue
right?
generating.
So what's to say that like the Chinese aren't like trying to develop some kind of covert communication network through cutouts of commercial companies? See where this is going?
Yeah, that could be occurring, and that there's reasons that we would increase our internal security standards based on external threats like that, but it doesn't mean that we're being mandated to.
Well, I mean, if you were a patriotic American company, you'd hand over your keys to an organization so that they could make sure that your company wasn't getting co-opted by an insider.
Listen,
Josh, you have no idea what you're dealing with, Josh. You have no idea what you're dealing with when it comes to counterintelligence issues.
Heavily disagree with that.
Oh, really? That's what I used to do for a living.
Oh, I understand. I'm just saying that there's opportunities for us to have conversations in a different arena than this.
Quick FYI, we do have some new people here. We got Grenade. I'm not reading the whole thing. Grenade Head, welcome. We got Mia, welcome. You guys got any questions? Engage in the convo. Okay, just checking. Continue.
No, it's all good. If anybody has questions on mission authorization and the relationship between the federal government and commercial space companies more than happy to dive into that.
We definitely don't need to go there, but I hope you understand the rigor that at least members of our community have gone in order to try and understand the fundamentals of this issue. The fundamentals of this issue ultimately lie with geometry, to put it bluntly. Geometry, the philosophy of mathematics and the philosophy of science. Problem of mathematical underdeterminism, in which models cannot be the be-all, end-all explanation of things, but there are multiple explanations that are also equally valid. Philosophy of science and potentially semiotics, how people think of how people put the map before the territory all the time, how people do concept reification fallacies all the time, how people affirm the consequent with their demonstrations and experiments all the time. You know, when I was not joking earlier when I said that flat Earth laser measurements define the topology of Earth as such that it cannot be curving in the manner that the globe is presented, which means the entire spherical coordinate reference system that we rely on has to be wrong, unless it is mitigated through corrections. Now, guess what? There just so happens to be an entire volume dedicated to these so-called corrections. It was actually produced by a German back in the late 1800s, F.R. Helmert. And he describes exactly what to do in order to correct, in order to take your planar measurements of a flat Earth and contort them into a spherical reference ellipsoid and a geoid.
Again, because I grew up in an area where Christianity is the most prevalent religion.
But you know there's other religions now, so why are
I
you
know
so
that,
clung to Christianity?
Because I'm
It's like
pretty
you
sure that
almost like
I'm.
something happened, and now you hate Christianity.
That's what you want to say, but again, I'm talking to probably westernized people, or probably more like
we wouldn't even bring up Christianity if you didn't bring it up.
Well, I didn't bring
In fact, AI never even brought up Christianity. AI
I didn't either.
just talked about a deity, and that was it.
Yeah, I didn't bring up Christianity either. You brought it up.
You did
No.
bring it up. Yes, you did.
My first statement, not bring up Christianity.
Yes, you did. We have it recorded. If you want me to go get it, I can. But if I go get it and I prove that you're lying, then I'm gonna ban you from the room. So you can admit that.
Did you guys tell him space was fake yet?
He knows.
Even if I brought it up, of course it comes like I'm a fucking European. Of course I'm gonna bring up Christianity.
There's Muslims in Europe. Right. There's Hindus in Europe.
But
they're taking over Europe.
But what was the original conversation about?
The original conversation was about consciousness being the higher level of reality.
Yeah,
and how space and time is not the infinite, like they want to say it is, because they need it to be in order to have curvature in there.
All right, but it's like a Western perspective that is being conveyed, and there is like a Christian undertone to it. Would that be it? Because I'm thinking like
I'm not a Christian, and I'm a theist.
Yeah, but the moment that I joined this conversation was basically that there is some sort of consciousness that is creating or has created that is underlying our general existence, right? As a
Whatever that consciousness is, it doesn't require a specific religion. It is what it is.
Yeah, but yeah, I mean, I know that, but
I mean, you believe
it's
everything came from nothing.
No, it doesn't have to be from nothing. It just has to be from something that maybe we don't know.
Oh, you think matter gives rise to consciousness, right?
It has to come from something that it can account for the what it what it is, right?
Well, matter can't give rise to itself either.
Yeah.
So
it abides by laws.
Nature cannot produce or get rid of energy and matter.
Yeah, like whatever this thing is, I don't know, Rusty. I could be wrong. I thought I heard you say like whatever it is, it could be something, right? But it has to account for the thing itself, right? Like if something exists, then it has to be accounted for by something that has the attributes to account for it.
No, I didn't say that.
Well, no, but I'm just filling in a few more things. You said it could be something else that accounts for these things.
Didn't say that either.
Yes, you did, dude. You said it could be something else. All right, rewind the tape. Get them.
The physical cannot have come from itself, right? Is that agreed upon?
Yeah.
Does order come from nothing? Go ahead, T-Dubs.
Order is a human creation, so it doesn't mean anything.
Would there be life without humans?
Without what?
Without humans, would there be life?
Yes, obviously.
So why would order be a human creation? There would be other order in this world if
Is this a serious question? Really?
It's observable.
Of course.
There's ecosystems out there that don't have human involvement in them, and they thrive just fine without humans.
Yes, but order, as humans view it, is a human creation. Or it's not a creation. Like we don't create it, but
there you go. It's a human discovery, right? Human discovery.
Yeah, it's a subjective view of nature or the world. Like it's not. Of course, we don't create shit. I mean, we do, but in a different way.
Yeah, we can only discover, right? That's step one, and then we can only discover what's already possible. We can't create an impossibility. It has to already be possible in order for us to discover it. Like the order. We're just discovering it. We're not creating it.
Everything
and if it exists, what's that?
Everything that we discover has already existed.
Yeah, right.
That's clear. I don't
Very clear.
know where we are. Just.
It was just like an easy step, right? Now we have discovered that like consciousness exists, right?
Well,
the human experience, this consciousness, this thing that we're referencing, this conversation.
That notion that it already existed, right? Before consciousness was the thing being, was the thing that AI Overlord was presenting, from another side, from your own side, right? From academic figures on your own side, have contention with that view. Now, that was what that was all about, right? Sorry to interrupt.
No, it's good. It's good. Actually.
That was the exact point, right?
Yeah,
it was there because it was always there. It existed before. That's why it was.
No.
It began to exist then? Like it wasn't always possible. It just began to exist. That's crazy.
Yeah, I mean.
So the impossible occurred. It was never possible. Like I thought you said, we don't create anything. We just discover what's already possible.
No, it wasn't impossible.
Obviously not, because it exists.
Yes, exactly.
Right. So it was always possible. So whatever's fundamental, right, and grounds all possibilities, has the ability to actualize consciousness. It didn't become suddenly possible. It always existed.
Yeah, there have been.
Well, there you go.
Yeah, there are like the conditions that make consciousness possible. Of course, at some point,
It was always possible. It has to, whatever actualizes it, whatever has to have the power, right? It has to have the attributes to account for it. So it has to have that attribute, which is consciousness, to account for consciousness. Whatever's fundamental.
I mean, again,
it's obvious.
The thing is, we are discussing that in the point of view with us being able to perceive consciousness and trade in a way that we can talk to each other, right?
I don't know exactly what you said.
Consciousness.
Yeah,
to perceive perception. To perceive perception, right?
I mean,
I
can talk. I can say words. You can understand. You can.
I didn't get that one. I really didn't.
Mind, right? Yeah, but I mean that's the thing. So of course, like the conditions at the start of the universe might have been some way, and then that led to us.
Tell me, bro, is there anything that's unaware of its perception?
Fucking no. I don't know. And
yeah, we weren't. You said, well, we actually, yeah. He's like, we're talking about, perception and what it is. No, we weren't. We experience it. It's revealed. We know what perception is. It's the thing that's necessary to have this conversation.
That's right. So, like, what question would you ask, even? Like it's
no, I wasn't really asking. I wasn't asking a question exactly. I was pointing out that whatever exists, right? It's either ultimate or it's like dependent upon something else. It's either like it is, either things are just brute facts and unexplainable, or they're dependent upon something else for its explanation. And so what you can do is you can say, well, we have this thing in the world, right? Like a tree. Well, a tree depends on something else, which depends on something else, which depends on something else. That has to account for treeness in its form and its utility and its its existence. So now we have consciousness, right? It's something that exists in the world, and it can't be like two brute facts that came together out of nowhere, right? What this consciousness that exists has to, whatever sustains it, has to have the power and the attributes to account for consciousness. So whatever is fundamental and ultimate, non-contingent in the world must be conscious because consciousness exists. It's just that simple.
See, it's simple, but you've made it pretty complex.
No, it's very simple.
I mean, you exist.
Well,
you have
the way you right. The way you know is that you can argue from what is possible and impossible. Like, so if there's something that's possible, right, there's something that makes it possible.
Not really.
Yes. Otherwise, you'd be by definition saying it's impossible.
I mean, that's logic. But
right.
if I think that, like, if we go that road, right?
Well, that was it. I already wrapped it up. Like, is consciousness, was it always possible? And you said, of course, because it exists. It wasn't impossible and then became possible. So it was the possibility always existed. So whatever. Oh no, it did become possible. So it just ex nihilo exists.
That's the thing. The possibility that it is. I mean, we exist. That's a possibility. There doesn't have to be some sort of mathematical possibility calculated based on whatever metric you want. We exist. And that's fact. Right?
Yeah, and there's people out there.
That doesn't have to be some sort of.
I was just going to say, there's people out there that are creating math to prove the possibility that we don't exist for no reason other than just to be absurd.
Yeah, but I guess it comes down, like, I have to ask you the question then, Rusty. Do you believe in like oneness, like everything came from one thing, or do you think there's multiple single things, like the pantheist thing that AI alluded to? One universe, or
neither of them.
No, there's not one. Okay, so there's another choice. That everything is its own. That everything accounts. Then that's what I think you were saying earlier, is that all things can account for themselves, which would lead to the impossibility of not. Then you could never know anything. If everything accounted for itself without, that was non-contingent, non-dependent on something else, you would never have like a coherent system of justification to know anything. Yeah, you couldn't know anything.
It's a violation of the first law of thermodynamics.
Well, like what he's, because that's the only other option. I'll maybe you give it yourself. I don't want. Yeah, go ahead.
Okay, give me the two options again that you presented, because just give me.
Well, either all things are dependent upon one single thing, or not.
Well, both of these things actually don't matter to us right now. In reality.
Okay, then what's the third option?
That's your point. Like you would have to make.
Let me ask you a quick question. Let me interject.
I gave it to you.
Let me ask you a quick question, Rusty. Are you afraid to take accountability? Are you afraid to be accountable for all of your own actions in life?
No, that's what I'm already at.
Most people, believe it or not, are not accountable for everything in their life. A lot of people will push their opinions off to authority and let authority determine what their opinion should be. And I'm just thinking, he asked you a question, a solid question, and then you're like, well, it doesn't really matter. I don't really need to answer that. It doesn't. It's not necessary. Sounds like you're just trying to avoid accountability.
What was that question?
That everything came from one thing, or everything is independent from each other.
Yes. So, how is that like a? What?
Well, you said that doesn't matter. You said that doesn't matter. But if all things are not connected, then you can't know anything. So it's like you're destroying the possibility of knowledge, so that, which would also consequently destroy the necessity of obligation. Then you wouldn't be morally obligated. You could say, I don't know anything, so how could I be morally obligated in any way?
How does it do that? It doesn't do that.
Yes, it does. The way that you know, I'll explain it to you. Like the way that you know that you're standing on the floor is because there's like a cohesive relationship between your feet and the floor and the air, right? Because there's like a contingency between the different things, so that you can know one single thing. So, right. So like without those things, right, having like a unity within their diversity, without the floor being the floor and you being you and the air being the air. Without that diversity and the unity, where they all cooperate with the oneness of of that knowledge of you standing on the floor, then you couldn't know it. So if floor was its own thing and didn't have any relationship with the air, and air was its own thing with no relationship to you, and you were all distinct and separate, and did not in any way communicate together, then you couldn't know that you're standing on the floor. You couldn't know anything.
And you know this is true, Rusty, because if you were walking on land and walked up to the edge of a cliff and kept walking, there would be consequences. So you take accountability there, but you won't take accountability for furthering the knowledge of the world that you live in.
How is that connected?
Like if I were to ask you, if I were to ask you what is a tree, right? Like you're going to describe the tree, and you're going to say, well, it's green, right? It's got green leaves. Well, and it's soaks up the sun and the water, right? And you're going to describe the different things to say, well, this is a tree. So all of those differences, all those specifics and distinctions cooperate as one thing so that you can know what a tree is. So without that, you can't know anything.
No, I know what a tree is before.
No, you can't know anything. I mean, I could give you different examples, or just take, or you can just run it through yourself.
I mean,
how?
Good.
The way you know things is the relationship with other things, right? I mean, this is like, you could destroy the materialistic thing by, like, if you like, we go down that road, but you know things by the relationship with other things.
Of course.
Right. So there's a unity and a diversity.
Yep.
There's diverse particulars, all unified under one, common law. The one.
It's not diversity. It's
there's even a theory out there that there's even a theory out there that there's no deity, and that we're all just one collective consciousness having an experience here.
Yeah, I mean that was just like a point. Yeah, sorry.
No, go ahead. No, thanks. You're doing a good job. Go ahead.
Yeah, I just wanted to point out, like, that whole thing I went through with the diversity and the oneness, right, should be like commonly accepted. That was just to kind of piggyback off of what you had said earlier, Rusty, which was, that all things can account for themselves, which they couldn't, and then as well as the, we can't create, we can only discover. So we discover through this diversity and the oneness that brings, and the one unifying thing that brings them all together. So, I mean, I thought you were on board with that.
How doesn't that apply in your worldview? Like, how do we create without discovering? Would be a question.
No, we don't create anything. We can only, we can't do that. We can only discover what's already possible. Otherwise, we'd be saying that we just caused through our own minds the impossible to occur from nothing.
Yeah, but how would you even describe the impossible? Like, what's impossible to you? I don't get that.
Yeah. I've never seen impossible. I don't know what that looks like. Like, the same way I've never seen. The same way I've never seen chaos.
But that's the thing. Like, if you would ask someone like 100 years ago, people probably call the shit that we do today impossible.
Yeah, no problem. Like, they may have called
what is it? Like, I mean, you are proposing that there is some sort of consciousness behind everything in the world. And
all I'm pointing out,
no evidence. There isn't even like some sort of evidence to it that would even like touch.
This is what I pointed out with all of those preconditions in place, all of those presuppositions, all those preconditions, all those things that we just agreed to, those terms that we kind of agreed to there in place, right? Then we say, instead of referencing a tree, right, we say we have consciousness, right? And if we were to follow that back, like, all right, well, this calls this, this calls this, this calls this, right? Whatever the thing is that's possible, which is consciousness, which we have here in reality, right, was possible, must have came from something that had the potential to actualize that possibility. It didn't become possible. So whatever grounds that, fundamentally, like, if in a causal chain of sequences, must have that ability within the oneness of it to have what you have right here, right now. Like, I could say it in a way like, you have the cup on the table, right? Like, you had on the floor earlier. You have the cup on the table, right? But the table has the potential to actualize the cup, right, and actually hold it up. But then what's actualizing the table, right? So the table has the potential to sit on the floor, but what actualizes it is the floor. The floor has the potential to actualize the table, to actualize the cup. But then that's the foundation of the house, right? And you can follow that all the way back to something that has to have all of the properties to account for the cup on the table now. Has to have it. Otherwise, you wouldn't have the cup here on the table now. It would be falling. But it's not falling. It's sitting right here on the table.
Yeah, but what's like the actual evidence that you would have?
The cup on the table. You are conscious. These two things are the equivalents, right? So whatever's holding up the cup is we call that the foundation, right? Like whatever's fundamental and foundational, which sustains all things in a hierarchical, column, above and below it, right? So we have the cup on the table. So there's a foundation, something that does not rely on anything else to hold up the cup. So it has the ability fully within itself to hold up all of those things above it. Same thing with consciousness. We have consciousness here. So if you follow that train all the way back, right? Whatever's fundamental, whatever's fundamental has the ability to actualize fully in and of itself consciousness. So it must be conscious because we have the cup on the table. We have the consciousness right now.
Why is it conscious though? Like that doesn't make any sense to me. Why would it be a consciousness?
Why is conscious? That's a whole other question. That's a whole other question.
Let's say that, maybe don't say why, but how?
Why do you think
consciousness? I'm asking the question. I'm not believing in it, so I'm just asking the question.
Yeah, it's like denying a tree or denying the cup. That's what I mean. That's how bad it's getting. Like in this day and age, 2025, about to be 2026, is that people deny consciousness and they deny that God exists when they're looking at their own selves in the mirror, and they're looking at the cup on the table, and they're like, no, maybe there's something else holding it up. Crazy talk.
But it's just an excuse for them to push accountability out of the way, so that way they can continue to live their hedonistic lifestyles.
Yeah, like how can I know this is true? Because it's being revealed to you. It's obvious, and anything that's revealing it to you must be intelligible, so you can understand whatever's being revealed and shown to you.
It's intelligent,
and therefore, obviously, if you can understand it.
Okay, so a cup on a table is standing there. Why? I mean, it seems like you have a it seems like you have a specific explanation for that.
Yeah, because someone consciously created it.
God created it, and then he placed the fucking cup on the table.
No.
What? I mean, or wait.
Yeah.
Go ahead, no tank.
What I'm pointing out is the foundation and whatever's fundamental and foundational, which is necessary, right? It's necessary for that cup to be on the table now, must have the attributes to account for all of those, those layers of the table, the cup, the floor, the joists, and must have all of the, have the attributes to account for that. And now we have consciousness. So it just runs the same way. You have consciousness in reality, you have a tree in reality. Therefore, there must be something fundamental and one and singular to account for the distinctions that are all unified that can account for consciousness. So it must have that ability, right? Otherwise, it would be impossible. And we know it's not impossible because it's actual. We have it right here, right now. It's simple. I'm dumbing it down, really.
It's not simple, though. Because you are invoking a consciousness that has previously existed.
Because you're conscious, dude. It's obvious.
There is no obvious thing about any of this, man.
So you would then what would the other possibility be? The other possibility would be that you are conscious and you came from something that did not have the attributes to account for consciousness. That's the only other option that you're giving me. It either does have the attributes to account for it, or it does not. It's a true dichotomy. And you're putting forward that whatever is fundamental does not contain the attributes to account for what is possible now. That's madness.
The attribute for any sort of possibility is something that you have created. All right. I
didn't hear that.
Spawn of your mind.
You're cutting out a little bit, Rusty.
Okay, wait. I'm going to repeat that. the attribute of consciousness is something that you have created.
No, just something that exists, like a tree.
No, it doesn't exist. It is something that
Yeah, it was
us
already there. You
humans.
just came to the realization.
No, it's a philosophical thing that we humans made up because we have the.
No, it was already there. You just realized
No,
it.
it was not there. No,
It was.
it's not there.
It's there, man. There's like you can like not to make this about a completely other subject, but you can look at babies in a womb and they kind of move to music and they react to words like loving words and things like that. They play with their hands and their feet in their womb. They're conscious already. They all it was already there. They just are helped and coached to realize that through their upbringing.
Exactly. When you're born, then the shit starts. But it's not about that. It's about the creation of the universe.
Is that one thing or multiple things? This, how you say universe?
That's not the universe. Rather, there is
Was there a singular explosion, or was there multiple explosions?
It's not really prevalent. It's basically science hasn't figured it out.
Listen, I mean, I'll just ask this, like the simple thing, like in this Big Bang, right? Was there like watermelon and buffalo, and all of these things were contained within the oneness? They were all in there. Just I'm asking for a friend.
Well, that depends on like philosophical say, but I mean, possibly yes, but no, actually not. They were contained in there, but
So, what diversified the oneness of the universe to give you buffalo and cow, snorkel? All right, that's enough. Rusty P, you don't have the answers. You just need to. It's Christmas time. I think you need to go to. I think you need to go to church. It's Christmas time.
let me say one thing more. Right? Like if you ask any scientist, of course we don't fucking know what the Big Bang is or what it was, but it's still the most.
Why did they come up with it?
They didn't come up with it.
How did they come up with it? What led to their conclusion that that's how it started?
They looked at the was it the Hubble observation that the universe is expanding. Then they basically discovered that it's probably that the universe is expanding. I don't fucking know. It just fucking.
You're so lost in the story, man. It was actually created by a Catholic priest. The Big Bang.
Yeah, if that was the case, fine.
The only reason why they think the universe is expanding is because of redshift and blue shift. And they can see that and observe that. But what happened is it looked like everything was actually going around the Earth and that Earth was the center of the universe. But for philosophical reasons, they decided to make Earth not the center of the universe. And then because of that, they came up with, based off of redshift, blue shift, that the universe was expanding. But if they went by their current mathematics on gravity, that eventually the Earth would expand into absurdity and nothing would hold together. And so then they had to come up with placement holders, because in reality, what they're seeing when they look at the sky is that everything looks static and centered around the Earth. That's literally what they had going on back when they came up with the Big Bang.
Oh, you're saying like that maybe regular people can't discern between the information that they take from like looking at the stars and what scientists tell them?
Why would you look at the stars to understand the Earth?
Because it's a pretty important part of understanding the Earth.
You're looking in the wrong direction.
Okay, so I would have to look at like my feet.
Well, the Earth. You need to look at the Earth if you want to know what the Earth is.
I mean, I know what you want to say, but did you ever think about that?
About
that
what?
Claim that claim that you just made.
That in order to know what the Earth is, you should look at the Earth.
Yeah. I mean, did you ever think about that?
That's a form of logic. If you want to know something, you should look at the thing you want to know.
Yeah, to a point. Again, yes. But you should look like outwards at some point.
How did you just walk your own thing back? Weren't you just the one saying to look at the Earth, Rusty?
No, I said look at the Earth.
Say what?
Oh, okay, my bad.
No, he was the one saying that you can learn about reality by inferring the sky. And I don't know, man. Like, I want to know where they come up with the Big Bang.
We talked about this 10 minutes ago.
Okay. How did they come up with it then?
They looked at it. They observed it.
Observed what? The Big Bang?
No, alright. You can observe something. So, for example, the people that observed the Big Bang did, or, well, whatever, they looked at the sky and saw that it seems like the stars in the sky seem to move away from us, right?
Yeah, I mean it's kind of right. I mean it is kind of right. There was guys before Hubble that theorized redshift, but it was really anyway.
Well, there was kind of the first observation that it's not just that the stars kind of move away from. It's also
That's just an interpretation though of what redshift is anyway. Yeah.
Yeah, whatever.
That's all it is.
It was an observation that the stars move away from.
What ones? Because listen, it's Christmas is coming up soon, right? And it's on a specific date, and the way we know the specific date is that the stars are back in the same place that they were last year. So which one of these stars are getting away from you?
It doesn't really matter.
I mean, if it's the case that we know what day a day is based on the repeatability of the sky, right, and their stars' positions, then how is it the case that you're saying it's moving? It went away? Is it not? What is today? Not today?
But your entire argument is contrary to what we're saying. I know your entire argument is just whatever we're saying. You're just contrarian to it, and so this is your argument. He's repeating your argument because you're contrarian to what we're saying.
So me?
Yeah.
Yeah, that's right. Of course. I don't think the Earth is flat. I mean, of course. That's a pretty normal thing to say, yeah.
Well, yeah, people don't use they don't use those words exactly, but it definitely is normal to say.
Of course, like if I'm going in here and refuting the shit that flat earthers say, perhaps, which is basically like 99% of the things that I would say. Of course,
I'm saying people do normally say this. They just don't say they do. They even do say flat. You know, like the best way to they tell you like professionally to calibrate your auto level, which is a tool for like doing differential leveling to find elevation changes from a horizontal. They say this is what they say. They say whoever gets the very first auto level, what you need to do is take it to a known flat surface and calibrate it. So what is a known flat surface? They know. Everybody knows. They're like, oh, I know what a flat surface is, and they know it. It's normal to know it. Yeah, so like whoever has the very first auto level, which is a tool for establishing horizontal, they have to go to something that naturally occurs in the world that is flat. And they know what that is. You know, and then when they're like, listen, I'm gonna go there, right? They don't think that the ground is moving beneath them. They're like, I'm gonna go there, because if I don't get up off my ass and go there, I'm not just gonna magically appear over there. I have to move. I have to cause motion. And that's, because there is no motion currently, I'm going to be in motion relative to the stationary ground. And it's normal. It's just a normal thing that people know.
Apparently, I just found this today.
You're not relative motion. You're not moving relative ground, by the way.
I found this phrase today. This Latin phrase. I just googling around. Mundus vult discipi ergo discipiatur, which translates to the world wants to be deceived, so let it be deceived. So like most
I agree.
people, yeah, no, like I understand when they say like in order to have knowledge you got to climb the ranks through the Freemasons or whatever it is. Like you have to do the work in order to gain the knowledge, right? So I get it. Like we're out here trying to give you a freebie though, and try to help you guys, give you guys the tools in order to go out and learn more about the world that you live in. And instead, you're just gonna dismiss it, claim authority has a better idea of what's going on, and then you're just gonna remain in your sleep wonder, your slumber, and be deceived because you prefer to be deceived, have the wool pulled over your eyes, remain basically ignorant, and you don't want to have accountability for your own life.
I'm gonna be open to being held accountable. If you say that, what you just said, go on.
Okay, well, why are you drinking so much? All right, is it wrong to be drinking this much?
What?
Should you stop drinking? Is it morally wrong to drink this as much as you drink?
Yeah.
I should learn that Latin. I never will, right? But I should. I ought to learn that Latin phrase because that's my go-to when they ask why would they lie. That's my reason.
Because they can.
No, because you're demanding it. You're demanding it, dude. The government is doing exactly what they're supposed to. They're serving you, and you don't. This is what you want. You want globe. They're not. They're doing their job. Yeah. So exportio Glorious, you want to be deceived. That's what you want.
Is it you people that want to be received?
No, because I stopped listening to everybody else and I went out and checked for myself. I don't have somebody else deceiving me. And I have enough integrity to admit when I'm wrong.
That's like step one, or maybe step three. Like when you know somebody's actually like a flat earther, is they stopped asking men to prove the dirt to them. They just went to the dirt. Like I don't, that's it.
Let me ask you this, Rusty. At your job, whatever your job is, have you ever asked permission to go to the restroom? No.
No.
Why
Of course
not?
not. Well, ask it.
Your boss. Why? Like, if you need to use the restroom, you should ask your boss. Why wouldn't you ask your boss to go to the restroom?
I don't know what country you live in, but no, that's the thing. Country.
I'm just giving you an example of an easy way that people give up their accountability.
I mean, yeah.
People in general are just weak-minded.
I mean, yeah. In general, yeah, I agree with you.
There's a
weak-minded, but
when I Google searched the world wants to be deceived. That's when I found that Latin phrase. And then there's an attribution to Walter Kaufman, who says that truth is an acquired taste. Like, in order to learn the truth, you're going to have to accept the bitterness of reality.
that is right. But again, then we get sort of philosophical question, because
no, the truth is
everyone.
The truth. You don't need to be philosophical about the truth. When you start trying to be philosophical about the truth, it means you have a certain intention. You're trying to sell something. You don't need to be philosophical about the truth.
Yes, you have to be. What the fuck are you talking about? Of course. In today's times, like, look at the channel that we are in. We're a flat Earth channel.
Do you think flat Earth is a philosophical question?
No, it's not definitely a philosophical question, but the discussion is taken at a philosophical level to a certain degree. Like, it's not that.
Only when you want to know why they would lie.
But what?
Once you start asking the question, why would somebody lie? Why would somebody lie to me about where I live? That's when it becomes a philosophical question. When reality it presents itself as you go out and you make a measurement, and then you measure it again just to be sure, and you're like, oh shit, that's the measurement. You don't have to philosophize that measurement. Oh, did I use the right ruler?
You still do.
Why?
The reason why is probably take too long. I mean, I'm not a philosopher or whatever. The reason is that because if you believe in a flat Earth, there's something seriously wrong with you, and that's the reason you would probably.
So when's the last time you went out and measured the Earth?
Again, that's different conversation.
Well, you want to tell me that I believe the Earth is flat? I don't want to believe the Earth is flat.
Yeah, you don't want to?
No.
Why do you do though?
No. See, I didn't want to believe it. I had to go out and test it for myself to make sure the Earth is either curving or it's flat, because I didn't want to be a flat earther.
Hmm?
But no, I mean, I kind of like a lot of things made sense, but I'm like, no, I got to go test it for myself because like flat Earth is just stupid.
Yeah, and you tested that then?
Yeah. I turned 3 people into flat earthers that day.
How did you test?
I already knew in my heart that the Earth was flat because I knew that this was probably the one lie that the powers that be could get away with. They couldn't lie to me about a lot of other things in reality, but this would be the one that they'd be able to like sneak one in on. So I'm like, you know what? Let me just go check because flat Earth is really stupid, but I know the Earth is really, really big. I just don't understand how big. So let me just go check and make sure my eyes aren't just right.
But how?
And then I went and sat across a lake that was 7 miles wide from the point where I sat versus the point where my friend sat. We sat across from each other 7 miles away, and we had binoculars and we waved at each other. And 3 people became flat earthers that like, oh my God, I can't believe I could see you on the other side of the lake.
I mean, I'm pretty sure you're very proud of that, but how do you explain like everything happening in the world?
How do you explain everything happening in the world?
You didn't let me finish. That has to do with space.
Well, are you going to go to outer space and verify all the things that they say about space?
No, I don't have to.
I don't have to either, man. When I look up in the sky, I see lights in the sky. They move in a cyclical pattern that seems to give us our calendar and our clock. And that's good enough for me, man.
Yeah, if it is, I'm fine with that.
Like I don't need to say, oh, that red star up there has an atmosphere 1/4 of the Earth, and that big bright white light up there actually has a storm going around it, and I don't need all these stories to go along with it, dude.
I mean that's completely fine. I don't know why
Saturn has rings. Yeah, I can see Saturn has rings. That's great.
Yeah,
that doesn't mean that the Earth is a planet.
I mean, the things that scientists say, if you don't believe in them, just fucking ignore them, right?
Well, what science did they do to prove it?
But they look at planets and look at their difference where they are and shit like that. What's it called?
So if I take a telescope out and I stare at paint drying on a wall and I start making up stories about it, does that mean that I've developed a science about it?
No, you can make up stories about it.
Right. I just choose not to believe their stories, man. They're just stories. Fairy tales.
Yeah, that's fine. You don't have to. No one is forcing you to believe their stories.
Yeah, no one's forcing you either. But you come in here wanting to know why we're flat earthers. I choose not to believe in the stories anymore.
Being a flat earther
I choose
is fucking stupid.
I choose to live in observable reality.
Yeah, but it's still like being a flat earther is pretty fucking dumb.
That's your opinion, bro. Just because you want to be stupid and deceived. Right.
Hey, what you said? True.
Yeah, you'd have to prove Well, A, you'd have to define and identify the thing that you're referencing, and then you'd have to prove that it's stupid, the thing that you're referencing.
Yeah.
So, what is it when you say that? What are you referencing? Flat Earth. Like, what is that? The thing that you're saying is stupid. What is it?
But to believe.
No. What is it? The thing that you believe is stupid. What is it?
No, I was the one that said it was stupid. I said he was being stupid and choosing to believe somebody else's opinion instead. Like, come up with a better story than what they're saying. Be cool, dude. Put on a leather jacket and some sunglasses.
Rusty did say about being a flat earther is stupid. It's stupid.
I didn't say that.
He said it's the bottom of the. He said it's like the bottom of the feeder chain.
But what is it, Rusty? The thing that you're saying is stupid. What is it?
The bottom of the rung. It is the bottom of the rung, because the cosmic ladder hinges on the idea that the Earth is a ball, and if the Earth is not a ball, the whole fucking ladder falls apart.
I mean, who is honestly, like, in a realistic way, right? Who is
I don't know what you're talking. Just define the thing, whatever it is. Whoever this, when you're saying people who are believing this, what is it?
I mean, honestly, like, when it comes to flat earthers, I can't define them.
All right, so you don't know. So then you said. So then what you're saying? The thing that you don't understand, you don't even know what it is stupid.
That's why I didn't define anything.
No,
yeah, because you don't want accountability.
Stupid. Yeah, that's true.
I wasn't defining anything when I was talking to the other guy.
You were referencing something. That thing that you're referencing has a definition. It has an essence. It is something. What is it?
Flat Earth? Do you mean that?
Yeah. What is that? What is that?
It's not something that I can explain because I don't.
Okay. So is it? All right, let me ask you then. Is it stupid?
From my perspective, yes.
You don't even, dude. You just said you can't define it. You can't reference. You can't say what it is. You can't reference it. You don't know what it is. So how could you say it's stupid?
You were asking me.
Okay. Yeah, but you're supposed to say I can't tell you that because I don't even know what it is, right? So I mean, is flat Earth stupid, Rusty?
Again, if you ask me, is the flat Earth stupid? Then I would say yes.
Okay. All right. So now that you have formed an opinion about a thing that you're referencing, like the reference, what is that thing? What is it?
Yeah, I can't fucking reference it. When you
then
ask
you can
me,
have an opinion on it.
All right.
I mean, do you like the flavor of? Do you like the flavor? Is the flavor of chaplupla? Is that good or bad? The flavor of chaplupla. Are you going to say it's bad? Okay, what is it? Is it good? What is it?
What are you trying to do, man?
I did what I was trying to do. What I was trying to do was point out to you that you're forming an opinion based on a referent that you can't even describe.
Great. And you presented me a quote unquote like presentation of the flat Earth that I was.
Okay, step one. Do you know what flat is?
Bruh, shut the fuck. Come on.
Okay. Do you know
Ask me a real question. Ask me a real question.
Well, here's the thing, Rusty. You're acting like a bigot, dude.
How? How am I?
Well, let me read you the definition of bigot.
The fuck?
A person who is obstinately or unreasonably attached to a belief, opinion, or faction, especially one who is prejudiced against or antagonistic toward a person or people on the basis of their membership of a particular group.
Bigoted against flat Earth. God damn.
You're a bigot.
What do you think? You think it's a group, right, Rusty? You think that's what the Earth is?
No, it's not really a group.
Okay, what's the Earth? These are two words, right? Like that's what I said. Like it's two words. Flat. What is flat? And then Earth. What is Earth? So you just have to go define those things.
An oblate spheroid planet that is.
All right, point to it.
Orbit.
Okay, point to it.
I'm pointing down right now.
Okay, so that's the thing you're referencing there. The down Earth. What if it's in front of you? What if it's a mountain?
I'm looking down right now, so I'm looking.
Right, but what if? Okay, all right. So that's it. So that's this. That's the oblateness right there where you're pointing.
I'm not pointing. I'm looking.
Obstinate. That's what. This is what Sheepdog just said. You're just being obstinate now.
How is it? You are asking me a question. I'm answering.
I asked you to point to it, and you said you were pointing down, and then you said I'm not pointing. I'm looking.
Yeah. I was pointing. Then I'm looking. Do you know? Like,
look at the
people can do different things.
Look at the side chat. This is what the English Hub defines the word bigot.
So, I'm being asked questions. I'm not pointing any opinions, right?
Yeah, you are, dude. I asked you the two words. It was flat was the one. I said define it, so we know what we're talking about. Then Earth, and then you pointed to the ground.
Yeah.
Oh no, sorry. You said it was. I said all right, I said define Earth, and you said it's an oblate spheroid orbiting. And then I asked you to point to it.
That, yeah. And even if, like, what you think you're going to achieve calling me a bigot, do you think that I care?
I don't care if you care. I'm just pointing out facts.
All right. Go on then.
I don't know. I thought you would want to have more of like an argument against it, Rusty. Like for you to be able to say, "Hey, the flat Earth is stupid." If somebody were to ask you, "What is the thing that you're saying is stupid?" and you'd be like, "I don't know," it makes you seem stupid.
I generally feel stupid.
Like if somebody would ask me, like, if the globe Earth is stupid? I say, yeah, the globe Earth is stupid. And then if they ask me why, I'd say because they're saying that the Earth is a convex sphere, and I'm staring at a valley right now. Like that's not convex. So obviously, it's stupid when they're telling me that valley, like you know what I mean, that's down where water sits, is actually convex and humping up. That's stupid.
It would be concave, your expression. But
yeah, a valley would be concave, and they're telling me it's convex. That's stupid.
No one's telling you.
Yeah. All right, dude, listen. Do you think the Earth is a ball, like a spheroid?
Yes.
Okay. Well, here's a valley. That's concave, dude. And you think the Earth is convex, a ball. This is a valley. That's stupid.
What the fuck are you talking about?
It's just that simple. When you're saying, listen, this is humping up. And I say, dude, it's down. And everybody knows it's going down the valley. Then you're stupid because you think it's humping up like a ball. And like you said, it's concave. That's a concave area.
Who has taught you that?
The measurements, and then just like the consequent relationship that if I were to put a ball at the edge of it or put some water there, it would roll down into the valley and rest at the bottom of it.
What measurement told you that the Earth is concave.
Well, that Earth right there is concave. It's a valley. That's where the water sits inside of it, you know. And then somebody says, no. It's the water is and the Earth is a ball. That's stupid.
All right.
Hey, Rusty. Just out of curiosity, do you know how big the Earth is supposed to be?
About 43 kilometers in diameter.
How much?
1,000. 43 or 40,000 kilometers in diameter. I don't know. Fucking.
That's true.
Close. 40,000 kilometers in circumference. It's about roughly 12,500 kilometers in diameter, roughly. But I know those numbers are big. They sound really big, right? Like if you break down what a kilometer is into meters, right? That's like 12 million meters, right? That's a huge number. It's absurd. Nobody's ever going to see a million of anything. Right? But the nice thing about geometry is that in order to you can actually measure the surface of a sphere just by taking a tangent on the surface.
Okay.
The curve, the curve should be where it's supposed to be if the sphere is that size.
That's cool.
So.
Yeah.
That's all. You know, it's not a belief. There's actual math that goes into it.
Yeah, that's fine.
So this idea that you keep thinking that it's a belief is really absurd, man. Like if I wasn't a flat earther and we were having a conversation, like, oh yeah, man, we can have knowledge, but because I'm a flat earther, now we can't have knowledge.
Oh, what? You just presented like the negative side of belief. Like, what the fuck is the evidence right now for your
Do you know what belief
side?
is? Matter of fact, I'm going to give you.
I understand that, but the belief doesn't fucking count. Who fucking cares about belief, man? If you believe that belief means anything, I'm
going to post a video for you to watch. I think it's important.
No. You explain it. Explain it to me. No, don't explain it to me. Actually,
belief.
Explain it to the world.
Belief is faith without knowledge.
Mm-hmm.
Right? You don't know. You're hoping it's true, but you don't know.
Yes.
Knowledge would mean that you gone out, you did the work, and you've exhausted all your efforts to disprove something, and you've gained knowledge in the process based on experience. Not somebody else's experience, but your own personal experience. I posted in the side chat for you. It's a little 1 minute, 30-second video. It's a beautiful, brief synopsis of, Carl Jung. You know who Carl Jung is? You know who Carl Jung is, Rusty?
Carl Jr.
Yeah, pretty smart guy. Well, somebody interviewed him.
Pro. What?
Somebody interviewed him, and they asked him the question, after everything that you've learned through science, do you still believe in God? And his answer is quite amazing. I hope that might give you a little bit more clarity on the difference between belief versus knowledge. So when you come in here saying, "Oh, flat earthers believe this, flat earthers believe that," it's not about belief.
So, bro, before you sent out that video, I hope you understand that it's not going to have like any effect on me as an atheist or whatever. Right?
I'm just asking you to look at it through an objective point of view. Stop being a little.
I'm going to look at it objectively, but if it comes to a core question,
Be objective, man. Be real. Don't go in there with a bias in your mind, thinking, "Oh, I'm just gonna refute whatever he says. I'm gonna find something to refute." Just listen to what he says.
It's actually going. You know what's going to actually happen, Rusty? It's going to turn into like it's a trick video. In 3 or 4 seconds, it turns into a flat Earth proof. So just beware.
Yeah. Something that someone says.
Like I'm just so you know, I'm not gonna watch it if it makes me believe in God. I'm just telling you right now. I'll turn it off.
No Tanks is poisoning the well. I just like that was the whole thing about flat Earth, right? I thought it was stupid. No, this is really stupid. But when I heard it from the person I heard it from, I was like, I had a little respect for him. So I'm like, all right, let me go investigate, right? And so it set me on my quest. And after a couple of months, I was flabbergasted. I'm like, I can't find any evidence that the Earth is a globe. Whenever you Google searched back then, when you Google searched flat Earth, you wouldn't get like science experiments proving that the Earth is a globe. You would get like magazine articles saying that flat Earth is stupid. Like, why is that so attacked? Like, why is this such a bad topic? Right? Like, who cares if somebody's contrarian to the mainstream narrative? You know, unless there's a narrative to be had, and they don't want that narrative to be taken away from them. That could be a reason why they would be protecting that narrative so much. But regardless, it was just nothing but magazine articles, like science.com or livestrong.com. It's like why is a magazine article covering this topic so much? Why can't the science just settle it? And so I started looking into it more and more and more. Eventually I came across not this server but the home server, the 4/7 Flat Earth Discord home server.
Do you have some like these bullshit magazines that cover
just Google flat Earth and you'll find it.
I'm like if you bought magazines, but
well, I thought it was stupid, but I wanted to see the science. I didn't want to.
No,
I didn't want somebody's opinion.
Wait. I'm asking you, like, are there like I don't know where you live, but are there magazines that are just covering like bullshit claims about some sort of celebrities in your country at the place where you buy these? Yeah, okay. So there's like these magazines.
As much as they are of these celebrity magazines, there are also magazines where space and pictures of Earth from space are plastered everywhere as well, just as much as the celebrities are.
All right. Again, So there are like the celebrities in your country that are in these magazines, whatever. But are there like science magazines in your?
Yeah.
Like where you can pick them up?
Yeah.
And you read them?
Yes.
For you. So I can't do that.
There's a variety of. Dude, America is home to the most propaganda in the world. There is every kind of magazine you can imagine for everything. It's what happens when they say that you have free speech. They can just print whatever they want.
You actually tell me though what magazine you actually read? So I want to read it too. Oh. Hello? Hello? Please give me the information for the magazine that you read about space. Please. Well, now what?
Sorry, did you hear me? I don't know if I cut out or if I wasn't, if I was muted. So let's see, there's Science Magazine, Nature, National Geographic, Popular Science, Physics, Popular Mechanics, Explorers.
You cut out right before everyone was here
Scientific American,
left.
Science World, Popular Science, Scientist.
Yeah, you're just naming things again.
Yeah, I've looked through all of these. I've looked through all of these in the past, man. For 39 years, I believed the Earth was a globe and that we were a ball spinning around the sun in outer space. I wasn't born a flat earther. I probably was, but that ended pretty quick when I was brainwashed when I was 5 years old to believe that the Earth was a ball spinning around in outer space. Because they have to teach it to me as a child. And then when I don't understand it, but there's a test coming up that I have to pass, and I tell my teacher, my parents, I don't understand it. And my parents are like, just listen to your teachers. They know what they're doing. So now I have to listen to authority in order to pass my test. So I grew up believing the Earth was a space ball.
You're lying also.
No, I'm not.
Yeah.
How am I lying?
No one fucking asked you to answer a question. Otherwise, you would fail.
What?
No one asked you to answer a question a certain way, otherwise you would fail.
Yeah, if you don't answer the question on the test a certain way, then you fail.
Bullshit.
They even give you multiple choice because some people can't recall the answer without having options.
Yeah, and you're bullshitting.
I'm bullshitting.
Yeah.
Explain how.
I don't have to. Because you don't have to explain any sort of evidence either way.
Bro, you are fucking delusional.
What?
You're fucking delusional.
How? Because you
How?
are making a claim.
What, that you have to take a test in order to pass school?
What do you say?
You have to take a test and pass it in order to graduate from school.
Yeah, kind of. Yes.
So how am I lying about that?
So you are acting like the whole global elite is taking vengeance on you, right?
No, I'm not. You're putting words in my mouth, bro. I just want to know why, when I'm 5 years old, I have to be told that the Earth is a ball spinning around the sun in outer space.
Well, it's exactly what it is. You think you are being indoctrinated, even though you are educated.
So is it indoctrination if you're taught to believe in something that isn't real?
No, indoctrination is, I know, but
Here, let's see what English Hub defines indoctrination. Holy shit. Teaching someone to accept doctrines uncritically. What do you think about that definition? Like, if you're not old enough to critically think, right? You're 5 years old, you don't know how to ask critical questions. 6 years old, you don't have ask critical questions. By the time you're actually old enough to ask critical questions, you just accepted everything that you were taught before as law, right? Because why would they lie?
And even if you ask those critical questions, just like I did, I was like, why don't we fall off the globe? The teacher was like, well, I can't explain that currently, like gravity and stuff, but like I can't go deeper into that. You have to go further into schooling. And so you just have to accept that and write that on the test, otherwise you fail.
Do you disagree with that, Rusty? Do you disagree with the idea that if you give the incorrect answer on the test, you will fail the class?
I don't know. Here for the test. So
It must be late where you're at, man. You sound like you're starting to get tired. Hey, Drace, look at this. Have you learned this function yet? The definition function? You don't have to go search up words anymore. You can hit question mark, DEF, and then type in the word.
I've never used it before. It's interesting.
Look at what horizon is. They can't no longer run away from that definition. We have the discussion.
Yeah, that's one thing Globers have a lot of problems with is understanding what words mean and then misapplying those words.
Expo. Where are you? I don't know. Why are you muted, bro? I'll unmute you as long as you got control of your mic. Hmm. Somebody playing finger tag with me. What's up, Expo? You got control of your mic now. At least in here you do. It might be different in other places. Look at the definition of level, Grace. And Karma.
Hey. Karma says hey. I
What's
like
up,
definition
Karma?
3.
Right.
A flat surface at a right angle to a plumb line. And we know the plumb lines are plumb. They're not curved like the Globers like to believe.
But yeah, it's fun. Yeah, Expo. We're flat Earth. Are you using a translator, or do you think you have enough English to have a conversation? Like, if you look at this definition, I'll put it in here again, of horizon, Expo. You see the definition of horizon that I just put up there? Look at definition 1, the great circle on the celestial sphere whose plane passes through the sensible horizon and the center of the earth. So did they change that definition? No, that doesn't mean the earth is flat. So they said to us that boats go over the curve, and that's the reason why we can't see that far, because of the curve of the earth gets way. As you get further away, things go behind the curve of the Earth. And so I always believed that the Earth was too big. So even though it never looked like it was curving to me, it always looked flat. I just accepted what everybody was telling me because they just said it was really, really big. And then one day I met somebody who basically put the idea in my ear to go and check. I didn't understand what that meant right away. Really took. But like I said earlier, I met these guys at Flat Earth 24/7 Discord, and after listening to them for a while, then I understood what I needed to do in order to go and test for the geometry of the Earth. Once I did that, it was a sealed deal. Where's the wall at, man? Which way is south? Which way is south? Sure. You're going to have to pay all my bills while I'm gone and pay for my trip. It's not going to prove that the Earth is a sphere, though. I mean, you can put any link that you want in here. Just if it's discovered to be spam, you'll be from the server. Why are you taking a trip to Antarctica? What's your purpose? You think the wall is at Antarctica? It's a shelf. No one's claiming that Antarctica is the edge.
Say that again, Karma.
I was saying, because that guy always does big T's randomly for no reason, I keep reading it with an accent. To send something about the wall. You wanna come with me with an airplane and go to the wall. But then he wrote Antarctic with small T's.
What? Oh.
He wrote Antarctica. He left the A off.
Yeah, I don't know what this guy is thinking.
He does sound like a Nigerian.
That's just how he wrote it, man.
Batman.
What's up, Expo?
My mic is open. Yeah.
Yeah, man. Your mic's open.
So how you doing, brother?
Great. Of gravity.
Submit this.
How to be flat man.
What's up, Expo?
To be flat man.
Yeah, the earth is flat.
Speak up, man.
I'm speaking.
You got some car to show us.
Is my mic far?
No, you just keep cutting out like you're turning it off too quick.
It also sounds like you're whispering, man.
Are you ashamed to be talking to Flat Earthers?
I'm not ashamed. No. I'm not ashamed. Said why you Earth is flat. Or you believe Earth is flat.
I don't believe it's flat. I go out into the world and measure it as flat. Maybe you believe the earth is a globe. I don't know
And I
why you
see
would want to believe that.
because this is the logic.
Well, yeah, if I told you that I had a piece of wood that was 8 feet long and I was trying to sell it to you for 20 bucks for 8 feet, right? A 2x4 by 8 feet. And then you told me that I wasn't giving you 8 feet, that I was ripping you off. How would you know?
You are talking with the wrong person.
Would you
This
just
is the
buy my 8 foot board and say, you know what, he's right? I'm just
You'd measure it, of course. If it's not 8 feet and you paid for 8 feet, you'd be like, bro, you only sold me 7.5 feet. Pay me the difference.
bro, the other half foot, that's dark matter.
Well, Expo, if that's the way you think, you're gonna get scammed, bro. People gonna tell you the world is round when it isn't, and you're just gonna believe it. I think his real question is, why would they lie, right?
Oh, you missed it earlier, Drace. I have to go back. I was Googling earlier today. Just messing around. I wanted to find. I was looking for a specific quote. I found something else. I don't know why I came across or why I typed in "the world wants to be deceived," but for some reason that's what popped up. So listen to this Latin phrase. This is an old Latin phrase apparently. Mundus volt discipi ergo discipiatur, which means the world wants to be deceived, so let it be deceived. And it just goes back to what I've always been, probably the last couple of years, been saying. The reason why people don't want to believe that the Earth is flat is because it leads you down a bunch of other consequential questions, right?
Yep.
And they don't want accountability at the end of the day. They don't want to be accountable for all that.
You don't want to face what the state of the world really is. You just want to live in your happy bubble, thinking you're the height of humanity, and in your slavery, you're actually free.
That's it, man. Really, at the end of the day, they're like, "Oh, why would they lie?" Because you want them to lie to you.
Yep. You've been raised in this belief, and if it is wrong, then your whole life just collapsed. But at the same time, you don't actually have to fear that, because that life that collapsed was a lie, and you can actually build on a firm foundation and become a solid human being.
Not only that, but think about the food that you take into your body, right? You go to the grocery store and get things that are in a box, frozen in the freezer, or are you willing to go out to somebody who's grown some food and they're selling it fresh?
Yeah. Do you take accountability for your life, or do you outsource that to the general public and their opinion of what's hip, what's good for you in the moment, which then 10 years later turns out to be actually bad for you?
So yeah, I just couldn't believe I come across that quote. It was amazing.
Yeah. Meanwhile, the rest of us who don't get pulled along by the consensus cult just sit on the outside looking at what appears to be NPCs, just following the programming. What's important today? Oh, support Ukraine. Like, we sit on the outside of that stuff, and we're just like, what's actually measurable? What can we know? And that gives you an advantage in life because you're not getting pulled along into stupid things.
Check this out, Drace, and you too, Karma. I just took a screenshot of the AI overview when I typed in Google, "the world wants to see." I mean, it's taken some of us years to come to this conclusion without even knowing that this was ever even a real thing. I didn't even know this was an actual thing in philosophy.
I know, right? A lot of things have already been discovered. Like most of the things have already been discovered. We're just kind of rediscovering them again because they weren't taught to us. We were taught irrelevant garbage that didn't actually help us as humanity to advance. And so humanity has stagnated as a result.
So check this out. Walter Kaufman noted that truth is an acquired taste. Basically, you can infer from that, like, the truth is bitter. And it doesn't require you to like it or not like it.
Yep.
But if you follow along with it long enough, you begin to like it because there's something special about being right and living in righteousness.
Yeah, it's solid. It has foundations that don't get shaken. It's easy to live in comfortable lives. Uh, it's a little bit harder to live with truth, but it gives you more comfort, more security because you have solid ground you stand on. The other side kind of is stuck in the air, floundering around and panicking because it is afraid of touching the ground.
It's just amazing. So yeah, now when people ask me why would they lie, that's going to be my answer, because you want to be lied to.
That's a good answer. I made a song.
Oh, you made a song about that? You know, I told you I'm going to write a song. I need to write a song.
Yeah, please
Maybe
do. Let me know. I'm gonna be hounding everyone for their songs because I know a lot of us have been making songs. Sporadic, DJ, everybody's been making songs. I need all the songs for my FE radio, and I will be hounding you guys once I finish Volume 3.
Yeah, for sure, man. And like, I mean, I don't feel like I have a voice for music, but I believe I'm what's the word? Melodic in a lot of ways. Like, I understand melody, I understand rhythm. I think I could write a good song, and now that we have like actual AI out there to create the music for us, that's pretty cool.
Yeah, I want everything. If you make AI songs, I want them. If you make real songs, I want them. I'm going to be contacting everybody and I'm going to be hounding you guys to give me your songs and the lyrics so that I can put them into the bot, so that I can have a 24-hour live stream of just good flat Earth music on YouTube, and people will be like just listening to that while they're working or chilling. It'll be a good thing. I know I love listening to my flat Earth music and other people's flat Earth music. It's just so refreshing to have like something that's actually speaking about something important instead of just like booty shaking. Something that's speaking about physics or speaking about logic. I love that kind of music, or any kind of music that speaks to something.
Truth music.
Yeah, truth, like Karma says, truther music, something that speaks to the truth of the matter. It doesn't matter what it's about, as long
Yeah.
as it's about truth.
Yeah, I mean, not to, point to any rapper in particular, but like, someone who's like really hit the scene over the last few years and has made truther music pretty popular. Tom McDonald, for example. You don't have to rap about drugs, guns, or killing people, right?
Yeah.
Or it was drugs, guns, money, prostitution, sex. You don't have to make music about that. There's plenty of other things to talk about.
It's also like entertainment and music is a good medium to actually learn things through, and I kind of feel like it's undervalued for that, and it's being misused to program the population poorly. Because if you have something repeating in your mind that's actually a good affirmation or a actual truth or some uh, formulation of logic that you want to remember, uh, listening to it as an art piece, as music, helps you remember, and so it becomes a useful tool as a human being to be able to articulate and understand different concepts. And so when entertainment and music is relegated to this degenerate nonsense, a lot of people are, of course, going to end up programmed with degenerate nonsense instead of actual reasoning.
Oh, let me add to that. A good example of this is, for instance, when I was a teenager and I was studying economics and stuff. And on one of our big tests, I ended up getting an answer right because of a truther rap on YouTube I'd listened to, where he just so happened to go into the fact that economy came from the Greek word household management. And it literally asked about what does the word economy mean in Icelandic. And I'm like, is it okay if I answer in English because I'm bilingual and I'm not sure I can articulate this well in Icelandic? And she was like, yes, sure. And then I just wrote down verbatim what the rap song said. And it got me an extra point.
Yeah, like you
That's
can
funny.
learn from entertainment, or you can degenerate, get worse from listening to bad programming.
Yeah, no, and I agree, and that's why it's really special. And I mean, before you started making this channel, I'm sure you probably had it in the works, but I was just like, we need to have just a music only channel, right? And where people can go in, and because some people just want to listen to music while they're like doing homework or something like that. And so, like you said, it's an opportunity for a wholesome value to come to people's minds.
Yeah, you're cleaning or something, and you're washing your car or something. You want something in the background that's nice. Like, it's nice to have the live stream from time to time, but sometimes you just want to jam to something, and that's kind of what I want to help provide is a chance for us to have more culture, more things that we can enjoy. That's outside this echo box of the globe, and so it can draw people in as well. Like, that's one of my ideas. Is like, if you make a really good song and someone loves that song, and then they realize, oh shit, my favorite artist is actually a flat earther. And then you're listening to their other songs and you're like, I love this song as well, even though it's like speaking about flat earth. And you're slowly learning in the process. And by the end of it, they're like, I don't know if the earth is a globe or not. Like, I'm just gonna like live my life and have a good time. And if it is a globe, that's cool. If it isn't a globe, that's fine as well. You don't have to take it so personal. It's just because we were so programmed as children to take this globe belief and place ourselves on it, when that has no relation to your life. You live on a flat plane, buddy.
Well, not only that, you're planting seeds too, right? Like people are like, "Oh, I like the beat. Okay, the lyrics are pretty cool." What did he say?
Yeah, and they might have questions on something, and that's one of the things I'm trying to do with my songs is try to answer the different questions. And like, we get a guy in here who's like, well, climbing a tree proves the globe. I make a song about that. And we got a guy in here who was like, well, but what about gravity? I made a song about that. I make songs about all of their questions so that in the end, when people listen to the songs and they go through the songs, they'll be like having all their questions answered. Well, I have a song I would like to play for you guys, which is Why Would They Lie? And I'm waiting for some Glober to ask that question, so I'll be like, hold up a minute. Let me play this song for you.
That question already missed the point. Why would they lie? Wrong place to start. Most people don't. That's the easy part. Belief doesn't need a paycheck signed. It just needs a lens to frame the mind. The crowd repeats what fits the view. Interpretation doesn't work for you. No conspiracy, no secret call, just inherited models filtering it all. You don't need liars in every seat when belief already edits what people see. The majority doesn't fabricate or scheme. They interpret through what they think it means. Why would they lie? Who said they did? Belief does the work, the model does the spin. You don't need fraud when faith is enough. The lens makes sense of the visible stuff. Now ask the real question, who does lie? Same answer always, no need to divine. Money, power, leverage, control, that pattern's old, it never gets old. Institution guard their frame, carries grants, rank and name. You don't get paid to break the mold, you get paid to repeat what's already sold. That's not paranoia, that's how systems run. You don't bite the hand that signs the funds, but none of that touches the evidence base. It doesn't rise or fall with intent you can't trace. Intent is in evidence. Comfort isn't true. You don't test reality by guessing motives for proof. Appeal to incredulity dressed as debate. I can't imagine it, therefore false, you say. Asking me why someone would do a thing doesn't undo what the measurements bring. We don't divine minds, we test claims. We don't read hearts, we read terrain. The ground doesn't care what you're okay believing. It measures the same with or without agreement. Flat where it measures, still where it stands. Not curved by consensus or comforted plans. Truth isn't democratic, polite or kind. It just remains when belief resigns. Why would they lie? It doesn't apply. The data stands where the motives pass by. Believe what you want, sleep just fine. Reality stays planar, still and unaligned. Truth doesn't need motive, it needs measurement. Ooh, comfort is optional.
sorry. It ends somewhere around there. I haven't quite finished prepping all the new songs. This is a preview that's not finished.
One world you live on, one world you're taught. The globe didn't rise as a public claim. It stayed in circles that played a different game. Fringe in the open, whispered inside. Hypothesis out loud, doctrine in private. People remembered land, seas, and shore. How sight behaved, how measures worked before. Flat was in theory, it was daily use. The way you farmed, sailed, built, and moved. Meanwhile, cults traded abstract forms, bound by secrecy, symbols, oaths, and norms. Not to describe what people saw, but to separate who belonged from who did not. Two worlds running side by side. One you measure, one you're told inside. One stays public, one stays sealed. That's how doctrine gets its yield. The globe worked best when not debated. Kept hypothetical, never demonstrated. Openly framed, this could be so. Privately held is what insiders know. That's how cults survive the street. Never challenge what people eat. Undermine authority without a fight. By forming bonds out of sight. Us versus them, initiated and blind. Knowledge as identity, not design. You don't need proof when beliefs the glue. You just need members who won't defect from you. Not truth versus lie, that's not it. It's in-group meaning versus common sense. When belief becomes belonging, logic stops being the entrance. Fills with schools, sex, names, different robes, same hidden frame. Each one citing the one before. Copying copies, nothing more. They don't test land, they test loyalty. They don't measure, they quote authority. Opponent at work phase when not recopied. Burned, lost, buried, or quietly denied. Roman heritage, the same divide. Practical man, imperial pride. Surveyors still leveling roads and towns. While doctrine crowns heavens upside down. The public lives where reality stays. The elite rule with symbols reign. Two visions never reconciled. One enforced, one exiled. Two worlds, one below, one above. One built on work, one built on love. Abstraction, secrecy, chosen few. That's how control outlives what's true. When knowledge survives by copying itself, and alternatives vanish through neglect or fire, you don't get truth winning. You get doctrine inheriting power.
I'm sorry for the double songs. That was not the intention. If you guys want to talk, now's the chance.
Hey, them songs are really good. Try and do one where you do like a between globe flat. Try and get like the questions and answers out. Unless you've done it already, I don't.
Well, I got infinite songs. If you want to hear more of them.
Play more songs. I'm working, so it's good.
No problem. Which one should I play? Yeah, it's higher up.
Find it.
It's
Or you do my shitty one.
Which one?
The
Belief in Faith? I like that one. I'll play that one. This is Belief in Faith. Karma wrote the lyrics.
Questions unanswered and questions ignored. We answer yours, so I'm quickly getting bored. Facing Mr. Unprepared, and he seems not scared. Good at keeping logic at bay when he jumps in the fray. Day after day, it's the same old ballet, so loud and proud, posturing and preening for the crowd. But then you finally said the quiet part out loud. I believe. Oh, is it just pure fantasy, a pure faith from infancy? Ooh, in the end it's all just belief, 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 belief. Ooh, and I know you need to grieve. Oh, is it the sunken cost, or do you just feel lost? Why is reality so hard to conceive? The busted ball belief won't help you, so I come in with beef. Where does it hurt, and have you thought to question why? Losing the ball is so painful that you grasp straws from the sky. Does it seem natural to you that the first thing you do when faced with a new view, to stew your emotions like a storm they brew? And it's the short straw you drew, cognizant composure slipping. First the horizon was geometric, but now he's flipping, clutching excuses and perfections, what he's gripping on. Oh boy, oh. Crash and burn illusions are getting shattered. Now he's claiming it never mattered, he says. We can't know a single thing, simulations don't teach devil, and I am sophistry's king. Maybe we don't have hands, we are just in the hourglass, grains of sand. Oh, is it just pure fantasy, or pure faith from infancy? Ooh, in the end it's all just belief, 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 belief. Ooh, and I know you need to grieve. Oh, is it the sunken cost, or do you just feel lost? Why is reality so hard to conceive? The busted ball belief won't help you, so I come in with beef. Why come here if the truth scares you? Did someone dare you? Didn't expect the OG crew to wreck you. Well, damn, son, maybe learn humility or some of your own model, your own belief and claims. Maybe if you do that, you can earn some acclaim. But prepare to be annihilated if you're playing games. Oh, is it just pure fantasy, or pure faith from infancy? Ooh, in the end, it's all just belief. Ooh, and I know you need to grieve. Oh, is it the sunken cost, or do you just feel lost? Why is reality so hard to conceive? The busted ball belief won't help you, so I come in with beef.
That was Belief in Faith. I kind of love that song. It really gets me grooving. Next song on Drace's Radio Hour. If you're sleeping, I recommend lowering the volume. I'm sorry that I'm playing music, but
They can say something if they want you to pause. Put on my song. Put on the song I want you to play, the one you made.
Okay, Logic Warriors up next. Karma wants me to play that one, so I'm playing it. Here you go.
Yeah. Step into the ring of reason, where claims get tested and logic gets seasoned. You say orbit proves it. Let's take a closer look. Yo, you size satellites like that's airtight truth, but I'm seeing hidden premises sitting right in the booth. You said orbit proves curvature, but that's a disguise. Your model assumes the thing you're trying to verify. Parallel rays, distant suns, gravitational play. You stacking unspoken assumptions like it's child's play, but logic ain't Lego, it ain't built on because. You gotta show your causal chain, not the myth of what was. You lean on definitions to claim empirical fact, but that's model dependent motion, not the evidence act. Orbit ain't observation, it's determining your scheme. You're confusing how you talk with what can actually be seen. I'm a logic warrior, slicing through the noise, breaking every fallacy you think is poised. You bring me weak claims, I break them at the joints. Welcome to the battlefield, reason over points. Yeah, I'm a logic warrior, cutting down the fluff. If your premise ain't explicit, then your proof ain't enough. Don't mistake interpretation for reality's call. You wanna claim certainty, you better bring it all. You point a satellite, say they circle above, then jump to Earth's curvature, but that ain't logical, bruh. That's a category error, mixing models with proof. Treating theory like observation, master back from the booth. The finality hitting hard, multiple ways it can look, but you clutch one explanation like it's carved in a book. You ain't rolling out alternatives, ain't setting the stage. You just pick the interpretation that fits the modern age. You claim X per se order, but that ain't no guarantee. That's appeal to authority, do better empirically. Show me raw measurements, not just stories you heard. Logic don't bow to consensus, it bows only to the word. Yo, I don't need conclusions, I audit the chain. I'm here to check reasoning, not preach what's insane. But if you bring me weak structure and call it airtight, I'll break it apart like a fraud under light. Logic ain't biased, it cuts through the fog. I'm surgically cold like a philosophical scalpel dog. You can keep your conclusions, I'm after the why. And if your wise assumptions, yeah, I'm calling that lie. I'm a logic warrior, listen through the noise, breaking every fallacy you think is poised. You bring me weak claims, I break them at the joints. Welcome to the battlefield, reason over points. Yeah, I'm a logic warrior, cutting down the fluff. If your premise ain't explicit, then your proof ain't enough. Don't mistake interpretation for reality's call. You wanna claim certainty, you better bring it all. So next time you drop claims like they're carved in stone, remember logic checks structure, not what you condone. If you wanna prove something, don't skip the trail. Make your premises explicit or prepare to fail. I'm out, but the reasoning stays. Logic warriors don't sleep, we sharpen blades for days. I'm a logic warrior, I'm a logic warrior, I'm a logic warrior. I'm a logic warrior, I'm a logic warrior, I'm a logic warrior.
Welcome, Sarah Senorita, to the conversation. I was just playing music because it was silent. If you have any questions, feel free to ask them.
Yeah, I'll say this, Trace. This falls in line a little bit with your, little comic book thing that you were doing there for a little while. Just wanting to make truth or propaganda for little kids or for children.
Yeah, we need to create culture. That's the thing. You need to create things for people of our disposition to enjoy, and that includes for the younger generation as well as the older generation. So we need to create content for everybody, and that's kind of why I went into this. I thought it was a great idea when CSC was making music, because I could see how it bridges gaps, entertainment, and things you can enjoy. So you might enjoy this song by this flat earth artist, but you might not be a flat earther, but you still enjoy the song. So it has the ability to cross boundaries, and so that's why I like it. They use that against us all the time through entertainment, programming people, and so I figure, why not use that against them? Because that's how people react. They respond to this kind of stimulation, and so these people use it against them, and so let's use their own tactics to deprogram these people so that they can think for themselves, so that they learn a little bit of logic, and then maybe when these people try to program them, because they have this little bit of foundation, they can be like, wait, what you're telling me doesn't actually make any sense, and so I'm not just going to auto accept it. And that's
Right.
kind of my thinking process behind this.
Well, I kid you not, Drace. One time when I was in here, I decided to do like a little mini event because there was nothing really going on, and I was just, I wasn't expecting to have conversations really with anybody. I know the message is to have conversations when people come in the room, talk to them and address them. But I just created like a little event, and I just played my playlist of music. I called it Flat Earth Music. Come listen. And I kid you not, like nobody was in there for the beginning. Like they came in for a little bit, how it does when you first start an event. Everybody pops in and then people pop out. Well, by the time it got down to your song, Welcome to the Arena, this guy came in and he's just jamming, and I was like, hey, did you want to talk? He's like, no, turn that shit back on, dude. Like, I might become a flat earther just for that. So it's special. It's special.
It's so hilarious because that's the first song I made.
Yeah, it was a great song. That one and Mortician. I love Mortician.
It's so funny because I feel like that song's so bad because I made the beat for that one, and I was like, the beat's so bad. I'm so bad at this. And I started using beats from YouTube, like beats that I thought were good.
No, you did a good job, man. Like everybody is a critic of themselves, right? Like even when I hear myself talking on the internet, you hear me and you're like, oh, that's Soul Dog or that's Sheepdog, But when I hear myself, I'm like, oh my gosh, my voice is so cringe.
Yeah, I get that. I think everybody has a little bit of that in them, like, unless they're super narcissistic and they love everything they do. Most normal people have a little bit of, like, yeah, I don't think I'm the hot stuff.
Oh, I'm the exact opposite. I am the hot stuff, and I don't give a fuck what anybody else says.
Yeah, I used to think I was the hot stuff, and then I realized that, like, the world is far bigger than my small little pea brain could comprehend. And then I kind of took the humble stance, and that's how I grew into the person I am. In being like, I don't know everything, I can learn though.
Right. I'm the same way, and I'm like, eventually I had to start getting arrogant because I was good enough, right? Like a lot of people go through the world and they wonder if they're good enough, right? And unfortunately, if you have doubt, somebody's going to play on that. And so you just got to take a look at yourself and what you can accomplish. And then from there, it's okay to toot your own horn, but don't make it like the only
you don't want to blind
one and all.
yourself. You don't want to blind yourself, but it's there's nothing wrong with being reasonable and understanding that the majority of the people out there are freaking dumbasses. And so, like, even though you don't think you're the most intelligent person because you look around and you find super intelligent people that you look up to and you learn from, compared to the average dumbass who doesn't learn anything, you're freaking a giant among men. Like, they would love to stand on your shoulders if they knew how intelligent you were.
Yeah, but I mean, the piece that I was going to plan was like, for those out there that lack confidence, if you know you can do something, go do it. If you say you're going to do it, go do it. And if you're saying that you're going to go do it or whatever, like, use maximum confidence. Like, own it.
Yeah. If you want to do something, just start. Just one step at a time, just start.
Yeah.
And then before you know it, you're like 10 steps into that stuff. And you're like, I kind of know where I'm going with this. I want to go this way. And you're on your way. But if you don't start, if you don't take that step, you're never going to get there.
It's just like when you're baking a pastry, right? Which do you add first? You add the fruit first, the dough, the flour, the sugar, the salt. Like, who gives a shit? Start putting something in the pan.